Morning, cricket fans. Good morning, cricket fans from around the world. Welcome to Tallinn. Welcome to the first day and the first match of ECS Tallinn. It is the big one. It's going to be the Tallinn Hippos taking on the Strikers, and a big match coming your way. So let's get on with the coin toss. Strikers to call. Heads is to call. It's a tails. What would you like to do?
I would like to field. We'll have a ball.
Hippos having a bowl first, winning the toss. Let's get into it. Match one coming your way right now. Good morning, cricket fans. Tuning in from around the world. Wonderful to have your company. It's Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. It is the ECS Estonia. That's right. It's day one of this wonderful ECS, and what wonderful conditions we've got too. Beautiful blue skies, nice early Monday morning. Players are out in the centre already. The first match we've got for you this morning is a big one. It's going to be the Strikers taking on the Hippos in game one. We're here for 6 days. Well, actually, we're here for 7 days. We've got the 6-day ECS. That means we've got 5 days of group games, finals on Saturday, and then we're going to get into the women's ECS on Sunday. So coin toss information, in case you missed it. Hopefully you didn't. It's the Hippos won the toss, elected to bowl first. We're almost set to go. Very, very close to a start here. It looks like Pattenden has got the ball. Standing at the southern end, as we always do. Here we go. First ball of ECS Estonia. Push the leg side. Nicely done. Would have been a leg side wide. Just a little bit of swing with the wind. And the wind will definitely play a factor today as well. I mentioned in the chat just before we started that it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a windy day today. And you can see even during the coin toss there, my hair, which I take a few minutes every morning to do, really messed up. No, I don't take a few minutes every morning. Of course not. But anyway, yeah, no, the wind will play a bit of a factor here. It's blowing across the ground, but also it's assisting the bowlers as well. So the batters hitting down the ground, they'll be hitting into the wind. And that could be a factor for any skied shots, anything that hangs in the air. Light bales this morning, so that could be a bit of a trick. And you see it's already been knocked off with the wind. We've got the camera secure right above us here. Straight up in the air. Let's see what the wind does with this one. Does it carry it all the way? 2 players. PK, good to see you again, of course, and good to see everyone there in the chat. Wonderful to have your company here. Shaquille just helping out with the bales as well before. He's okay, he's ready to go. Habib Khan, the captain, he's at the non-striker's end. Disappointed to have lost the toss. I think he was keen to have a bowl first as well. So, and also, apologies, folks, for the later start today. We're just getting all our ducks in a row. Match one itis, I'd call it, but we're all good now. Should be a good day today. Ramp for room. Just managed to struggle to get bat on ball there. Saved. Bit of ball watching there from the batter. Just see The way Shaquille was watching that one, not really keen to run, and realizing, okay, well, third's going to get across and field that. Better go. There's the big 180 turn in the middle of the pitch. Rob Thompson saying, "Speak up." They're still tweaking some of the sound here, Rob. So believe me, I'm pushing the voice out as hard as it will go, as they'll let me. Swung really nicely. That's hit hard, gone all the way for the first Maximo of this ECS Estonia, way over the square boundary on the leg side for a big 6. So Habib Khan opens his Maximo account. Score marches up then to 9 with no loss. Still got 2 deliveries to come. Kind of feels a little bit sluggish this morning, doesn't it? Only 4 deliveries bowled so far. I think maybe everyone's suffering a bit of the Monday morning-itis. Almost there, though. Here we go. Next delivery, 2 to come. Steps down and goes bang. Downtown, a lot more authority with that shot, and that goes over deep mid-wicket for another Maximo. So back-to-backs, and gets the score properly running now for the strikers. Look at that, walks down, bowler down as well. Hasn't been any overnight rain or anything like that. So, and I checked the pitch when we first arrived. Didn't look like there's any dew on the ground. I think it's probably just the bowler just bending his back, trying to get a bit of extra oomph on that delivery. Looks all right. He's cleaning himself off to bowl this last ball coming up. Walks down to meet it, does Habib, and he goes bang. He likes the bowling of Pattendon and puts him out of the ground again for the 3rd time in a row. So 3 big 6s to finish the over. The over started nicely with singles, but then this over's getting blown out of proportion. Goes magical. First over goes magical. 21 off the first over, and strikers off to a flyer here. Match 1, day 1. Estonia ECS off and running. Oh, cool, Rob. Thank you very much for the feedback there. Hopefully you can hear me proper now. It looks like we're all good now. I'll tell you who's not all good. That's the Hippos. They're struggling. 21 off that first over. And remember, they won the toss and elected to field. So you can understand why the strikers are pretty happy with that first over. Of course you would. Losing the toss and getting put into bat. And we look now to start the second over. Looks like it's going to be Agarwal. Let's see if you can stop the right bowling to Shaquille Chowan. Habib Khan off to a flyer. He's got 19 on the board from 4 deliveries faced. Shaquille, a bit slower. Pushes it uppishly, looking for the gap. That ball's going to bounce and run away from the fielder there. Good chase. And runs on the board from the very first ball. Uppishly hit towards that mid-off area. And luckily for Shaquille, mid-off was just slightly wider. That's Stuart Hook, who's fielding mid-off. Obviously a name that I'm sure a lot of people know. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, good conditions here. It's been quite cool here. Nice change from last week when the crew was in Switzerland, where we were baking in mid-30s almost every single day. Looking to get towards about 22, 23 today. Should be sunny all day. But also that wind, that's going to be a bit of a factor. Uppishly carved away towards third and away from third, and ends up going much closer towards deep backward point and over that boundary for another Maximo. Very good shot indeed. So Shaquille now getting into the mood. And that pressure is starting to mount on the bowling team. Started with a couple, dotted up on the next ball, and then bang, next one out of the town. Hello to Wayne, also in the chat. Slight echo. Yep. There is definitely an echo, and I think it's because I can hear myself here in the cabin as well. Flipped away uppishly, and it finds player at third. He's getting a bit of work to do this over. Okay, back live again. Hit away across over extra cover, and that has gone straight across the rope for another Maximo. So the striker's off to a fly this morning, dealing only in Maximos and maybe the occasional one or two. And Hippos have already got a bit of a confab here at the top of the bowler's run up. He needs to have a bit of a think about where the ball's been pitched, because they're just coughing up way too many runs. It's 30 on the board already, and we're not even out of the second over. Strikers are looking to put a massive score on the board here. Garwell comes back with a dot. So finishes the over with a dot as well. So 36 on the board, 2 overs gone. That's a very brisk start there to the striker. Still got one more over to go in the power play. Rob Thompson says no echo here, only the wind. So yeah, no, I appreciate that, Wayne. Appreciate the heads up. We'll try and fix that one, because I can definitely hear it as well. It's the setup we have here. We're in a very small little cabin here, and I think that there's something to do with. And it's about a split second behind me. So we're working on it. We'll get that fixed. No one is to hear me twice. Just got to hear me the once, I think. All right. Third over's going to start. Uppishly and through the covers. Should be chased down. Won't get to the boundary rope. And a bit of a scurry there. Remember, it is 50-metre boundaries here, and they are made to look quite small when you get the players hitting up over the top. So a single there to Shaquille. Gets Habib back on strike. He didn't see much of the strike in the last over, but he's going to get a chance now. Good ball. Good ball. Just tighten the batter up a little bit there. In the first over, Habib was walking down the pitch to meet Patterson, the bowler, and putting him over the top of the infield with ease, actually over the top of the outfield, to be honest. So it's a nice little change up here. See if they can get some pressure back on the batters. That's up in the air. That's coming towards us, and that's going to fall on the other side of the right line. Another big 6. Had a lot of airtime. Held up as well. Looking out this little window of the cabin we're in, you can see the ball really held up. I won't be surprised if a couple of batters try to hit down the ground, and that ball does hold up and doesn't carry the rope. This one is punched, really heavily punched with a nice shot over the top of the extra cover boundary for another Maximo. So Habib Khan has really put the foot down, and he's left the Hippo bowlers in the dust. He is really motoring along nicely here now. Johnny here with a zinger in the chat. Don't have to repeat yourself in the chat, folks. You're not me. The only person repeating himself at the moment is me. Nice one, Johnny. Put a smile on my face. Lovely shot. That's going to also find the boundary rope and then some for another 6. Well, Habib Khan, he loves these short boundaries, and he's showing us why. He's absolutely on his bike, pedaling hard here. What a great shot that was, this time over regulation cover. Still inside the power play. The score is marching up very nicely. So a couple of 6s back-to-back there, with 3 of them in total. So 55 on the board, halfway through. No, excuse me, 1 more to come in the over. Here it comes. Goes the leg side now, and he's going to beat the fielders. He's gone pretty much backward square leg. So deep mid-wicket and regulation square leg have to jog a long way to find that ball as it flies right the way across the ground. Nice shot. Another big over there, another really big over. So what's that, 18, 19. What's that last boundary? That's a very good over. So Score is marching on for the strikers. Hippos are starting to scratch their heads a bit out there with that boundary. It's going to be 23 off the over. It's another magical over. And starting to be a little bit of trouble now. Well, it is a bit, not just starting to, it is real trouble. Habib Khan, he's marched his way up to 47 from 11 deliveries with those 7 Maximos. And Shaquille just lending support at the other end with 12 from 7. 23 off there over. 59 with no loss. That's an excellent power play for the strikers. So another change in the bowling coming. Taking pace off this time. That's a good bowling, that. As Shaquille tries to get it underneath this one and only just manages to push this along the ground. So that's a good start for the over. Need to find a way to stop the stem the flow of these boundaries. So Captain Malcolm Sedgwick has brought himself onto bowl, trying to just assert a bit of authority here. I think it's a good move. However, we'll find out if it's a good move in just a moment. With the field drop back now, I'll go through the field lineup for you in just a moment after this delivery. Good ball. Cramp for room. Just chops this one towards backward point. Point fielder there. Just slightly backward a point there. And a quick single. So I can see you've got deep extra cover. Or probably more of a deep extra cover, we'll call it. Long off, long on. Deep mid wicket and square leg boundary rider as well. So they haven't opted for anyone behind the stumps on the boundary. Fine leg up inside the circle. Point, who's just, I think, a few metres just backward a point there, as I said before. Regulation cover. No one in regulation mid-wicket. Square leg. And that's the field set up right now. So 61 without loss. Good start here for Sedgwick. Oh dear, the fielding didn't work very well there. It was kicked for a wave, so they managed to get an extra run. Oh, well, too much FIFA World Cup in this part of the world, I guess. Ooh, one bounce, and Hook takes it just in front of his face there, just with the one bounce. Could have easily brought him to play there with that miss hit. Score gets up to 64 now without loss. Been a good over this one. Good comeback. Exactly what the Hippos needed. Chopped away. That's going to find the boundary rope. No one's stopping that one. This one goes just wide of extra cover. So first boundary off Sedgwick's over. It's been a good start though. Down leg side, that's not a good ball. Luckily there is protection there, square of the leg side. Hit it straight to the boundary rider. He fires a throwback. Habib looking to put that one out of the park with a standing sweep shot. Doesn't time it to perfection, but it's not a bad over in the end either though. And that is going to be 10 runs off the over. So a bit of a change from the previous couple of overs. As captain comes on and Malcolm manages just to stem the flow of runs there. So we've had 2 magical overs already. The first one from Pattenton went for 21. The second over goes for 15 at 23 off the third. And that's pretty much Habib Khan just getting stuck into all the bowling there. He's brought himself up a half century in that over with that previous boundary too. Apologies for that. It's 53 from 14 for him. What a great start for him this morning. Strikers looking to really announce their intent here in this competition. And Hippos bringing the changes in the bowling. So it's going to be another new bowler. Carved just through the cover area. And that's just a single. Khan off strike. It's almost a similar shot again, really. So Parkin here to continue. He's again just taking pace off. Worked the first time round. Let's see if it works the second time round. Goes for the huge swing. Trying to aim for something maybe behind. Okay, Parkin continues now. 71 for no loss. Again, tries it again. Tempts him with a bit of a short delivery. Looking to put that one out of the park down leg side. Misses completely. Misses lock, stock the lot. Strike hard, down the ground. Another 4. So the bounce is dried up by taking pace off, but still, they're starting to come a bit now as well. It's not a bad over so far. 6 runs from it so far with just 1 more to come. So strikers now just getting bogged down with some of this good bowling. Last ball the over. Swings hard. That's the shot they were looking for about 3 times in this over. Finds the boundary behind square. And so it's going to be another 10 runs off the over. So a couple of overs worth 10 runs, but that's better than the pace bowlers getting hit for magical. And the score now leaps up to 79 for no loss. 5 overs gone. Looks like it's going to be Cedric's going to come back on. Seeing that pace off seems to be working, I think it's the right move to do as well. Multitasking here, holding on to the ladder while Marzi climbs up and attaches the one of the speakers. Sorry, excuse me, one of the microphones. And try and commentate the ball at the same time. Wonderful stuff. All right, I think we're good to go now. Cedric. Leg side goes to make room. It is going to be called wide. It was a fairway on the wrong side of leg stump. Doesn't quite go over the stumps. Had it gone over the stumps, umpire might have had a thought about that one. As looking to make room. Tossed up and goes to the big swing, the edge. It's a good bit of field placement, actually. Really good bit of field placement. It's going to be called a no ball, though. So it was slow, but unfortunately it was deemed a no ball. I think also a little bit of luck there for the bowler, that the ball was just tapped and it found fine leg, who's quite fine. And that is way outside. It's going to get away from the keeper. Fine leg, just talking about a bit of a chase there. Gets it inside the boundary rope. So it's going to be a wide plus a little bit of extra. So we've had a wide this over. We've had a no ball. No ball 1. Now we've had a wide with a bit of extra hot sauce on it. And that is finally the free hit taken, and it's belted for 6 runs. So it wasn't a bad idea to bring himself back on, but unfortunately, this over has been worth 1 ball, and it's gone for 11 runs in total. So that's not the best result, of course. Not too good there. Question in the chat about the boundary rope. It is 50 meters. It's a 50-meter rope. Picks up the leg side swipe all the way for 6 runs. And that's exactly what Shaquille and Habib were looking for in the previous over, or the previous 2 overs from Parkin and from Cedric. And they've this time picked that one up nicely out of town. 100's almost up inside 6 overs. It's 96 for no loss. And we're just at the very start. Amazing stuff. Good power hitting here. When they took pace off, things looked encouraging for the Hippos. I thought, here we go. Things are going to slow up a little bit. Now for Shaquille, they're going to drop hook back onto the boundary rope from regulation mid-off to long off. As Cedric comes in again. Straight down the ground. And that is going to land probably halfway between the boundary rope and the 30-yard circle. And long off and long on can only watch and wonder why they just got moved back onto the boundary rope, because someone could have easily snaffled that one up. Still looking for a breakthrough here. Hippos. Good Yorker, straight down the ground. Should be stopped. Is stopped. And a good throw back too. So just the single, 98 for no loss. 2 to come. Why make it 2 to come? Hopefully the umpires do as well. Good morning to Zahid. Tuning in from San Francisco. Always a pleasure. Goes to the big leg side swing. Well, keeper thought he had a bit of a stumping opportunity there, but umpire square leg was completely unmoved, as was Shaquille. And a dot ball. I feel like I haven't called a dot ball for a few overs. So that's good. Good if you're hippos. If you're strikers, you're looking for something else. Another good take. This time, the stumping is taken, and it's off a wide ball as well. So the breakthrough finally comes with Shaquille chasing after the wider delivery way outside the off stump. Misses a lot, was completely had his weight going the other way, unable to get back in time, and a sharp bit of work behind the on stumps there by Vaik. Good work from Marco. And so strikers lose their first wicket towards the end of the 6th. It is 99 for 1, and we've still got 1 to come to complete the over. And it's Captain Sedgwick with the breakthrough. He's got 1 for 30 with 1 more ball to come. So let's see how the field sets themselves here. It looks like it's going to be Aslan Amjad to continue the assault and push this score up for the strikers. Doing things like that. He's just got down on one knee and crashed this one out of the park with a big 6. That's gone a long way back. That's going to be a bit of a chase for a couple of fielders to find that one. It does bring up the 100. It's 105 for 1 at the end of the 6th. And that run rate is climbing nicely. 17.5 now. Looking to put on a score definitely around 180, maybe even higher than that now, possibly even touching 200 at this point. You sort of look at that and think, well, 4 overs to go. If they can motor it 20 runs and over, they're going to be teasing a score around high 180s, 190s. And Hippo bowling getting absolutely torn to shreds here on this first match this morning in ECS Estonia. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the telecast we're watching from around the world. Once again, just an apology from myself and the team for a bit of the late start. We'll make that time up as we go throughout the day if we can. And obviously very mindful of that as well. That's just the first morning jitters from everybody, but I think we're all good. It's all gravy. As Parkin is looking to continue as 6 overs gone, 105 for 1, 7th over starts. Gets it on the full and puts it out of the park on the full as well. Simple as that. Looking for that delivery that's sort of coming in very, sort of like a full length, maybe Yorker length. Missed it completely. And it was smacked out of the park with impudence, I would say. I don't use that word often. Score up to, well, my favourite number and Kroom's favourite number. It's 111. Lord Nelson for 1. So 111 for 1. 6.1 overs gone. Not quite a number, Wang, but getting there. Down on one knee, hits this one, goes along the deck to deep mid-wicket. And deep square runs across in front of deep mid-wicket to cover that one off. A lovely throwback right over the bails. Very, very strong arm out there. I think that was Andrew Hartridge out there with the very good arm. This one is taken. Straight down the throat to deep mid-wicket, who just takes a few steps in, holds his pose, holds his nerve, and holds the ball. That's a really good catch. Well taken. And that is a very, very important wicket as well. So Hippo's just starting to get their way back into the game now. It's a couple of wickets in, just a handful of balls. Parkin gets a breakthrough. And Pattenden, who went for 21 off his first over, has a little bit of revenge there. Holds on to the catch. So Arslan comes in. Pretty much a couple of balls hit 1-6. And then he's gone. So 6 and out for him. And Sahil Chauhan comes out. And he's no slouch with the bat either. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here. And a big shout out to Lynn Hook tuning in from Australia. Thank you very much for tuning in, Lynn. Stuart's doing very well out there. He's fielding just in front of me. If I can, I'll try and let him know that you're watching the broadcast. That's punched away. That's gone a long way back. Umpire turns and says that's gone for 4. Of course it has. And as I speak, well, apologies, Lynn. Just as I was about to call it to Stuart, who was fielding on the boundary rope, not too far away from where I am. He's just marched up from long off to regulation mid-off. Also, in middle of the over, I better not yell out to him. Don't want to distract him. It'd be quite fun to be yelling at to a fielder saying, hey, Stuart, your parents are watching, and then he drops a catch, next ball. That would be not good. I might wait to the end of the innings then, just so I don't distract him. So 116 for 2, still 2 to come in the over. Parkin's successful in this over. Good delivery. That's a much better length. That's the length he was looking for when he got hit out of the ground on the full at the start of the over. Really good ball. That not much the batter can do. Just literally just mistime it back to the bowler. So long off into a mid-off position now. And catch is spilled on the boundary rope. Oh, everyone held their breath. It's a sort of halfway, sort of deep cover, a very straightish deep cover straight down the throat of the fielder there, who's unfortunately grasped it. It has bubbled out. I think that's Mahela Daub out there who's unfortunately grasped that one. Should have been taken, could have been taken, wasn't taken though. And kind of think that the batter's a little bit guilty of ball watching there, because they didn't take a single on the drop, and it was, well, I felt there was something there. Anyway, 116 for 2, 7 overs gone. Parkin successful, 1 for 21 in his 2 overs. Cedric's bowled out. He's got 1 for 36 in his 2 overs. And with 3 overs left to bowl, be interested to see if they could find another part-timer to step up here, because the pace bowlers were getting pretty much owned by the strikers. Looks like Andrew Huttridge is going to get a bowl, so that's a good move as well. Again, keeping pace off and getting the batters to generate all the pace themselves. Joe Richmond's heading off. I'll catch you later. Good ball. Full ball. Just pushed down the ground for long on to come off the boundary open field, so just the single. So that original projected score of about 3 overs ago, which was around the 180s, is now ticked downwards into the 160s, and it continues ticking down. Shots like that are going to help. Wow, that's really held up in the wind, though. That has not gone as far back as originally I thought. Picked it up beautifully, put it over deep mid-wicket, just as it's sailing through the air, through this lovely morning blue sky. Got a good look at that one, just slowing down with the wind. It's a very persistent wind coming from behind the bowler, or behind the right arm of the bowler. Oh, that was close. Reactionary, just put the hands out. It spills. It's a dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball. So yeah, that wind, very persistent, and it's going to have a bit to do with the outcome of today for sure. Hit down towards us, and that's going to be one bounce, and just to the side of the comms hut. I'm expecting someone to be able to hit it right to us. If I can try and describe or get someone to take a photo, and we'll post it maybe on the Spanner Squad of where I'm commentating from. It's like I'm hanging out the window of a small little cabin. I've got Kenneth here pushing the buttons, doing a great job, and I got Marzi running around somewhere doing what a project manager does, and that is to manage the project. No ball indicated there, and also it's been hit pretty hard and high and out of the ground. Just waiting for the umpire to give me the signal. He does indeed. So this is a bit of a costly over, this one. Still haven't finished it. There's 21 gone from it already. There's a free hit coming. Habib Khan, he's knocking on the door of a potential triple-digit score. He's currently 89 from 27 with 11 sixes in that score. Stepping up well is the skipper for the Strikers. He's delivering a bit of a body blow there to the Hippos. Consider that the Hippos won the toss, thanks to Rado for the kind toss information, and they won the toss, elected to field first. At the moment, I kind of think that the strikers are definitely in the box seat here. You see the players' shirts rippling in the morning breeze. Exactly the breeze I'm talking about. Free hit. And with no fear, that has been punched out through the fielder, who just leisurely puts the hand down. At least it wasn't foot fielding, but instead put the hand down and it goes straight underneath it and across the rope for another boundary. So 8 overs gone, 141 for 2 on the board. Habib Khan, he's moved up to 93 from 28 deliveries. Sahil Chauhan's still out there as well. He's just joined him recently with just a boundary and a single to his name. Let's see if Habib can maybe farm the strike and get himself up to the score he's looking for. He's been so impressive this morning. It was all business when he got to the ground. Even during the coin toss, he was not too chatty. Lost the toss. Was a bit sort of bit focused, you could see. But this is why, because he's come out and he's in an absolute mood at the moment. Good to see the chat enjoying the early morning hitting. A bit of Monday morning aggression. Nothing wrong with that. So Henry Pattenden is going to come back to bowl. It looks like he's going to take pace off again, coming off a short run up. So that's very different to how he bowled the first over this morning, where he went for 21. Let's see how this works. You see Habib Khan at the non-striker stand giving instructions to his striking batter and saying, I want you to hit it there, I want you to hit it there. Maybe saying, just get a single, get me on strike. Tossed up and put out of here. That is out of the park. It's also a no ball. So they're just missing their lengths here on trying to get a full delivery. And it's resulting in no balls, free hits, and sixes all happening at the same time. Not good. The Hippos here just looking to settle down into a bit of a routine here. In this competition, in this ECS, you've got 5 teams playing, and each team is going to play the other twice. So everyone plays 8 games, and obviously the first match here. So Hippos and Strikers will get to go back each other again with that free hit coming. And Pattenden just need to try to change things up a bit here. How does he handle this one? Doesn't matter. That's out of the park. Holds up again slightly in the breeze, but there was enough behind that one to muscle that one downtown and then some. So Sahil Chauhan, he's putting the foot down as well now. The 150's up, 154 for 2, and it's only just, 1 delivery done in the 9th. Still 5 to come in the 9th, plus another over as well. There's another one again. So far, we've had, what's that? Let me add this up for you, folks. 12, 16 Maximos. No, 17. That's the 17th Maximo hit in this innings already. This is really, really good aggressive batting here. Poor old Henry Pattenden's getting the short end of the stick. Again, it's a slot delivery, though. He just hasn't got the length right at all. Either get a little bit shorter or get a little bit fuller, but you can't put it there. It's just a bit too easy. And Sahil Chauhan, well, blink and you miss it. He's just powered his way along now into the mid-20s, no, high 20s. And he's up to 29 from 8 deliveries with those 3 Maximos. Needs a dot just to put a bit of confidence into the youngster. Well, he tries to bang it in a bit short. And that's a really good example of the ball hanging up in the breeze a little bit there. It just didn't really get very high. And it still goes for 6. Don't get me wrong. Still goes all the way. He just hasn't got this one right. And it's gone supersonic already this over. Still got 2 to come. 31 off the over with 2 to come. And suddenly that projected score, which moments ago was around the 160s, is now back up to the 190s. That's how fast an over can change things. Miss hit. Well, I guess you could call that a win. Slight little win there. As Chauhan gets off the strike with a single. This one's also pushed down the ground. Again, just a single. That's Dalb, who's fielding at the deep cover boundary. So a couple of singles in a row there. And that's the end of the over. And Henry Pattenden, he's probably feeling a bit beaten up now because his 2 overs go for 54, doesn't pick up a wicket. 9 overs gone, 174 for 2 on the board. Habib Khan, he's on 94 from 29. Sahil Chawan has just opened his account and then some, muscled his way up to 36 off 10. I had Stefan Gooch in the chat. Noted that too, Stefan. Going to pass that information on to the scorers. Make sure they know that there's something that needs to be just corrected there. So we start the 10th. Gets an edge. It's going to fly away. It's going to go all the way to the boundary rope. Bounce, bounce, and across the rope. 4 runs off the blade. So Sahil Chawan, I think he's looking for maybe bring up a half century, then maybe turn the strike over to Habib Khan, see if he can bring himself up a ton possibly. I think the scorers have managed to work that one out. So shout out to Stefan in the chat. Thank you for that. I think the scorers have gotten that one worked out as scores have just been adjusted. Down leg side. Harry Garwell with the duty to bowl the 10th to try to bring it home. And that has been popped right over the top of third. A vacant third. Doesn't matter if there's someone there anyway because it's gotten right over the top. Well, Sahil Chawan has muscled his way beyond the 50 mark. He's at the non-striker's end. So it's, Habib Khan has really put the foot down. Just waiting for the scorers to update the scorecard. And I'll be able to tell you exactly who's where and who's got what. It's just adjusting. And this is muscled out towards the boundary rope. And that is a nice strike as well. All the way along the deck. I'm pretty confident when the score is updated. I think it'll be Habib. That could be his century. It is indeed. So he brings up the 100 on 20 from 29 deliveries. 102 off 29. 12 sixes and 4 fours. And he's looked in absolute command in this innings. Has barely put a foot wrong. Has barely done anything wrong whatsoever. Just bear with us while the scorers are getting things done. Everything's getting corrected as we speak. And the correct scores will be posted when we get to the end there. So please just bear with us. In the air, elevates. Dalb is not going to have an impact on that one. It went across the line with probably about 4 or 5 meters to spare in the end. So it's a lovely shot over the cover boundary. And this is some proper carnage here by the strikers. They are absolutely tearing the hippos to shreds. Goes leg side now. And, well, the player set himself at deep backward square. And in the end realised that was going to be over his head by about 5 meters, maybe even 12 meters. It went a long way behind him. But that is going to be the innings closed with that huge, huge strike. Habib Khan helps himself to an unbeaten century. He's carried his bat all the way through. Sahil Chawan has chipped in with a really good cameo. We started at the top there with Shaquille doing pretty well. 31 from 16 for him with those 3 big towering sixes. But it was all Habib Khan, the captain, leading the way with a sensational innings there. A really, really big innings from him. 126 from 33. The score finishes on 204 for 2. A couple of people in the chat were saying, well, are they going to get to 200? Well, there's your answer. Absolutely they are. And they have set a massive target here for the Hippos when their time comes. But the bowling was not great. It was either too short or too full. And it was a lot of slot deliveries as well. And success there to Malcolm Sedgwick and success to Richard Park. And pick of the bowlers, definitely Richard, pick of the bowlers, 1 for 21 for him. And Malcolm, captain, gets 1 for 36. And they're the only 2 wickets that fell. So Habib Khan, it's all about the Habib Khan show. 126 from 33 with 4 fours and 16 sixes. Congratulations to him. and we will see what happens in the next innings. With the Hippos set 205 to score in their 10 overs, let's see how it goes when we come back here in about 10 minutes' time. And we'll resume with the run chase. Match one hanging in the balance. This is ECS Estonia. It's day one, match one. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. And we're back here in 10 minutes for the run chase. Hope you can join me then. Welcome back, everyone, to the run chase here as we get stuck into the rest of this match number one. Hippos and the Strikers going head-to-head in the first game. And it is a bit of a task ahead for the Hippos as the Strikers amassed 204 for 2 in their 10 overs, led by Captain Habib Khan with 126 from 33 deliveries. A fantastic innings from him. And 20 of those deliveries found the boundary in one way or in another. Good support from his other opener. Shakil Chauhan belted a 31 in quick time. And Sahil Chauhan also belted a 33 in even quicker time. Unfortunately for Aslan Amjad, he 6 and out for him. He'll be able to try to make that up in the next match that he gets to play here. We may see him in the third match, or possibly the fourth match later today. Anyway, looks like we're almost set to go in the run chase. So 205 for the win. Last over went for 29 runs. It was quite an expensive over. In fact, there was so much carnage getting towards the end of that innings that even the scorers were sort of getting a little bit confused. But we did fix it up. So apologies for anyone who was following that closely and expecting us to get that done right. Just a couple of Monday morning jitters, but I think we're all good now. Match number one is almost set to go in this run chase. And what a run chase it is. Anyone give the Hippos a chance? We're going to get a chance to check them out in just a moment. Strikers looking to get pressure on straight away, but with a team that has to go at 20.4 and over from the very first ball, I mean, that's already pressure enough anyway. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Estonia, day number one. Phil G here in the comms for the week, taking you all the way through to next Sunday. The ECS until Saturday, then we've got a short women's ECS on the Sunday next week. Lovely strike. And it's one bounce, 4 runs to start off proceedings here with Hartridge getting a nice lofted cover drive to get things going. Shakil Chauhan there with just a bit of a loose delivery, but it was a slot ball and a nice start to the run chase. Agarwal at the non-striker's end. And this is going to be a testing little power play for the Hippos. On this occasion, it's a bit of respect shown to the bowler and just pushed away. Good morning to Julian Dawson, who joins us in the chat. Hello to Chris Addison, who's back as well. PK still there. He's already got the Merc on cab on standby. That's fair enough as well. So hello to everyone who's joining us, wherever you're watching from around the world. Thank you so much for coming and, hanging out in Tallinn with us for this ECS Estonia Day 1. Miss hit straight to the covers. Ooh, I think, is that Habib who's just taken a bit of a rough bounce there, just gone up to the chin? He stroked his chin like he was thinking about it rather than actually it hurt. So I think he was, he's okay. The Centurion. So we've already had a century in the first game. That's going to go in the good book. We have a good book at ECN for our centuries. And he's going to go into that one. And a single to turn the strike over. Get a first look at Harry Agarwal. So 5 on the board without loss. Punched out through point area. That's going to run away from the fielders. It does. It finds the boundary for the second boundary all the way along the deck in this over. Still haven't found ourselves a maximo yet, but it's a good boundary. So slowish kind of start here, but the Hippos wouldn't want to lose a wicket. 9 off the first over is where the over's going to finish with a good dot ball to finish up with there. So well bowled from Shakil Chauhan. Opens the batting and also opens the bowling as well. Finishes with a dot, 3 dots in that over. 9 on the board, no loss. Hippos with a bit of a mountain to climb in the next 9 overs. 196 runs required. So going to need a fair bit of carnage here if they can try to get close to the score. But otherwise, you'd say that the Strikers are well and truly in the box seat here. Julian Dawson saying, hi, Phil. It was an early start. 8:30 on your schedule. Yep, 8:30. Well, hang on a sec. 8:30. It's 9:30 local time. But remember, here in Estonia, I think it's a 2-hour difference between the United Kingdom and Estonia. So here in Tallinn, we're not on Central European summertime. I think we're on the next one, if that makes any sense. So yeah, like currently, Julian, just so you know, and everyone knows, it's That's funny. My computer's saying it's 9:48. That can't be 9:48. It's 10:48 in the morning here. And a dot ball to start the second over. Julian, don't worry about that. You're still tuning in for a big day cricket. That's been hit uppishly, but there is a boundary rider out there at deep mid wicket. So deep mid wicket and a long off, the two fielders who are out during the power play. Everyone else is up inside the infield. So the slot delivery was hit all the way along the deck. Hippo's just been careful here. Don't want to lose wickets too early. Wouldn't want to be trounced. But they need to get the runs. They need to be competitive here in this first game this morning. Currently 10 on the board. Tries to muscle it. Oh, goes through the fielder who just hesitated on the dive forward there. It was just a small dive forward to take the catch, and it goes right under him, and it's going to yield a couple of runs. Not too much damage, though. It wasn't on the boundary rope, so it doesn't go all the way for 4 or anything like that. But still, opportunity was put down. Harshu Jan's asking for an update of second match. Tell you what, when we start it, I can give you an update. How's that sound? Down the ground and over the top of the outstretched fingers of the man at mid-on, and it's going to pull up. Can you believe it actually pulled up inside the rope? It doesn't get to the boundary. So someone didn't have their third Weetabix this morning at breakfast, did not quite have the power to get that one all the way to the boundary rope. And Hartridge Nagawa just off to a cautious start here with 14 on the board, still 2 to come in the second, but way behind the required run rate. Tries to elevate this one. Has this one got the legs? One bounce and across the rope for 4. So that one does actually end up getting to the rope. And that is only the third boundary of this innings so far. Pretty tough going out there. $18 without loss. 1 to come. Shuvo to bowl the last ball of the second over, and this has got a lot of airtime as well, as that is pumped all the way towards the dugout. Well caught in the Hippos dugout, but all the way for the first 6 of the innings. So finally they find the boundary and then some. Score gets up to 24. It's a good over for the Hippos, 15 from it, but they're going to be needing at least 23 runs every over from here on in just to stay in touch. That's a big ask. Hippos right up against the wall here. So we finished the second over with a big 6. Let's see if they can start the third over in a bit of a flurry as well. It's only 15 off the over. As I said, it's not bad, but big but there. Need 23 every over for the next 8 overs. It's a tall order. It's a tall ask. Shaquille Chowan, he's going to bowl the third. Last over of the power play. Gets a bit of airtime. Should be caught. Is caught. Nice catch. Well judged on the boundary rope here. Long off. Just works himself around to his left and holds onto a good catch. And that is Sahil Chowan. So Shaquille and Sahil combining there to get rid of Hartridge there. And Hartridge has to go. Bit disappointed. He's only gone for 6. He hit 1 boundary to start things off this morning. It was a good boundary too, but unfortunately for him, it's all he's going to be able to do. It's like seeing Mahela Dalber's heading out there now. Mahela is someone who people may remember on the European Cricket Network. He's played a bit of cricket around, and also he's for a while there was part of the ECN crew, of course. Good to see him again. Always good to catch up with the old crew. Considering how much has changed on the European Cricket Network in the last 12 months, it's just one of those rare things you get to catch up with some of the old crew. I've referred to them as the old crew, the crew from ECN 1.0. So breakthrough, Mahela's out there now. He gets a chance to get stuck into it. Chowan got 1 for 9, and Striker's right on top here. Hippo's really, really struggling here with this run rate. And chases a wide one, but not the footwork, and just dot ball. So the tournament we have here, 5 teams playing in this ECS. Each team will play the other teams twice. That means there's 8 group games per team all the way through. So that's 20 group games. So for Monday through to Friday, 4 games a day. There's the group games for you. Top 4 teams play finals on Saturday. There'll be just one team to miss out on finals, and we'll know who that is on Friday afternoon, of course. Well, I managed to get inside. Yeah, they're a bit streaky. It's going to go all the way to the banjo rope. Well, that's one way to get off the mark, I guess. Take them any way you can get them. An inside edge could have easily cannoned onto the stumps, and it's found its way all the way to the banjo rope in front of the signs there. Have a look at the replay one more time. What's gone wrong here? Steps across. Oh, that's close to the leg stump. That is so close. Didn't hear the clatter of leather into timber. It's 4 for his trouble. We continue. Very ambitious appeal, lone appeal there. Going to scurry through, though, for a leg by. There was no bat on that, but well outside the line, definitely going down. So that's how things are going to unfold this week with 5 teams battling out in the group stages, 4 teams battling it out on Saturday, and 1 team to hold the trophy aloft on Saturday afternoon. Gets it through mid-wicket. Who wasn't too fussed, because deep mid-wicket comes off the banjo rope with a good strong arm, and everyone misses that one. And the bowler missed it. He was too busy walking back to his mark. Wasn't interested in taking that. It's funny how some bowlers have that sort of attitude of, well, someone else can field it. I'm just, I'm here to bowl. I'm not here to take the throw from the outfield. Last ball has been hit high. It's holding up in the wind, and this is what we've been talking about all morning, and that's a really well-judged catch. And would you believe it? It's going to be Sahil Chowan with his second catch off the bowling of Shakil Chowan, and that is another wicket to fall. Disappointment there. Big disappointment. Mahela Dub has to go, and he's gone early, so only 4 runs for him off 4 balls. Trying to accelerate, trying to get that length delivery and pop it out of the ground, and it just held up. 30 for 2, 3 overs gone. Hippo's in trouble. Stuart Hook marches his way to the centre. Let's see if he can bring his experience in. And Lynn, if you're still out there watching, young Stuart is going to get a chance to maybe get some runs on the board now. He'll have to start from the non-striker's end. That was the last ball of the over. Harry Agarwal still out there. He's on 19. He's got 1 6 and 2 4s. But yeah, this is turning into a bit of trouble there for the Hippos. Run rate required now at 25. They're currently going at 10. And 2 wickets falling in that over. There's an over which was bookmarked. Oh, sorry, bookended with 2 wickets. As we start next over. It's been lifted over the head of the player's square on the leg side, over for 6 runs. So Harry hitting the ball nicely. He's marched his way up to 25 now. Just need to make sure that the players around him can try to contribute with the bat as well. Nice one, Lynn. I'll make sure he knows you've sent a bit of love his way. Let's see if he can get amongst the runs when he gets his turn to get on strike. Right now, it's Hari Agarwal. Gets down on one knee, tries to absolutely belt this one. He goes pretty fine as well. He's done well. Really done well to manufacture that one. Doesn't try to go square. There is a banjo rider square, but there's nobody behind square. And that's exactly the part of the ground he targeted. Very clever batting, good striking. Couple of 6s in a row here. Agarwal showing his quality. Doing a great job. Hello to Scotty, tuning in from the Eastern Supporters Club of Australia. Good to see you. Good evening. Thanks very much for the shout out there too, Scotty. You're a champ. And thanks for, I saw the clip you posted on Instagram over the weekend too. Thanks again for the shout out. Always appreciated. If you're not following the ECN Supporters Club Australia on Instagram, then I'm not sure what you're doing, because you need to follow that. It's a great account, great footage, great work. Everyone's down. Batter's down on his moneymaker going for the reverse. Wicket keeper takes the bails off, and Hari's only just hurt his backside and maybe a little bit of his pride as well. Entertaining dot ball, that one. Oh, poor old Vishal in the chat, asking a lot of questions and not saying it nicely. And this is a catch that's really well taken, popped up in the air. Once again, that wind held it up, and just a last-minute stretch of the fingertips by the catcher coming in there. Couldn't quite see who it was. I think it was Arslan Amjad, who, luckily for him, he's got long arms, and I think he's indicating to his captain Habib, he's saying, you know, I know I almost spilled it, but that ball is just getting taken away from the fielders in the breeze. They should be able to know this. They know this ground really well. It's the home. It's the home of Tallinn cricket here. All these two teams play here all the time. They're playing on the weekend in the local league. That's almost gotten away from him. Came in, and maybe just the fielders coming in for these skide catches hit down the ground. Just take an extra step in and look to take it in front of your chest, maybe, rather than right at the end of your fingertips with your arms extended. But good catch taken. Very good catch taken nonetheless. It's 42 for 3. We're still inside the fourth. And with wickets falling a bit regularly now, this is big trouble now for the Hippos. Chauveau gets into the wickets. A little bit expensive he's been. 1 for 27 from his 1.4 deliveries. 2 to come. Just pushes that one a bit wide. I think there might have been a bit of a feather edge on that one. Just keep your eye on the umpires. I'm pretty sure otherwise it might have been called wide. No, it's byes. Must have just nicked a little bit of the tram line on the way past. All byes. So 2 new batters out there at the moment. Ahmed's just faced his first ball. Hook still hasn't had a chance to face delivery yet. Now he gets a chance. Lynn, hope you're tuning in for this one. Lovely strike. Really well placed it through the extra cover region, away from the fielder who's in close there, close in the infield at point, and finds the boundary up with his first strike off the bat. Nice work there from Hookie. Good shot. And it's going to also end the over. So 47 for 3 after 4, still needing another 158 runs of 36 deliveries. You get the feeling that that's more than likely not going to happen. More than likely, but we will see. Need to go at 26.3 and over. Never know while Stuart's out there. If he knows his parents are watching, that may just fire him up a little bit. Sometimes it's all people need, just to know who's watching. Peter couldn't get the message out there before he went out to bat. Never mind. Scotty enjoyed the shot too. It was a good shot. First up for Stuart to play that lovely drive. Lofted. No danger, though, as we start the next day with Habib. I think that's just wrapped him on the pads out well outside the leg, and a leg by shown there. Ahmed a little bit filthy with himself. He didn't get something more on that one. Okay. Stuart Hook now facing up to the captain, Habib Khan, who belted himself to an unbeaten 100 in the previous innings for the Strikers. Just been pushed. It goes a bit off an edge, but it goes to square leg for a single, turning the strike over again. 49 for 3 then on the board. It's taken a little while to bring up the 50 for the team. In comparison, the Strikers had the 50 up inside the power play. I think they had 59 off the power play in the end. Square driven, 4 runs, nice shot. So these latter bowlers, just copping a bit of stick here. Habib hit to the boundary nicely. course, with the power play done, the field is spread far and wide. I'll get to the deep fielders just after this delivery. Ooh, they pitched up nicely. There's one of the deep fielders at third. Then from third, if you come around the left, around the outfield, you have a deep point, slightly backward a point. You have a deep cover, a long off, a long on, and there's a massive gap from long on all the way around to a deep backward square leg. Mid-wicket is up inside the circle, no deep mid-wicket, although long on has pushed around a little bit wider. Maybe trying to cover those two positions there. That is Amjad, who's there, who just took a catch one over and a bit ago. So he's got a lot of territory to cover there. But, Captain Khan, he knows what he's doing. As he comes trundling in again. And it's a good ball. That's the proper length. And not much that Hook can do. Just push it back to the bowler. And that is a pretty good over in the end. Just the one boundary from it. So 7 runs in total from that over. It is 54 for 3 after 5. Halfway through the allotment of overs. And then not even close to halfway to getting the runs here on this first match this morning in ECS Estonia. Welcome to everybody. If you just joined us, good to have your company. This is match 1 of day 1. And we're here for 7 days in total. Just so you know. Thank you, Lynn, for that shout out. It's wonderful. Wonderful to have your company. And a few people in the chat asking about toss news and team news. You can go to ecn.cricket and you can find all the news there of the next match coming up. Toss information will be posted. And, of course, the team lists will be posted as well. All the stats and all the information you need. Just go to ecn.cricket, click on events, go to the event you need, which, of course, is ECS Estonia. And you've got all the information there for you. Maybe one of our mods might pop that into the chat as well. I'll see if I can quickly do that, if I can multitask and try to drop that link in the chat for you. Come on, Phil, you can do it. There you go. And there you go. So I've just put the link there in the chat for everybody. That's the ecn.cricket, the events. Click on that and you can go to this event. It'll take you right there and it will show you all information about the teams, the stats, and the links. And that's a really good catch. Wow, can you believe it? He cannot believe it. The look of it and the expression on Hook's face is really something there. That's something for you, Lynn. He could not believe that there was someone fielding there that close in that position. And if we get a replay on this one, it'll tell a real story about how Stuart could not believe it. He gestured and he said, "Really? You were there all along? Unbelievable." But unfortunately for him, he has to go, and that's a disappointment. So 5 from only a handful of the deliveries, and it's the 4th wicket to fall, 55 for 4 now. Have a look at this replay, folks. This is quite something. Cuts close to the body and straight into the hands. Nice caught. Good bit of camera work. Nope. Go back. Well, the cameraman thought it had gone all the way for 4, but it's a shame we couldn't keep it on Stuart because his expression told a real tale there. Nicely done there. Thanks for that, Kenneth. That was excellent. He was not happy at all. Oh, dear. So, Hippos, 55 for 4, halfway through the 6th. So we continue there with that wicket falling. Elias Hassan strikes, and he's almost striking again. That was perilously close to another wicket there. Gets a very healthy edge, and this time the player at short third cannot get hands on that and goes for 4 runs. So nice way to start the your innings, albeit slightly a little bit nervy there. Henry Pattenden, he'll want to get a bit of revenge here on the bowling attack of the strikers because he got taken. Well, I wouldn't say got taken to the... Well, he did get taken to the cleaners, didn't he? 54 off his 2 overs. Didn't pick up a wicket. So he's got a real chance here maybe to step up. Shot. Absolutely terrific shot there. Deep mid-wicket. That was a really good shot. Hit through the line of the ball. Goes a little bit agricultural, but it's a good shot. And welcome to Uzzy 2917, who's joined us. Look at you. Your name in blue. Fantastic stuff. Elevates, and this time this goes the other side of the ground, a couple of bounces, and she goes across the rope. Thought it bounced just inside the rope. No, it goes across the rope for another 6. So a bit of good hitting there by Henry Paddington, who came to the wicket and just went crash, crash, bang. 4, 6, 6. Races his score up now to 16 from those 3 deliveries faced. The score is, for Hippos, 71 for 4. 6 overs gone. Good to see Robot active this morning as well. Always a pleasure. Love your work, Robot. Stepping up for ECN as you always do. And we look to start next over now. It's going to be, I think it's Habib Khan will continue. It is indeed. Just getting his field organised then. I don't think the strikers I'm going to worry about here. I'm sure the Hippos will struggle big time to try and catch up to them. They're going to need a lot of runs really quickly indeed. As Habib comes bounding in again. Taking that one a little bit low. But the good news is I think it's missed both his legs, so that's okay. Just keep an eye on the batter, make sure he actually is okay. Quite a sight when you see a member of the crew doing a Hail Mary. Alrighty. So the score is just sitting on 71 for 4. Start with a dot. Start with a couple of dots. Middle order of the Hippos going to be tested here. Good for them to get a little bit of form. It's just the first game of the morning of this ECS. That's a good strike. That puts Habib 1 bounce. And that ball really did hold up there. 1 bounce just inside the rope and finds its way over the line for 4 runs. The strikers having it all their own way at the moment. And they will pick up the win here. As the run rate tumbles beyond 6 runs per ball. Straight to the player at mid-wicket who leisurely shy at the stumps, not really with anything really needed apart from just getting it back towards the bowler. Backed up though, nicely done. Just the 1 run. So 2 to come, 76 for 4. Deep mid-wicket will come into play there and just the 1 again. So a bit of a rush of blood from Paddington just a few moments ago, but settles in now. Gets himself up to 16. Ahmed, he's on 10 from 10 deliveries faced. And there'll be a bit of work here for this team, the Hippos, over the rest of this week. See if they can try and get themselves into a winning position. So we've still got a few overs to go, but the next match coming your way on the European Cricket Network will be the Hippos returning, this time against the Tallinn Stallions. And that is the second match, which will start... Well, we'll give you the start time soon because we did start the first game just a little bit late. But we are looking to start that game a little bit closer to the regular start time. The advertised start time is in about 18 minutes' time. But I think we've still got a little bit to go. So when we get to the end of this match, I will confirm for you when it starts. There's still 3 overs to go. Khan finishes with none for 12 from 2 overs. Really good bit of bowling from him. What you heard there was the wind really playing up and knocking the door to the shed into the side of the shed. I call it a shed. Yeah, I guess it is a shed. It's a wooden cabin. A wooden cabin. Probably the best way to describe it. So it's going to be a change of bowler now. Just trying to see who it is. I think it might be Davala who's coming on to bowl. It is indeed Tarun Davala. And here we go. This is the 8th over starting now, 78 for 4. And this has been hit hard and high towards leg side. It's gone backwards square. Gets caught up in the wind yet again. I sound like a broken record by the time we get to the end of today. Because you kind of figure on a still day, that shot would have gone all the way for 6 on a 50-metre boundary. In the end, they just get the 1 from it. No, they had to get back for 2, sorry. They did manage to scamper back for a couple. So 80 on the board. Now, was there an edge on that one? There was indeed. Could hear the nick from here. And the appeal was not an over-enthusiastic appeal. It was just a genuine, yep, umpire, what do you think? Umpire had no hesitation in putting the finger up and saying to Ahmed, you're gone. And he has to go now. So he's got 13 from 13. Just a couple of boundaries for his name, and that is the 5th wicket to fall here in this match. 80 for 5, 7.2 overs gone. And this game is, as I do tend to say about this time of every match, it is petering out to its logical conclusion, which is going to be the strikers with a big wing over the Hippos in this first match of ECS Estonia 2026 edition. Well bowled. Deserve the wicket. Well bowled. And the middle order with a bit of work to do. Be good for them to stand up and just show a little bit of fight. Expect that from the Hippos. They're a spirited side. Pattenden's still out there on 17 from 4. Parkin is just joining him now. He's a left-hander. Haven't really moved haven't moved anyone around. Everyone's pretty much stayed in their positions. Straight shot, and that should be fielded by the man at long on. It is, and now he's going to become the man at long off for the right-hander. So Parkin off the mark straight away. And let's see if Pattenden can get after the bowlers here. Might as well. You sort of get the feeling that, just he'd be the guy to just throw the bat around. He got really taken apart by the batters in the first innings. Wide ball there. We'll have that one again. None for 54 of his 2 overs. He tried coming in off the long run in his first over to Pattenden, and then he had to change it up to a very short ball, taking pace off. But if anything, I think it actually exacerbated the problem, and he got taken for a supersonic over of 30-odd runs, I think it was. Or definitely was 30-something, because it was definitely supersonic. This one's popped up in the air, holds up, and ends up being a pretty easy catch for Habib Khan, coming off the boundary rope on the covers, and holds the catch just under the chin. Nicely caught. And so it's a 2nd wicket in the over. And Davala just coming on to bowl. He's going to bowl this one. Then he's probably going to bowl the 10th, actually. Might as well. I mean, he's got 2 for 4 after 4 deliveries. And the Hippos just fading here. Keeper Marco is coming out to the crease now. Nice little rush of blood there from Henry. He got 17 from just 5 deliveries faced with 2 big towering 6s and a 4. So he was in the right mood. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to elevate that one out of the ground and was caught pretty much halfway from the boundary rope to the inner circle. So it did hold up quite a fair bit. It looked good off the bat, but in the end, it just didn't have the legs to get to the boundary rope. So wicketkeeper Marco Vake now facing. Clubs along the ground, and it goes straight to Habib Khan, who has a little bit of a spill. But it doesn't get past him to the boundary rope, and that's the most important thing. And he's off the mark straight away, is Marco. Well done. Parkin now, he's only faced 1 from 1. Well, both batters are now just 1 from 1 delivery. Score up to 83 for 6. And this is last ball of a very successful over from Tarun. He's got 2 for 5, plus this coming up. Goes leg side with a towering shot. That's carried the rope and then some. That's a really good strike right in the hitting arc and goes across the line all the way for 6 runs. Nice hit, that one, to finish the over. And that finishes the over on 89 for 6 after 8 overs. Parkin helps himself to a boundary. A bit of cheering coming from the scorer's tent. It's good to hear. Good to hear the positivity. And now Parkin has to go to the non-striker's end as we look to start the ninth. So it's still 116 required from the next 2 overs. Obviously, the game is completely gone. People looking for start times. I'm sure one of our moderators can post the link to the events in the chat, just so everyone's got the information there. In fact, I might be able to do it because I've still probably got it on my. Yep, there it is. I'm going to post that one more time for everybody. There you go. ECN.cricket for all the events information, stats, news, toss news, teams, everything you need to be up to date and informed on what's happening in ECS Estonia. Goes towards deep mid wicket, couple of bounces, and just the one. That's how we start the over. And it's Manan who's got the ball, bowling in the ninth. And I would expect to see Tarun to come back and bowl the 10th, although, well, because Elias went for 17 off his single over. He did pick up a wicket, though. And wide shown there. We'll have that one again, please. $91 for 6. Hippos always going to struggle with this towering target they have to chase. Strikers got off to an absolute flyer in their innings. It was a 99-run opening partnership, and that was in 6 overs. And then it was, 105 runs in the next 4 overs, which just shows you the acceleration that Habib Khan and Sahil Chauhan really put the foot down. Mainly Habib Khan, he just absolutely got stuck into it like he was in a bit of a mood. Almost like he had a lunchtime booking somewhere he had to get to. This has been popped up in the air. Should be a pretty easy catch for that person I'm talking about. Habib Khan takes another catch in the innings. So the Hippos just fading here towards the end, unfortunately, as that is just completely mishit. Popped up, and that will be the 7th wicket down. And unfortunately, that's going to be Parkin who has to go for just 7 from 5 deliveries. Hit a nice 6 at the end of the previous over. Unfortunately, he can't add to it any more than that, and he has to disappear. So Khan picks up another catch, and he's already put his hand up well and truly for player of the match in this game with that towering, amazing century that he hit off only a handful of deliveries and chipped in with a couple of catches as well. Always adds to it. BK playing the tunes. Courtesy of Queen, of course. And that is watching the umpires off the bat. It's wides. So nothing off the bat there. So it's a little bit extra. Manan just struggling a bit with the line of length there. And trying to look to close out this 9th over as well. And got him. Simple as that. Indicated out also by the standing umpire. It was so clearly stumped out that even the standing umpire didn't really wait for the square leg. He just turned around to the scorers and raised his finger and said, yeah, I reckon that's probably out. And that's pretty much the start and end of that innings. So strikers with an emphatic start in this tournament, and they've really sent a message early to all the rest of the teams in this competition with this really crushing win over the Hippos, who just have barely been able to fire a shot, unfortunately. PK in the chat laying down the law. Nice one. So Marco Vague has to go, the wicketkeeper for the Hippos. He's got 2 from 3. And the Hippos now to 93 for 8 with still 7 legal deliveries to come. There's one of them. It's always nice to get off the mark straight away. It's Captain Sedgwick. So the score is up now to 94 for 8. 9 overs gone. It's 111 needed in this last over. Of course, the run rate is 111. Obviously, that's well, apart from being Lord Nelson, that's also impossible. They're currently going at 10.4. The run rate never really got above 10. Maybe just at the start, the first couple of overs, but after that, it was always going to be a struggle. So the Hippos hanging on here, still 2 wickets to go. It's down. Well, there's no real recognised batters out there at the moment. Sajith is the last one due to come in. He'll be hoping that these two can hold their nerve and hold everything together. Let's see if the Hippos can try to get a few runs. Try to get up to the 100 mark at least. That'd be good for them. Shakil Chowan at the top there. 2 for 14 from his 2 overs. 2 wickets to Tarun Devala and 2 wickets to Manan as well. Despite those wides, he got wickets. Just remind people in chat to let's keep the comments not silly and positive, and always keep them polite as well. I'm sure if you were playing out there in the centre and people were saying things about you, you'd want them to be all friendly or not say anything at all. Captain America, I'm talking about you, of course. Maybe just keep those comments a bit more positive than that. Always say to people, just put yourself in the player's shoes. If you weren't having a good morning, how would you feel? Leg side nicely tucked away around the corner. That should run away from the fielder for 4 runs. It does indeed. That's a really nice shot. Played it well. Doesn't try to overhit it. And that's some good signs there. Score now up to 99 for 8. As see if Santhaville can get maybe another boundary under his belt, bring up the ton. Ooh, wants the quick single, turn down. So a couple more balls to come in this game. It's going to be a crushing victory to the Strikers over the Hippos in this first match of ECS Estonia. PK's got the friendly taxi service waiting for those who need it. That's right, we've started the car. Zahid needs to go and climb down the tower for a Haagen-Dazs. I would go anyway for that. And that shot is going to bring up the 100 for the Hippos. Does it find the boundary rope? It doesn't quite find the boundary rope, but they run a couple. It's all leg buys, but it's added to the score. So the 100 up for the Hippos. Well done to them to get up to triple digits. They can take that as a little small victory. So 101 for 8. One more to come to complete the game. Here it is. No, it isn't. Thank you for that one. Oh, dear. Just pushed it down leg side. We'll have to have that one again. Tanuj Kadamanchi with a sense of drama, a sense of theatre there. Just making sure that comms don't get away with it too easily. Have that one more time. Notice I didn't say anything then. Learnt my lesson. Don't say anything, Phil. Wait for the ball to be bowled. Very good words ringing in my ears from our old colleague, Charlie Hunt, who commentated with me in Malta back in 2024. And that's one thing he said to me. He said, the end of the over is very elusive. It doesn't always turn up when you think it should. Thuds into the pad, and they're going to get through for a leg by here. Pretty sure there was no edge on that one. Umpire agrees, and that will be the end of the innings. It's going to close then with a score on 104 for 8 with that leg by. So the Hippos have gone down here pretty heavily, trying to chase 205 for the win. So it's a 100-run victory to the Strikers over the Hippos in this first match of ECS Estonia. And it's been pretty one-way traffic, completely one-way traffic here. So have a quick recap with the Strikers putting on 204 for 2 with Habib Khan, an unbeaten 126 off 33 deliveries. Really good innings from him. The bowling, well, they were savaged, absolutely savaged. The Hippos were put to the sword. In response, the Hippos managed 104 for 8 after 10. And a bit of a shining light there from Agarwal at the top. He got 31 from 11 with 3 big towering sixes and 2 fours. He looked pretty good until he lost his wicket, holding out to Amjad down the ground, looking to accelerate towards deep mid-wicket. The bowling, though, for the strikers, very good. Shakil Chawan, 2 for 14, well bowled. Davala got 2 for 11, and Manan, 2 for 5. Chipped in with just that one over. That was the ninth over he bowled, 2 for 5, but the game was already gone then, and it was already going to be trouble. So the strikers walk off, and they're very happy. They've managed to pick up a win early on in this ECS. They're going to take a break, but they're going to be back to play 2 games this afternoon. They've got the lunchtime match against the Stallions, and then they've got the return match against the Hippos as the last match today. So you will see the Strikers back in action. So make sure you, if you're a Strikers fan, make sure you join us for that. They're back later. The next match coming your way on the European Cricket Network will be the Tallinn Stallions taking on the Tallinn Hippos. Big match, that one as well. So if you can join us then very, very shortly, we'll be here. And I think it's probably about 10 minutes away. I'll check the start time. It'll be on your screens in just a moment as we take a break. You're watching ECS Estonia. This is the European Cricket Network. Phil G here to take you through all the action here in Tallinn this week. And I'll look forward to your company again in about 10 minutes' time when we start match number 2. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, for the second match here this morning on day number 1 of ECS Estonia. It is going to be the Hippos taking on the Stallions in this game, and the Hippos to call the toss. Tails, and it is a tail.
Oh,
Nice and easy. Hippos win the toss. Going to have a bowl first. Let's get into it. Match 2 coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ECS Estonia. We continue with the next match coming your way. So, what do we got on here? We've got the Stallions, and they're in action to take on the Tallinn Hippos and the news in the toss, which you saw just then. Thank you to Rado for all the coin toss information coming your way. Is that the Hippos won the toss, and for the second time in a row, they've elected to have a bowl first. Keen to chase, keen to get the Stallions out there. Our first look at the Stallions now in this second match. The first match went the way of the Strikers and really shut the door on the Hippos pretty heavily. Didn't really give them a chance. Didn't give them a sniff whatsoever. So what a game we had to start with there. Obviously, a century scored in the first match too. I mean, that sort of sets a bit of the tone for ECS Estonia with a 100 scored from, Habib Khan. Congratulations to him. I'm sure he's probably still listening. But they're going to have a break now, the Strikers. They'll be back in action for the afternoon matches, both the lunchtime match and then again, they're going to be back in action for the later afternoon match. And so for this game, the one that leads up to lunchtime, it's always just good to call these games as they are. The after breakfast one, the pre-lunchtime, the lunchtime match, and then the afternoon tea match. How about that? That works pretty well, doesn't it? So ECS Estonia, match 2 about to kick off here. The Hippos win the toss, select to have a bowl first. Stallions going to head out there in the middle. You can see the batters heading out with the umpires and followed by the fielders as well. And play is scheduled to start very, very shortly. We're looking to catch up with a few extra minutes that we lost this morning with the first match delayed by 20 minutes in total. So hopefully we can just make up a couple of minutes here and there. So we're not going to keep you too late indeed. Hello to John Gray, who joins us in the chat. Great to see you, John. And great to see everyone as well. Johnny, he's back in the chat as well. And everyone who's joining us, hope you are doing well on this wonderful Monday. Wherever you're watching from around the world, great to have your company. And I know Robot is lurking as well. So hello to Robot, who's already been active in the chat. So it's almost set to go. Players out in the center now, just assuming their fielding positions. Just looking around the field and see what happens and who goes where. Okay, I think we are almost set to go now. Right, so welcome to ECN TMS. That's what this is. I've learned something from my time with Henry Blofeld there. Apologies that we have a situation with the camera, which is being addressed right now as we speak. We will get vision for you in just a moment. So right now, you're listening to ECN TMS with the dulcet tones of Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Once again, hope you're well around where you're watching from around the world. We're going to kick things off here this morning. Henry Pattenden's got the ball. Let's see if he can do better than he did in the first game because he got a little bit put to the sword by the Strikers when he bowled his first over. And when he bowled his second over, he got even more put to the sword. So he'll be looking to bite back here and get a bit of confidence into his game. And that's what's really important as well. So very important first power play coming up here with the Tallinn Stallions. Very easy to say Italian Stallions. No, it's the Tallinn Stallions going against the Hippos here. Johnny here in the chat, just reminding people that this is the first innings. It's not a chase. And we're good. So thank you very much to the technical boffins who've managed to sort of work their magic and get the vision back on. Looking good now. Breeze is still very, very strong here at the ground, blowing. Well, it's blowing away from. It's blowing into the face of the batters. and it's coming over the shoulder of the bowlers, just coming over the shoulder of the right shoulder of the bowlers. So you can see that any shots to deep mid wicket or down the ground are holding up in the breeze. So the flat shot is probably what they want. Anything elevated too high is going to catch a bit of the wind and possibly be caught by the outfielders. We've already seen that in the previous match. Let's see how we go. First ball of the match number 2 starts. Swing and a miss. Good start. Good bit of pace there. Rifat Khan goes to try to pump that one out of the ground towards deep mid wicket. Just as I mentioned, deep mid wicket, and he's missed the lot. Rob Thompson says there's no breeze there in New Zealand. Lucky for you, mate. Lucky for you. Samaya Sumi in the chat saying, Pattenden, come again, 25 plus. He will not want that. Henry will want to have this a very, very tight over to start off proceedings here. As the wind really picks up and the door gets open behind me. Every time the door of the shed opens up, it sounds like a tornado coming through the effects mic. And that has been hit nicely for 6 runs. Goes all the way to deep square. Good shot. So Henry starts us with a dot. Second ball is backed out of the ground. And we say good morning to Monty, who joins us as well in the chat. Monty at Sydney Airport. Where are you heading to? Are you heading home, are you? Thanks for tuning in, Monty. Always a pleasure. Pattenden in again. And just misses his runner. The bowlers are running in. They are getting that very strong breeze, which is gusting, and it's pushing them just a little bit further. So bowlers could be excused for just losing that run up a little bit as they sort of enjoy the extra push. For the batters, hitting into the wind, that could be a problem. Tarek 1042 with a funny comment, and I'll explain why in just a moment. Hits this one across the line all the way for a big 6 out of the ground. So Henry once again putting it in the right slot for that strike. And that is hit so far out of there, out of the ground. John Gray, is Steph officiating? No, he's not. He's injured. He's as far as I know, he's resting at home. He's got the bit of an Achilles situation. Last I saw him, he was wearing a very heavy brace / cask, and that was looking pretty tough. The news from the doctors was he'll be in that for a little while. So he may come down to the ground, but he's not officiating at all. However, Meadows here, she's scoring. So I think we've just lost the camera as well. Hope we haven't lost the person. So apologies, folks. Camera's down. Camera's going to be put back. So we're okay. We do have vision. We're okay. We're just going to get someone up there and maybe lock that camera down. Alrighty, we continue. It's a better ball. Henry puts this one into the pads. And they scamper through for a leg bye. He'll be thankful that it didn't go all the way. Okay, I'm back again live, folks. Apologies for the delays there. There's still a few conversations going on just right behind me, so I just wanted to stay off air for just a moment, just while that's being sorted, because otherwise there's no way you'd all be able to hear me because of the sound of the breeze and just the crew just sorting out a few bits and pieces. So thank you for your patience. Bear with us. Hopefully it's all good now. I am speaking. I know you can hear me. I know there's a bit of a delay as well. The Stallions 17 without loss at the start of the second. Not a bad first over at all. 16 from it. Pattenden did well, though. Managed to find a few dots and wasn't carved up like he was in the previous game. And now it's Agarwal to try to just to put a bit more pressure on the Stallions, who haven't really been pressured here at all. Hopefully they can find something here as we continue. Swing and a miss. So that's pretty good there. So we've just had a very, very heavy, how would you describe that? A very strong wind come straight across the ground. We lost a couple of tents. A few cables got pulled out, a few things as well. And we're just looking to nail down everything here. I know at the start of this day, I was talking heavily about the breeze and about how it's affecting the players. Well, guess what? The crew and all the support staff are here affected as well. In fact, I'm looking across and the tents, with the exception of the scorer's tent, all the other tents have been taken down because the breeze is way too strong and it will tear those tents to shreds. So that's interesting. I'll try and get a picture of that and put it on the Spanish squad, just so our friends in the Spanish squad can understand what has happened here in just the first couple of hours here this morning. Chases after a wide ball there. So yeah, what a day, what a start. See if I can try and just lean out of this window and snap a shot there through the. Yeah, no, can't really get the angle. I'll try and get that for our friends. I'll take it during the innings break. Never mind. Into the body, gets this round the corner. Just going to be the one. Scoreboard ticking over nicely there for the Stallions. Score then goes up to 20. Still got a bit to do. Johnny and Monty like the gust of wind. Yeah, because it was just literally one gust of wind. And it just caused an amazing bit of carnage. It lasted about 3 seconds, but it just tore up the ground. It absolutely tore everything up. Even the players had to stop. Wide ball there. Already a couple of wides in the innings so far. Still got 2 to come. PK said with gusto. Well, that's me. Clearly. I'm the gust. I talk with gusto. Swing and a miss. Well, there's a batter trying to get a bit of gusto into his play as well. For Nidin, he's 4 from 2 deliveries. And Khan at the non-strikers end, 13 from 8 with 2 towering sixes. Under what is pretty tough conditions here this morning. It's lovely seeing conditions. It's very bright. It's sunny, blue skies, and white clouds. I guess that's probably fair to say. And another couple of swings and misses. So good way to finish the over, although there's a couple of wides in that over as well. 3 wides in total from Agrawal. And he finishes with just 4 off the over. Monty with a nice one there. He has an investment in a wind farm whose 2 turbines are called Gale and Gusto. Nice one. I'm surprised he didn't call it like Breezy McBreeze or something like that. We should get a wind farm here. In fact, if we had if we used wind power to power up all the gear here, I think this would be a perfect location here in Estonia. Seems that there's always a bit of a breeze here. And hello to anyone who's local here in Estonia watching on the stream. There was a couple of locals actually came past when we were setting up, stopped and had a chat with me. A gentleman whose name was Richard, who said his son played cricket here for a couple of seasons, and then he had to move away. Didn't tell me which team he played for either, so I was unable to get all the information out of him. But he said he's going to come back with a chair and watch a little bit of cricket. So that was really good. Get the locals down here. We're kind of in a little bit of a suburban area here. Off to the, as you're looking down the pitch, away to the right, there's a lot of brand new houses, a new suburb being created here on the outskirts of Tallinn. That's been hit away nicely, and that is going to beat the fielders to the boundary rope for 4 runs all the way along the deck. It was not a danger shot, it was nicely placed too. So Rifik Khan keeps moving along very nicely with the scoreboard. Ticks upward now to 25 for no loss, 2 overs and a bit gone. PK likes Gale, or Gale, all the different spellings of Gale. There's a third spelling. It's also Gayle. So yeah, nice one, PK. Good to see everyone in the chat. Keep that chat coming. Hit straight towards us, and that's in danger of hitting the Starlink as it just rolls past it and just past my window. Unfortunately, I was unable to get that one. Just not able to reach out far enough, unfortunately. Good shot down the ground. So score ticks upwards with that boundary as well. Now up to 31 for no loss. And a little bit of trouble for Hippos once again. Oh, this time goes leg side. That's a terrific blow. That is gone backward a square. It's been pulled low down to the ground, but it's been absolutely middle. And that one is out of here. What a good strike that one is for a big Maximo. That score is, starting to get a little bit scary out there right now. Just remember, if you're looking for all the stats, the news, the team information, you can go to ecn.cricket. I'm sure one of our mods will put that link in the chat for you if you want it. Plenty of information for you there. So umpire wasn't quite ready. Field was still moving. Bowling in again, coming around the wicket this time. Struck down the ground nicely. Changed the angle up, but it sort of opened it up for a shot down the ground. It does pull up, though. And Hookie does the fielding. So, Lynn, your boy's out there now in the field, doing a good job. Thanks to Monty for just dropping the very basic, pretty straightforward chat rules into the chat. And that's good work from the mods once again. Goes Ariel. It's coming up towards us. It's going to hold up in the breeze. And it lands. I'm not kidding. That looked like a 6 straight off the bat. It landed about a meter over the rope. And that was perilously close to maybe being chased down. Pattenden and Hook were really charging hard after that one to try to pick it up. And it just landed the other side of the rope. But still, 6 runs to the score. And it keeps marching on now towards 45. 24 off the over. It's gone magical. Now, this is up in the air as well. And again, teasing Stewart. Teasing the fielders. I saw in the previous game a hit down the ground, which Amjad caught. But it was a last-minute leap forward to make sure he took the catch because it just the wind just took it completely away from him. Anyway, the over goes to 26. It's a massive over for the Stallions, and the power play is now done. 47 for no loss in the power play. And Rifik Khan, well, it's a terrific innings. Anyway, you cut it 39 off 14 with 5 Maximos in that 39 already. And poor old Vignesh got... it was his turn to get taken to the cleaners there. 26 off his over. So, power play done and dusted. Let's see where the field placings go to. Long off and long on. Immediately drop back. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backwards square leg. And the other deep fielder, they got one more to push back if they want. Not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just looking to see, are they going to opt for a deep point or deep cover? Yep. It looks like Hook's getting put back onto the deep cover boundary. There, your 5 fielders out. As we look to continue, it's going to be Agarwal who's going to bowl his second. Went for 4. Only 4 off his first over. They'll love him to try and find a wicket or 2. Here we go. 4th over starts. Oh, that was so close. Good delivery. Keeper's down. Still down. So it was almost bowled shy at the stumps as well. It's all happening in that delivery. Very close. Ends up being just the one. Harry charging in again. Another good ball. Good bounce off the deck too. Good true bounce there on the pitch. Gets gets Rifik, who's on 39. Just mentioned before that 39, he muscled on with only 13 deliveries. He's now 39 from, what's that, another 2 more, so 15 deliveries, and just made it look a bit silly there. Just hits underneath that one. And that one's going to go leg side. Keep your eyes on the umpire who says that's too wide for mine, and it definitely is. So we'll have that one again. Score ticks upwards just a little bit more there. Projected score around about a 147 is pretty healthy. And I do believe now that whatever we can strap down, he has been strapped down. So wind, it's up to you. Maybe the batters are getting fooled here by the bowler's pace because that wind is really assisting the bowlers quite heavily here. Another dot. Great over this one so far. Just 2 from it. We're halfway through. Hello to Slippy Stew. I haven't seen you for ages in the chat. Good to see you, Slippy. You slipped in. Good delivery. Another good one. Close to the body. Almost tries to elevate it, just sort of pushed upwards into the covers. Could have easily got a nick there. Third is inside the circle, waiting for a potential edge as well. So deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover there, the deep fielders. And then a ring of 5 others. And that's going to bring Hook off the boundary rope from the cover boundary just for the single. So run off the bat finally. Good dots there. 50 up as well now for the Stallions. They are 50 for no loss with 1 more to come to complete the 4th. Chases a wide one. Not wide enough for the umpire. Not enough footwork there. So that is going to finish with a dot. So it's a very good spell of bowling from Hari. He finishes with none for 7 from his 2 overs. Very economic. And he's done what he can do for his Hippos. Unable to get a breakthrough though. So it's 50 without loss. 4 overs gone. But the Hippos just settling in now after they got taken to the cleaners by the strikers in the first game against the Stallions. Faring a lot better now. Just 3 runs off that previous over. Monty just reminding people about liking and subscribing to the ECN network. Of course, we'd love to see that as well. Hit that little bell as well so you know when new videos are coming. Keep up to date on our website with all the information. Punched up in the air. Is this a catch? No. Teasing once again. Just doesn't quite have the legs. It needed just a little bit more to get to either the long off or the deep cover, who have a bit of a meeting. And now bowler's just changing up the field a bit. He wants he's just plugged the gap, which if you're going to change your field every time a ball gets hit there, could be chasing that all day. This time he goes leg side, and that again is going to drop short. Henry Pattenden fields that one nicely from long on. They do get through for a run there. But once again, a bit more. If that was a full-blooded shot in the well, not full-blooded, it just had to be not into the breeze. That would have been caught probably. So this wind having a lot to do with wickets here, or the lack thereof. There you go. And the breakthrough is finally brought about there. So well done. And that's a very happy Hippos team out there. I was going to say hungry Hippos. That's all right. That's the game, isn't it? My goodness, Phil, don't go there. But it does finally get the breakthrough that was really, really needed there. Kuldeep Tekas has managed to get the breakthrough. And finally, there's something to cheer about for the Hippo supporters who have been watching and just waiting for that wicket to fall. Rafiq gets a healthy round of applause. Gets a little thumbs up as well from his friends there in the dugout. Cool Dip Tekas, who's into the side, gets a breakthrough. He continues now. So you can capitalise. Club down the ground, straight down towards the mid-off. Just the single, but off the mark straight away. So Patel will be happy with that one, just getting off straight away. Oh, it follows up with a wide ball, just releasing the pressure on the Tallinn strikers. There's only been 4 runs off the over, and then that wide just adds to it a little bit more. It's been a good over with the exception of just that, but the wicket and the dots, and only a handful of runs. And now this one's been punched, and that's going to find the rope as well. So 1 bounce, 4 runs. Sort of upsets what was a pretty good over to start with, but don't take anything away from Tekas. He has bowled a really good over. Ankur Patel has just joined Rifik Khan out there in the centre. And the score marches up then to 58 for 1. Thank you, Monty, also for posting the news about the Spanner squad. Yes, indeed. Behind the scenes glimpses, online catch-ups, and great camaraderie with cricket fans around the world. The Spanner squad, I was talking about Spanner squad before, it's where we, the crew, and we, the people of ECN, try to share all the behind-the-scenes stuff, and that's a lovely shot too. Worked off the pads, 4 runs, straight away, middled beautifully. Doesn't try to overhit it, doesn't try to elevate, and finds the boundary rope. Good shot. So yeah, thanks for that, Monty. It is indeed a nice little touch that we have there. Led pretty much, I think it's safe to say, led by Vinny very well. The Spanner squad. It's a nice little thing we've got going. Unfortunately, haven't had a chance to jump in too often recently over summer. But we like posting all sorts of bits there. I'll try and take some behind the scenes footage and photos during this tour and get that posted. I didn't get a chance to do a lot with the Switzerland tour. I do have a couple of videos and a couple of shots of myself and Henry Blofeld, so I'll try to post those for you guys. Just give yourself a little bit of extra something to check out. But that is indeed the Spanner squad. So, score 57 for 1 after 5. And Captain Malcolm brings himself onto bowl now. Tossed up and well outside the leg stump. Umpire has no hesitation, indicating that one is a wide. Ankur Patel, he's got 2 from 2. He's looking to get things going now as well for himself. Goes leg side one more time. Makes a bit of room, but bowler sort of caught out a bit here. Pushing this one down leg side. You think, though, with the breeze, it should be pushing it back towards the stumps because it is going slightly right to left as it's coming over the bowler's shoulder. Well, that one was bang on the stumps, and it's been picked up beautifully. You see the expression of the wicketkeeper. He's tilted his head to the side and said, well, if he'd missed it, I'd probably be wearing the bails on my face because it would have clattered into the top of the stumps, and it could have been another one. As it was played much better than that. So nicely done there. Monty asking if I got a few days rest between Toblerone and Estonia. Well, kind of a few days rest, but it was still a bit of work. We left Toblerone on, what was it, Thursday. And then Thursday was actually a pretty good rest day. Mars and I had a catch up, and we had lunch, caught up with some friends of ours as well, which is really nice, who are based here in Estonia. Actually, that's Stefan and Meta, who are here. It's a nice shot. And it was really good. Just those couple of days doing that, did a bit of explore. Got my steps in. That's the most important thing, of course. So thanks for asking, Monty. But yep, did all that. Tallinn is surprisingly smaller than I anticipated. From the apartment that we're staying in, which was near the harbour, I actually walked about 20,000 steps, and I definitely walked every single street in the city in those steps as well. I found a nice little bar as well, recommended by Mr. Maximo. So that was good, of course. Nice craft beers there. Danny Hudacek would have been very proud of that. As Sedgwick continues, hit through, not quite mid-wicket, goes a bit squarer than that. And just forward one, or tease the idea of a second, never going to be on. A good pick up and throw back at the stumps, keeping them honest there. Score marching up into the 70s now for the loss of 1 wicket. So yeah, thanks for asking, Monty, but that was pretty good. Then Saturday was all about getting the electronics set up, and also yesterday as well, a little bit of setup work as well. So it went quick, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The whole thing went very, very fast indeed. And that's been worked away nice and square. Good bit of fielding there. No foot fielding, uses hands all the way to the ground and protects the boundary. Good work. I think that's Hatridge's out there doing pretty well. Yep, that's Andrew Hatridge patrolling the boundary rep square on the leg side. Cedric continues. No, he doesn't. Umpire just inspecting the pitch, just making sure that the bails haven't come off and make sure everything's okay. Once again, does that big step away to try to swat it towards leg side. Trying to get air or to go over the top of the fielder down there and misses the lot. But this time the delivery was not wide down leg side. Umpire doesn't have to show any infringement. And we continue. 74 for 1. Last ball, the 6th coming up. Puts this one in the air. This is going to hold in the air. Should be taken. Watch your toes. Oh, no, it's been dropped over the line. Oh, Henry, what have you done? That's disappointing. Right on the rope. The back feet, the heels are almost on the rope and just taps the top and falls over the line for a maximo to finish the over. Ends up going for 18 runs. And it's 80 for 1, 6 overs gone. John Gray in the chat explaining exactly what needs to be done to Bobby Hussein, and that is, this is a Monday here in Estonia, and a lot of the players here do have jobs. They also have family commitments. Some of them could be also away for summer as well. So this is the catch, is that we don't always get the number one cricketers playing here during the ECS simply because we play during the week, not on weekends. So they've all got jobs to do. They don't make their money through cricket. People don't have $1 million contracts like you have in the big leagues. So you are watching amateur cricket, and you're watching the best of amateur cricket, and that's what we like to show. And that's a lovely shot through the covers as well. Gets past hook and finds the boundary rope. And so that's what we do on the European Cricket Network. We showcase European cricket, and we showcase it because it's amateurs, and they love getting in front of the camera, doing what they can do, and playing for trophies, playing for the win. But I can tell you right now, there wouldn't be any of the cricketers you see on the network with big contracts like you have in the big leagues. They have to work for a living, just like we do. Yeah, good to see you there, Ray. Thanks for joining us. So I hope that's covered that off. I'll probably have to explain it a couple more times as well. Big appeal given. So wicket falls slightly against the run of play with a few boundaries been hit in the last few deliveries. So the Hippos with a bit more to celebrate there. So Kuldeep seems to be the problem. He's the wicket taker right now. He gets his second wicket in his second over. As the appeal for leg before is upheld by the umpire. So Nidian has to go. And Milind Sid is going to come out to join Ankur Patel. Ankur Patel's going along nicely. He's got 16 from 6. Nice one, Monty. That's pretty much how it is. But you know what? I'm good with that. And thank you, Robot, who I mentioned earlier was already up and about this morning. And in the words of the immortal Terry O'Connor, who actually was the operations manager here in Estonia there for a few years, if I can quote Terry, the wind's really picking up here. But I won't say the rest of the quote. It's his famous quote from the European Cricket Network when we were in Czech a number of years ago. He was commentating I think it was an exhibition match, wasn't it? When we did a Schools Cool match, I think. And it was rather alarming as the wind really did pick up. Anyway, the wind is picking up here. It's a very breezy day here at the ground. And it's also new batter out to the crease as Tikas is keen to try to find another wicket here if he can. It's 84 for 2. Not quite halfway through the 7th. Still got 4 deliveries to come. And now we're set to go. Swing and a miss. Wicketkeeper spills it as well. Just having trouble with Kuldeep, aren't they? They're swinging, missing constantly. Good question from Monty in the chat. Anyone else want to have a go at that one? Is there any other sport other than cricket where teams have to appeal? It's a very good question. I can't think of one. Maybe someone else can. Let's open to the chat. Let's see if someone else can do that. Kishley with a good one. Football for types of cards. Yep. Yes, they do tend to appeal for their free kicks and their cards, don't they? Well, I say appeal. They appeal to the umpires, the referee's good nature, just by standing and screaming and rolling on the ground and crying. Anyway, 2 to come on the over. Now let's swing and a miss. Oh, Kuldeep wants to appeal, but he wasn't sure what to appeal for. I think he wanted to appeal for a caught behind. Then he wanted to appeal for a stumping, and he had to do a double take look towards the wicketkeeper to see, 1, if he took the ball cleanly, 2, if there was an edge, and 3, if he actually took the bails off. I think none of those things happened, so end up being no appeal. Last ball, the 7th. Can you believe it? Another swing and a miss. So this is what happens, though, unfortunately for the batter. Stuck on the crease, chews up a few dot balls, and it's a terrific over. 4 runs and a wicket from it. The rest are all dot balls. And Hippos wish they could have Tikas to bowl another couple of overs. Another one just like him. Need to work on that cloning machine because it doesn't exist. He got, 2 for 16 from 2 overs. Excellent bowling from him. Really kept things down very nicely. 84 for 2, 7 overs gone. Sort of feel that this is a bit more in the Hippos' arc now, this contest. Yeah, Ray tipping. Ray's also saying he can't think of a sport as well. Yep. Sedgwick comes on again. Pace off has worked a lot better for the Hippos today than pace on. So it's good here that Malcolm has brought himself back on for another over. Then who's going to bowl the last 2? Henry has still got one. And Vignesh has still got one, but Vignesh went for 26 and Henry went for 16. Hit towards deep mid-wicket. Bit of a chase on here. Well done, the fielder. Bit of a juggle and collects and throws. Oh, confusion, and that is going to be a run out. That is really good work in the outfield. It was a good quick throw despite the juggle, and maybe that's what caused the batters to go for that second run. Just that little bit of a moment of, hang on a minute, I haven't got it. I do have it. Good throw. I thought for a minute there, the fielder could have gone to the bowler end or to the keeper's end. He chose the man with the gloves, and the run out has been effected, and that is a good breakthrough there for the Hippos. So well done. Good bit of fielding too. Really good bit of fielding. Just kept going at it, responded to the call of the wicketkeeper and the fielders around him. Got the ball back quick, smart indeed. That's going to bring Vermukthi to the crease. So they do manage to get the 1, but unfortunately the run out happens, and it's Ankur Patel who has to going for that cheeky little second. He goes for 17 from 8 deliveries. Was looking good. It's come undone there. So 2 new batters at the crease. One of them's faced 4 balls, yet to get off his duck, and the other one is just coming to face his first delivery right now. So 85 for 3. It's a good position for the Hippos to be in. They can really trying to capitalize on the pressure that's been building up. Oh, that was so close. Not sure the keeper would have had any chance of gloving that one as it flies across the top of his head and back for 2. And off the mark as well. Papat with a good comment there too, talking about Monty's question about what other sports there are appeals. He says, in other sports, teams can challenge the decisions made by officials. Yep, that's also true. Can happen in a lot of sports. Another good ball. Using the breeze really well. They're just tossing the ball up and just with a gentle bringing the arm over, that breeze is grabbing the ball and straightening it and then taking it just slightly away from the right-handers. And then that brings those sort of false shots, which would have gone straight into the hands of a regulation mid-on. 87 for 3 on the board now. Still 2 to come. Thank you, Robot, for the update. From where I'm standing, I actually can't see where that's happened, but yeah, it has indeed happened. So this is in the air, and I tell you what, I've lost count of the number of times that Hook has been teased with the ball been hit in his direction, and it's either held up or it's gone out of his reach with the wind. So unfortunate for him, he's missed out on another one, but another tease. He must be thinking it's not his day today. So Lynn, if you're still watching, he'll catch one eventually. I'm pretty sure he will. And so 8 overs gone, 89 for 3 on the board. And Hippos, they'll be a lot happier with this result. So 2 overs to come. Let's go see who's going to get the nod with the ball. Okay, it looks like it's going to be new bowler coming on now. And it's going to be Sajith, who didn't get a bowl and didn't get a bat in the previous game. So they're turning to Sajith now and giving him a chance with the ball. That's pretty good from the skipper. Again, keeping pace off, not looking to bring back any of the speedsters. Very short run up here for left armour. And he's pushed the first one quite wide. Keeper had no chance on that one. That's going to run not quite all the way. Does pull up. Yeah, keeper was in all sorts of strife trying to get that one. Monty started the Buy Another Tripod Fund. That's called the Bat Fund. Good on you, Monty. Well done. Give you a thumbs up for that. Thank you very much for that contribution. That's how we are on the European Cricket Network. It's sort of like all in. Lifted, and that's out of the ground as well. This one's gone a fair way back. There is a collapsed tent, which probably should be pulled back a little bit from the boundary rope. It's probably about 10 meters, no, probably about 7 or 8 meters from the boundary rope, but I hate to see a player who's watching the ball just get their legs tangled in that one. But that's a big 6, big Maximo. Gets this one on the full, carves this one out across the top of extra cover. 1, 2 bounces, 4 runs. So a little bit of carnage picking up here, a little bit of momentum. Haven't seen a few boundaries for a while. In fact, it's been over 2 overs since the last boundary was hit, and that was a 4 that was hit at the start of the 7th. So you kind of feel normal service resuming now as the 100's brought up as well. 101 for 3. Punch down the ground. They should just get just the one here to long off, and they do. So these two doing nicely here. Only 3 wickets down. These two are pretty handy with the bat, so no problem there. Oh, Ray Tipping mentioned the Argos word. I haven't even thought of Argos for years since I left the UK. Used to live in Reading, pretty close to the Argos that was there in Reading. And yeah, it's just the waiting area was just so depressing. Sort of imagine that's what purgatory would be like. In a biblical sense, of course. So projected score is around about the 120 mark. Get the feeling this sort of hit as hard as we can in these last few deliveries. They should get to a 120 score. 104 for 3. 1 more to come in the over. Hippo's just trying to clamp down on the scores. This one's popped straight up in the air. Keeper running towards it and just been taken away from him. And that's exactly what I meant about the breeze. That's exactly what it can do. I call it the breeze. I mean, it's a proper wind. I mean, it's already taken out one of the tripods. It's taken out a couple of tents. So it's damaging. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 9 overs gone. 106 for 3 on the board. 17 off that over. So Sajith, who didn't get a bat and a bowl in the previous game, that's probably one of the reasons he didn't. But hopefully we'll see him back. Maybe we'll get a bat later on. But I've got to say, since he got hit for the 6 and the 4, he started with a couple of wides, got hit for 6, then 4. He really calmed down with the bowling after that one, caused a few issues. Asked a few questions of the batters as well. As Henry Pattenden's going to get a chance to bowl the last, and I like to see that. I want to see him get a bit of confidence here, trying to find a few dots against these 2 batters. Maybe even pick up a wicket or 2. So 1 over to come, 106 on the board. Expect to get into the 120s at this point, which would not be a bad score, but it's also a very much a teasing score for the Hippos. Expect them to get pretty close, if not maybe overhaul that. Anyway, we start the 10th. Hit to mid wicket, take off straight away. Nobody at the stumps at the bowler's end. Bowler was running back to try to take the ball, but no one got in close. And to be fair, the closest person to it was fielding in the covers, right on his heels, and was never going to get to that one. Which is a bit of a... Anyway, single off the start of the 10th. Short ball, hit up in the air, holds up, but great and is the run out. The catch was put down, just missed the fingertips, but the pick up and throw was even better from the backup fielders. So they managed to save a run there and also get a wicket. So 107 for 3 turns into deliver. Go to 108 for 4 now with 4 more balls to come. And the Hippos biting back here. Just upsetting things ever so slightly. Himanshu Chowdhury comes out to face just a handful of deliveries left. As I said, just 4 balls left, 108 for 4 on the board. Expected score still around run 20. Expecting to hit a couple of boundaries so they can from Pattenden. It's been pretty expensive. It's up to him though, if he can try to not let that happen. Well bowled. Caused a few problems there for the batter, who only just mishits this one square. Was looking to go to deep mid wicket or down the ground, and it goes very square. So nicely done from Henry. Good comeback from him. Monty in the chat there. Good comment there, Monty. Yep, you're absolutely right. These sorts of misleading comments is not what it's about. We don't like to see that. We will jump on top of that sort of stuff very quickly. Just ask people to keep their comments honest and civil, of course, as we've still got a few balls to come. So we're going to miss. Chowdhury goes out to meet the ball, and his first delivery misses the lot. So this is a really good over from Henry. Really happy for him because he started with in the first match with his 2 first overs going for 54 runs, and he could, people would drop their head and they'd be a bit upset about that one. So he's done well to sort of come back like this. Still under a bit of pressure though. Still good for the Hippos to see him dotting up a few times. No ball was indicated there, and scoreboard's just caught up with us. So free hit, and I reckon that's going to be a wide. It is indeed a wide. It's too short. So trying to show a little bit of venom there, a bit of pace. Henry's having a chat with the wicketkeeper and the batter. I think the batter's saying, you got to bowl it again, don't you? And Henry's just acknowledging, yep, I think I do. So there you go. So no ball, then a wide. Still halfway through the over. Scores up to Lord Nelson, 111 for 4. If you're wondering why I always say Lord Nelson when it gets to 111, I would invite you to Google that one. Interesting little story. Bit of history there for you. Picked up nicely, hit towards the dugout. That's a great strike. Really good shot. 6 runs off the middle of the bat, hits through the line of the ball. Doesn't try to go too cross-bat style towards deep mid-wicket, goes straight down the ground with a lovely strike straight through the ball. Didn't have to do too much foot movement either. It was right in the spot. John Gray, umpire signalled wide, then a free hit. It was a no ball before then. That's what that was. The free hit was carried over. But I think you'd seen that. You'd have. I just saw your comment straight for that one. So yes, that's exactly what happened. Well, he does finally get it's 107 after the number for 54 previous match, and Pattenden does manage to pick up a scalp. So well done. And in the dying moments of this innings, the score is now 117 for 5. Pattenden it's actually run out of. My apologies. I was watching some equipment falling over and I thought a wicket fell. My apologies, folks. It was indeed a run out by the wicket keeper. Just for a second, I thought maybe it was a stumping of Pattenden. So poor old Pattenden still hasn't got himself a wicket. Maybe this one, the last ball of the innings coming up, 170 for 5 plus this. As Ashwin strides out to face just that one ball. So score on the board will maybe be 120. I'll know in about three or 4 seconds time, and we'll see what the Hippos have to chase. Here we go. Final ball of the innings coming up. Pattenden charging in from the southern end. Straight up in the air. Well, this is going to be a tough one for wicketkeeper because that ball's going to be moving, and he makes it look easy as you like. So how good is that? Henry Pattenden does get a wicket with the last ball of his spell, and his 2 overs are worth 27 runs, but he does get a wicket, so he gets 1 for 27. 117 for 6 is where the score finishes there. Got off to a good start there with 52 for the opening stance just after the power play at 4.3 overs. And then sort of wickets falling a little bit regularly, especially towards the end there. And 2 for 16 from Kuldeep, definitely the pick of the bowlers by a long way. Harry Agarwal, he has to take a bow too. None for 7 from his 2. Really put some scoreboard pressure on the batters early on in the piece. And for the batting department, Rifat Khan was great at the start before he was clean bowled for 40 of 20 deliveries. And a couple of little cameos here and there, firstly by Nidin. And towards the end there, Ankar Patel and Sid with just a handy couple of scores in the teens. But still, it is a Goldilocks score. John Gray has hit the nail on the head there. It does have that kind of feel to it. You never know. Obviously, I was lucky enough to commentate a Golden Ball in Switzerland last week. You never know. Might get another one this week. Although, the ones that we had in Switzerland, we had 2 Golden Balls in Switzerland, both happening on finals day and both happening during the Eliminator. So I'm guessing I might have to wait until Saturday before we get another GB if things go the way they sometimes go on the European Cricket Network. But we'll find out in due time. Of course, 117 for 6, 118 for the win now for the Hippos as they take a short break and we take a short break and back with the run chase very shortly indeed. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. You're watching ECS Estonia and we're going to be back here in 10 minutes time for that run chase. Make sure you join me for that one. It is a Goldilocks zone. It really is. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the lovely Estonian rugby and cricket field here. There is a rugby ground in the background. You might have seen it a few times in some of the shots of the boundary where you see the posts in the background. There is a lot of a good rugby community here as well as obviously the cricket community as well. And when the rugby is not being played, the cricket gets played. So the locals are telling me that this windstorm that's battering us at the moment is incredibly unusual. This is very, very unusual and very freakish. So we've had to batten down the hatches. We've had to sellotape a few things together, and we've had to sort of jury rig a couple of things too, and I've come out with all of my superlatives on that sort of side of things. And what it means is the Hippos need to score 118 in their 10 overs to get the win here. It's a very tantalising and tasty run chase, this. It is a bit of a GB territory. John Gray in the chat mentioned this before. I kind of feel the same way as well. We'll see about this. Anyway, we're going to find out very shortly. So we've got a few issues with the cameras here. The wind has battered us. The tents have all been collapsed. Everyone's exposed to the elements here, and so it's pretty tough going. So bear with us. It is a pretty tough, rough day here. There is only one established cabin here at the ground, and it's the one that I'm standing in alongside Kenneth, who's pushing all the buttons and making all the magic happen on the screen for you. So bear with us. But yeah, apparently this windstorm that's sweeping through Tallinn right now is very, very surprising. All the locals were telling us this has not happened before. It wasn't expected. And being this close to the coast, I guess anything can happen as we start the run chase. Carved out toward extra cover for a dot ball to start proceedings. Hartridge opened the batting again with Agarwal. And Giwala with the first ball of the innings. Johnny here has to head off. Oh, now Johnny, you're heading off to hospital. I hope that's not anything bad, as this has popped up in the air. The ball is interesting enough. The player camped under that skied shot. He was going sideways for about 20 meters as the wind really caught that one, but he's held on to a good catch, and that is really tough there for the Hippos as they lose their first wicket with the second ball. Nice catch though. Nice catch taken. Watched it all the way into the hands. This is some real problems here already. So Giwala gets a breakthrough, and that is problematic because it's Hartridge who has to go for a second ball. Duck escorted off the ground. Well, there would be escorted off the ground by Wiki. And now Hook comes into the centre. So shout out to Lynn Hook. Hopefully she's still in the chat. Because your young lad is out there in the centre now. He's going to try to rescue his team. Hello to Helix, who joins us in a very wild Tallinn here. This is match 2 balance with the Hippos needing 118 runs. They're 1 wicket down, have not had a score yet. Already a breakthrough with the second ball of the first over. We continue. Oh, too close to play as the wind is absolutely battering this very strong, heavy wooden structure that I'm in. But just the sound of the wind getting through the gaps there is quite something. So sending in Hook a bit further up the order. I thought maybe Ahmed or Dalb might come in a bit earlier. And off the mark then with a push out through the covers. And they are the first runs on the board too for the Hippos. So the run chase has now properly started. The defence started earlier than the run chase because they already got 1 wicket back in the shed, and now it's 1 for 1. Yeah, good luck to you, Johnny. Hope it goes well. Please make sure, hopefully you can pop back and say goodnight to us before we sign off from here, and hope it's all going well with you. Maybe drop me a message in on FB on the side. Let me know you're okay, or I'll send you something after this game. Oh, what a catch. What a terrific catch. A one-handed blinder. Absolute blinder. Oh, that was an absolute ripper. How much did they enjoy that one? There's a proper getter. Stallions are mobbing. Take a catch. And that's straight into the good room. That's for the highlight reel. One hand extended out towards the right, falling to his side. A really well-judged catch. And the Hippos are in all sorts of trouble. It's over. Quite astonishing stuff there. There it is. wickets posted. It's Patel with the catch. Ankor Patel with an amazing catch, and they get Harry Agarwal out for a first ball duck. So we've had a first ball duck, we've had a second ball duck, and this is real deep, deep trouble the Hippos are in now. I was going to say they're treading water, but I don't want to make water jokes for an animal that lives in the water, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go there. Mahela Daub comes out. He joins Hook, and between the two of them, they need to resurrect this innings because it's 1 for 2. We're not even out of the first over yet. What an over this is from Giwala. Amazing catch at the short third position. And again, opens the face, runs it off the blade. This one's going to go to the boundary line for 4 runs. So that's a nice, confident way to start your innings. Runs away, and that's really, really good. Really good shot. And it ends the first over as well. So it's 5 for 2 after the first over. Still chasing into further 113 runs needed off 9 overs. A few people asking about the camera angle. Unfortunately, we can't change the camera angle right now because we had an incident in the previous innings with one of our cameras get knocked over and a tripod getting broken. So that's currently in the current situation of getting repaired. And once we get that one fixed, we can get the camera angle back up to where it was and give you a much better view. But just for now, just for the short while, this is what we're going to have on the screen. So I know you're disappointed, but you're getting this for nothing. We don't take any payment from you. So please don't get too upset about the current coverage. And we are trying our best to deliver the best possible product with what we've got in our hands at the moment. So bear with us. As that first over finishes, 5 for 2. Hippos in a lot of trouble. And I'm top in the chat. I'm not sure we're going to really appreciate those sorts of threats. Not very cool. Terrabox, thank you for your comment. Much appreciated. And we are working towards making this a much better quality for you. We are working towards that. As I speak, there are people here at the ground who are working towards fixing that tripod, getting it back up on a high angle so you can see a lot of the field, more than you can see right now. But I'll try and describe this to you as well, as it's a good follow-up delivery there. Good full ball outside the off and just blocked away there. Hook and Dalb here, just trying to settle things down. Just trying to get things back on track for the Hippos, losing 2 wickets in that first over. Pretty devastating there. Stuart Hook rocking back there with a big cut shot and misses the lot. The deep fielders who are out and about, let me have a look. You have a deep point, so they're ready for Stuart to play that shot he loves to play towards point. And that has been knocked down towards third. So third is back on the boundary rope as well, just the single. And they also have, what's funny enough, they've got almost 2 players in third. One is in a short fine third, and one is on the boundary rope at third. So they're looking to cover off where the players are opening the face of the bat and just running it away for easy runs, which is good. Now they're moving for Dalb. They're moving the deep point around to deep backward point. And umpire had to come in and put the bails back on the stumps as well. So deep backward point and third. So looking to protect behind the wicket on the offside. This time Dalb elevates and goes over the infield on the offside over cover. Looking to get back for 2, running hard for 2 and getting a couple of runs there. Well done. Good strike. Thank you to Zahid for your encouraging comments. And you too, John Gray, and everyone else in the chat. Thanks for staying with us. We are trying our hardest to get things back to the level that we like it back as well. So this isn't all about us just doing whatever. This is us trying to get things back to a level that we're comfortable with as well. So thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. And thank you for the men in blue in the chat for keeping things going in the right direction. 2 overs gone, 8 off this 2 overs so far, 2 wickets as well, and 3 runs only from that over. An excellent over, that one, bowled by Chowdhury. So this is going to be really tough. This is elevated as well. Holds up in the wind, almost pedaling backwards there. The player going backwards with the flight of the ball almost puts off the player coming in off the boundary rope, and I feel that cover on the boundary had a better chance of taking that catch than the cover going backwards. Almost sort of spoiled him, really. Dalb looking to go downtown, down on one knee, had his eyes set straight down the ground, and misses it completely. So it's interesting for Dalb. They put a player at deep cover, and they do maintain a fine third, but inside the circle. Got a hold of this one. That one should fall safe. Does it fall the other side of the rope? It does. It's a big 6. Nice strike. Came out of the screws and got them into double digits now. So the Hippos go up to 15 for 2 halfway through the third. They need that acceleration. As Monty signs off for now for a little while. Good to see you again, Monty. Safe travels to you. And we'll see you back here shortly on the European Cricket Network chat. Always a pleasure to have you there. So interesting now. They've plugged that gap. They've taken the deep cover and put it to long on. So chasing where Dalb's hitting the ball. And you get a feeling Mahala's probably smarter than that. He probably won't go there again unless it's a slot delivery. He goes to hit that one a bit square and misses the lot. There's also a deep square leg now for him. So they've got rid of the deep fielders on the offside, and now they're just going with 2 deep fielders on the leg side. Still inside the power play. Still got 2 balls to come. Sniper official. We know it's not a good camera angle, but it's better than no camera angle, and we are working towards solving that. So thank you for your input. We are working towards it. We're not happy with it either, and it's something we're working on. So thank you. Appreciate it. And let's move on with the game. So Dalb striking the ball beautifully here, giving a nice sort of bit of momentum. Back over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Long on and deep square. No chance of that one. Let's see if we can finish the over strong. Steps across. He's got a lucky edge on this one. It's going to run away down the hill and just gets pulled up inside the rope. Get back for a couple. Good running. And a good over for the Hippos as well. The third over finishes, and it's 15 runs from it. So 23 for 2 at the end of the third. So power play's done, and we will now change things around a bit in the field. You'd expect the Stallions to try to go a bit more defensive now. Hello to Azim Ansari. Says, hi, Coms, who win? I can answer that question for you in about half an hour because I really don't know. Also, I can see Bank AI asking, does Stefan Gooch not play anymore? He's still active, but unfortunately, he's done himself a mischief to his Achilles, which is why he's out for a little while, and we won't expect to see him play. Last I saw him was a couple of days ago. Got a very big, thick casque and brace on that Achilles of his, so he will not be playing, unfortunately. John Gray, absolutely. That's Meta and Mahala are brother and sister, and Meta is wife. That's why we had such a good catch up the other night. Myself, Marzi, and that group haven't seen each other forever. So yeah, John, good question. But yes, all linked, all related, and all good friends. Azim Ansari, you are more than welcome. Feel free to throw questions at me. Busted was asking, who is winning? Well, at the moment, I have to say the Stallions are just noses in front, but these two hold the key for the Hippos. I think this partnership is super important. They came together with a score on 1, and they need to make sure they can stay there. Stuart Hook was boosted up the order, see if he can help things along. He hasn't had to do a lot, and Mahala Dalb has hit the ball beautifully for his quick fire 20 off 7, but they're going to need a lot more than that from him, and a lot more from both of them as well. Papat in the chat, you're saying what we always say, which is, why would anyone ask that? How would we know? That's been placed perfectly. Absolute perfect. Past the fielders, close in on the offside behind the wicket, and finds the boundary rope for another boundary. Score gets up to 31 for 2, halfway through the fourth. Needing to go at 13.4 and over, currently going at less than 9. These two can find the boundaries a little bit more. That'd be awesome. Busted asking, can you speak Punjabi and Hindi? Unfortunately, I cannot. If Rico Fool was here, he could help you out with something like that, but sadly, I'm not one of those. I can speak Australian, English, a bit of American, and bit of Czech, and a little bit of German. But that's it for me. All the way along the deck, and just the single. So the scoreboard's ticking on here. Very good work here from these two. Holding it together. Well, Monty, you just rattle off the words there, don't you? It's fantastic stuff. Yeah, Papat getting a little bit of love from the moderators in the chat. Good to see. Good comments from him. So thank you. Score moves along. Looking for the singles here. 33 for 2. Last ball of the fourth coming up. Too close to cut. Asking the question of caught behind, and a bit of a delayed appeal there. Nothing doing. So Hook survives. He's got 12 from 13. Dalb has got 21 from 8. And between the two of them, they've managed to push the score along nicely with a 32-run partnership. It's 4 overs gone, 33 for 2 on the board. Last over worth 10, but they've got to be going at 14s now. Need to start thinking about picking up that. Run rate. Ray, you don't struggle with English. I see you. Anyway, want to thank everyone on the chat for engaging with us, engaging with me as well. It's not easy to commentate solo for an entire day, so it's always fun to engage, and you guys keep me entertained with your comments. So thank you for that. Thank you to everyone in the chat, and thanks for bearing with us while we're fixing up the cameras and getting the angles right. And I tell you what, there was a bit of hesitation from the fielder there who was running across right in front of our camera, and at last minute he stuck out the hand, but he kind of started and stopped as he was running out there, so that caused all sorts of troubles. Trying to see who that was out there. I think it was Nidin, who's already taken a catch in this innings, but on that occasion on the boundary rope, it is Nidin. He just took a little while to get second, and sets himself, but it carries the boundary rope for a big 6. Dalb here, the shoulders, getting stuck into the bowling. Very, very good shot, that one. I really like that shot. He gets another 6 to his name. So score picking up a little bit here. Mihaela starting to pick the right shot to hit. He races up to the 30s, 31 now from those 10 deliveries. And then he gets another little single, gets off the strike. As long as they're not chewing up the dots, that's what's important. The score marches now up to, what's that going to be, 44 for 2, halfway through the over. And Hook just pushes this one back, doesn't really look to extend there. Thank you, Monty. Appreciate the shout out. Shot, 6 runs, belted out of the ground, goes pretty square, maybe slightly backward of square, fielded by a couple of the strikers teams who are relaxing in the shade over there. They're getting set for their next match, and that's the game that's going to come up after this one, after conclusion of this game. Still a fair way away until that happens as well. But appreciate the support there, guys. Yeah, Rico having a break after his marathon effort in Hornchurch, and what a great job he did too in Hornchurch as well. And congratulations to Apex for the massive ECS victory they had, and of course the celebration is probably still continuing. Also give a shout out to the Zurich and Maverick Scarwell, who are probably still celebrating from their win in the ECS there in Zurich from last week. What fun we had in Zurich as well. Big thanks to our host federations all around Europe who look after us. They're fantastic. Zero Gaming, you're going to lose that message because it's a few too many emojis, unfortunately. So 5 emojis maximum. Just watch out for that chat. Our moderators onto that quick smart. Yeah, Julian Dawson, nice one. Yeah, Rico and Tina in Hornchurch. Yeah, Tina, funny enough, she was with Vinny in Switzerland to start with. Then I joined her when Vinny left. Then she left a few days after I arrived in Switzerland. Then I was solo in Switzerland, although I had Henry Blofeld to keep me company. Tina then went to Portugal for the weekend to do the Grizzly League over Saturday and Sunday. And then she flew to Hornchurch to join Rico. So she's been very busy getting her air miles in. Always an absolute pleasure to commentate with Tina as well. Absolutely fantastic. Well, it's great to commentate with, at the moment, anyone, pretty much. It's so much fun. I missed the opportunity to commentate with Rico though this year. Last year we did a few gigs together. Haven't had a chance to do anything together this year. Fingers crossed that changes. We'll see how we go. And obviously always good to contact with Mr. Maximo as well. My good friend Vinny Sanders. That's been cut away beautifully. 1 bounce, 4 runs. The runs are still continuing here. This partnership has now been belted up towards what's at 59 on the board. So the partnership is worth 58. They came together when the second wicket fell with a 1 run on the board. So 59 for 2. They need 59 from 28 deliveries. They're almost going at the rate required. They're almost there. And the wind is still howling here as well, by the way. You can see the gear is rippling quite heavily on the players. Just opens the face. Stewart there, nicely played. He gets himself up to 27. Mahala, he's on 32. And both of these two just start to assert a bit of control here. Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the competition. We're working on getting the angles better. And we're working on that second camera as well. I believe it took a bit of a hit in that storm that smashed into us not too long ago. Is Vinny now on Mini Vinny Watch, Phil? Thanks, Helix. Punch down the ground again, straight into the covers. No run, good fielding, nice clean fielding there. Zahid, next for me, after this, I get to head home for a week and a bit. I get to head back to Prague, and then I'm straight back on the plane over to Portugal with Tina. So I'm looking forward to that. G-Force will be back in action in Portugal for the Battleborn Cup, which we're looking forward to that one. That's end of the month coming up on the European Cricket Network. And after that, I am... What am I doing after that? I think I'm heading over towards Budapest in September. That's currently what's on the cards at the moment. I know Vinny is on home duties now, just for a few weeks. Rico's taken some time off, but myself and Tina are picking up a few bits and pieces here and there. So I'm looking forward to that towards the end of August. So 6 overs gone, 61 for 2 on the board, 57 needed from the next 4 overs. It could be a tight finish. They need to go at 14.2 per over from here on in. Currently going at 10. 7 runs off the previous over. So that over was won by the Stallions. Good comeback from the Stallions. And we'll see how they go. Lynn Hook's still in the chat. Hope you're doing well. We're loving your young boy's innings. He's doing well. 27 from 20 he's got so far. He's not done yet. Neither's Mahala. Hits this one through the mid-wicket. Mid-wicket does get a hand on though and knocks it down. Just gets the single. He moves up then to 34. His couple of boundaries dried up for him. Needs to get back into it though if they can have a chance to winning this one. Hippo's got a real red-hot chance of picking up a win here. Monty, no, not the Bubblegum Cup. It's called the Battleborn Cup. That's at the end of August. So I really try to enunciate that correctly just so you don't hear any static through anything like that. Yeah, the Battleborn Cup. That's going to take place at Santarém in Portugal at the end of the month. I can give you the exact dates in just a moment. Going to scamper through for a quick single there. Continuing now. Hits this one across the line. That's got the legs. That goes all the way for a big 6. Maximo smacked out of the park. Well, it keeps coming. Every now and then, just when the run rate starts to drop, they suddenly pick it up again with a couple of big hits, and that is really going to help the cause. So 9 off the over so far, 2 still to come. Need another 6 runs to say they can win the over, and that's kind of important. So both these two now getting up into the mid-30s. Hookie's up to 34. Dalb is up to 35. He's gotten there a bit quicker. But there's still a ways to go. Exciting finish coming up. Don't change your channel. And he just works this one towards third on the boundary rope, gets it past the short third and finds the deep third. So yeah, Monty, Battleborn, exactly, the Battleborn Cup. Now, those dates for Battleborn, give it to him at the end of the over. 71 for 2 currently, plus this. And that is the tee shot, and that is out of the ground over the top of the players who are waiting there underneath the ball where they were hoping the wind would pick it up, and suddenly the wind just died away. Couldn't you believe? Actually, the wind's actually died quite nicely now. I think we've had that little storm has passed us. Fingers crossed it has. 77 for 2 after 7, going along at 11s. They need another 41 off the next 3 overs. It's going to be a tight finish. So, yeah, the Battleborn Cup taking place in Santarem. It starts on, let me get this right, on, I think it's Monday the 31st of August, and it runs through to Friday the 4th of September. So that's at the end of the month, starting end of the month. So, yeah, I get to go home for a week and a bit. Then I'll be in Portugal for the Grizzly League Division 1 and 2 action on the last weekend of August. Tina joins me on the Sunday, and then Monday we are commentating together the Battleborn Cup. We hope you can join us here on the European Cricket Network. It's going to be a bit of a franchise situation going on there in Portugal, which is going to be exciting, seeing the players moving around in different teams and seeing how that's going to work for them. Looking forward to that. Hope you are as well. Start the next over now. Goes cross bat, and that has been pumped out of the ground. Tell you what, the Stallions, they're going to start to not really panic, but just start to ask a few questions of their bowlers now, because it's now 35 off 17 needed. Helix, you've said the magic word. I think there's a very good chance. You never know. Hello to Brad Atkinson, who joins us too. Glad you enjoyed the coverage. Glad you enjoyed the action. You joined us at a fun time because this match is getting really close now. Goes to the offside this time. Oh, can you believe the player in the covers has started going to his right, and he should have gone to the left. He's doing the hokey cokey and he's shaking it all about. He's completely gone the wrong way there. Giwala, who bowled 2 very good overs at the top of the innings, he was caught going the wrong direction. He's even explaining to his teammates saying, well, I thought it was going to go to the right and I've gone to the right. Then I've realized I've missed it to the left by about 2 meters. Astonishing stuff. Another boundary. Hook up to 45 from 25. Carves this away just towards the point. Says no run there. And that wind has come back as well too, by the way. Just when I thought it was over. They dragged me back in. No, hang on. That's from Godfather 3, isn't it? Wrong one. Azim Ansari still in the chat, enjoying it, saying give the strike to Dalb. Hook's doing well, though. Pumps this one down the ground. Going to be just the one. Unless they chance the arm. They don't. They don't risk it on the arm. They just take the one. Clever. 11 off the over so far. So it's now ticking downwards again to 30 off 14. Oh, chase possible. It is very possible. Dalb elevates to the offside. He's got the boundary. He's got the Maximo. He's got the strength. And that puts the score into the 90s now. The nervous 90s for the team. 94 for 2. One more to come to complete this 8th over. How huge is this next delivery? If this one gets to the boundary, either along the deck or over the rope, that is going to put the Hippos right into the box seat. They've got a red-hot chance here of knocking off the Stallions. Been a good chase. Been a really good chase. Got a little bit bogged down in the middle overs, but these two stay together, and it's a wide ball. How about that for pressure on the bowler? Pulls out a wide, and it's the first wide of the innings. What a time to bowl it. Knit in. He's got to finish the over strong. Doesn't. The Hippos do, though. Oh, it's coming down. The wind's caught it. Can you believe the wind has caught it? And it's deposited in the field of play, and it's even disrupted the fielder camped under it. Oh, boy. It's all happening. Bill Laurie will be proud of that. It is all happening. Well, the catch is put down. It was a difficult one nonetheless. Himanshu Chowdhury was camped under it for an eternity, and at the last minute, it just literally dropped right in front of him, about a foot in front of him, and it's completely messed that one up. Oh, Helix making wind jokes at my expense. Oh, shame on you. But fair enough, though. It is very windy here, Helix. We've already had cameras and tripods knocked over. We've had tents literally swept from here all the way into the neighbouring country. It's pretty tough going. Last over coming up now. No, it's not. It's 8 overs gone. Still 2 overs to go. 22 off 2 overs. So it's not quite last over, but 2 overs to go. 96 for 2 on the board. Chowdhury to bowl. He went for only 3 runs off his first over. Pleading for a leg before. It's very hard to get a leg before when you're bowling on that angle to a right-hander. It's very difficult to get. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult to get it. I think the umpire was quite right to turn that one down. Hook, clever, really clever. He knew where the gap was. It was behind square, and he has taken a full delivery outside it off and pulled it around the corner for 4 runs. It's a great shot. It's a clever shot as well, and it brings up the 100. Tallinn Hippos up to 101 for 2, and there's still 10 deliveries to go. So it's 17 off 10 required. Well, anyone's game. This is going to get close as the cloud cover is building up as well. There was some rain forecast late today. Hopefully it's not going to come here early. And of course, with that wind that's been blasting the ground for the last 3.5 hours, hopefully any kind of chance of rain has been completely blown away. So field placing all important here. Bowler in. Oh, shot. What a shot from Hook. It's a nonchalant flick, but with every bit of power behind it. So his 50 came up with the previous ball, and now he powers up to 56. So he got 50 off 28, plus another Maximo, puts him up to 56 from 29. It's 11 required from 9 now. And the Hippos have done themselves every bit of favour to get as close as what they have to the Stallions. Stallions will be kicking themselves because they've definitely not got enough runs on the board to be comfortable here, and they're looking a little bit uncomfortable in the field as well. There's a few players just looking over each other as well. Hippos with a red-hot chance here to snatch a win. Good delivery. Chops down on it. Just going to be 1. Really good ball, that. Chowdhury sensing that anything wide is going to be either taken to leg side fine because he's played that pull shot to just a beautiful success as Hook. Now, Dalb facing. He's got 49 from 19. No, he doesn't. He's now got himself 55 from 20. Brings up a half century as well. The two coming together and giving a fist bump, pat on the back. These two have done an absolute service to the Hippos with a fantastic partnership. Came together with a score on 1 run for 2 wickets. The score's now taken up to 114, so it's a 113-run partnership. 4 required off 7. Expect the Hippos to get home now. So well batted to both of these two. Just 4 required. Goes in the air. This is a catching opportunity. Oh, the wind's going to catch this and take it over the rope, I reckon. Does indeed. And that's game. Game, set, match. Wrong sport, but it's the right result, and that's it. The Hippos finish with a flying 6 there off the bat of Dalb. Goes all the way, and that is a huge, huge win there for the Hippos. A good bounce-back win from the loss they had this morning. 120 for 2, 9 overs. They have got a whole over to spare in that run chase as well. Hook not out 57 off 30. Dalb not out 61 from 21. And these two, an unbeaten partnership of 119 runs. And they've done that in, pretty much 8 overs. So well done to the Hippos. They managed to square up their ledger. So they are now 1-1 from 2 matches. And they will have a very deserved break now with the lunchtime match about to start. Well, starting very shortly. Stallions back in action against the Strikers. So we've... Sorry, they just had an interruption there with scorers sticking their head in the door and having a conversation. Interesting. Okay, so we're still going. So what was that? 120 for 2 in response to the Hippos. Well done to them. And the Stallions, well, they've got a chance to bounce back against the Strikers in the next game coming your way. We'll know very shortly when it's going to start. I'm thinking about probably maybe 15 minutes time, maybe 12, 15 minutes time. But a great partnership, gets the win on the board. And so we're going to take a short break. We'll go back here in about probably 12 minutes' time to introduce you to that next match, the third match coming your way. But for now, match 2 going in the favour of the Hippos, and they'll be very happy about that win indeed. You're watching ECS Estonia. We're going to have to try to do a bit of fixing work to our cameras, and we'll try to get that back to where we like it and where you like it as well. But thanks for sticking with us, and we're going to be back shortly. News from the toss next match coming up too. The Stallions won the toss, going to have a bowl. Thank you to Pradaranja in the chat, who's just announced that. We will announce it as well. We'll see you here shortly. Don't go too far. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and I'll see you shortly. for match number 3. Thank you very much, Kenneth, for that. And we are back. And a big game, match number 3 coming your way. The Strikers and the Stallions going head-to-head. And in case you missed it from the coin toss information, the Stallions won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So this is a bit of a turnaround. Going to see what the Strikers can do. The Strikers going to have to chase, aren't they? So we're going to see how that goes. So look at a bowl, excuse me. Strikers going to put on the board. Hitting it 126. If they can replicate that, then they're on the way to a big score. We'll put it in again here in the third match. The Stallions maybe looking just to change things up a bit. And they're hoping to put that loss against the Hippos behind them with chasing a score in the second innings. In this third match of today, remember 4 matches come to you today. And big action coming away very shortly. So we're still got a bit to do. Just looking around, make sure we're all good to go. I think scorers are ready. Just looking to see the scoring bench. We're good to go. And here we go with match number 3. Starts with a swing and a miss. Cricket Stars saying there is no end for this tournament till September. That's not exactly correct. This tournament only runs through to next Saturday. It's only a 6-day event, this tournament. ECS Estonia will culminate with finals day next Saturday. So not quite September. Cricket Stars 3117, I'm looking at you. But yeah, it's going to finish obviously on Saturday. So off to a good start. Off to an even better start with that strike. No mess, no fuss. And Arslan Amjad has pumped that one out of the park. Habib Khan not opening the batting this time around for the Strikers. He's going to come in a bit later on should wickets fall and giving a chance to a couple of the other players to get amongst the runs. So Shakil Chauhan and Habib Khan, the opening batters from earlier this morning, now get to sit this one out. And Sahil Chauhan and Amjad, they get to open the account. And Arslan has absolutely pumped that one out of the ground. And he goes back to back with another big strike as well. So a couple have been hit out of the park. And that is gone a long way back. So every now and then the breeze does drop. It's still quite strong here at the ground, but every now and then it drops. And that one has gone almost to the driveway, which is probably a good 40 metres the other side of the boundary rope. Shot. 13 on the board before you can even blink an eye. Well, chances are here, this one could come down to the field of play. One fielder camped under it. It's probably 2 metres over the rope, and he leans over the rope with an arm extended in the hope to bring that one down. It doesn't bring it in, and it goes for another one, the third, the hat-trick of 6s. So it's becoming a bit of a Maximo City out there. Hello to Richmond who rejoins us. Good to see you. You are indeed back. Chris Addison is back as well. Don't think you ever left though, did you, Chris? And of course, John Gray still in the chat. Hello to everybody who's joining us. Tries to hit this one out of the park again. Shy at the stumps, but the batters are definitely home. So turning over the strike very quickly and really early there. And it's good batting. 19 on the board. They get off to a flyer, the Strikers. They really do. And I know that someone in the chat made the comment, I can't remember who it was now, made the comment a little while ago that the Strikers definitely the form side with the bat so far. It's early days though, and there's a wide to add to the score. It is early days, but they are indeed correct. So far, they've looked very impressive, belting a very quick, well, in 10 overs, 204 runs in the first match, and already 21 off the first 5 deliveries in this game. And make that another boundary, so make that 25 off the first over in this match. So that is a very good start to the Tallinn Strikers. Doesn't matter who it is who's batting for them. Their top order, very strong, very dangerous. And Arslan Amjad is getting amongst the runs nice and early. Sahil Chauhan hasn't had a chance to face a ball. That will happen at the start of the next over. It is 25 for no loss with 1 over gone. Monty is about to apply the seatbelt. Make sure you're watching the stewardess, Monty, for the instructions on how to attach those belts. because you never know, you might forget. Strap yourself in. Have a good flight. Safe travels for you. And we'll catch you, hopefully maybe catch you tomorrow. If we don't catch you later today. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Anyway, start the second over now. 25 on the board. What a start for the strikers. Yep, Monty just saying catch you all later in the week. Hope so. Take care now. Now, field placing, you have a deep mid wicket, and the other person out is right on the other side of the ground to that player at third. Quite a wide third as well. There's a backward point, and behind him is the player at third. There's also a regulation point, so they're expecting a bit to happen on the offside. And scamper through for a bye. Nothing on that one at all. Umpire confirms nothing on that whatsoever. Helix suggesting, Monty, you start flapping. Put your hands out of the aircraft and start flapping there. Our roving cameraman is doing a great job. He's just lost his chair in the wind. Would you believe it? He stood up once and the chair got blown away. Watch out for the ball coming towards you as well. Goes straight over his head for a big six. Maximo hit down the ground over the long on boundary and right over the head of our roving cameraman. He's doing a fantastic job too, by the way. Holding the fort for ECN with some under pretty tough conditions here. As we're just getting the second camera up and running now. We appreciate everybody's patience with the vision we've had today. But as a few people in the chat have said, we're getting there. We are getting there. Don't worry about that. And thank you, everyone, for their patience. Tallinn Strikers, 32 for no loss. Goes leg side, straight to the fielder, who's just situated behind the square leg umpire there. Inside the circle, no run. Good field placement. So the good news is that the tripod has been repaired. It's being anchored as I speak, which is even better. And the new cable's been bought. Marzi's done a great job to get this thing back up and running again. We should have a second camera up in just a moment. How good is that? Strikers right on top here early against the Stallions. This one to the ground. Oh, it's gotten through the fielder. He clicks a part of the ankle bone, and the throw to the striker's end had to get on his straight skates to get home as they take the run on the misfield. Sometimes that can always end in a little bit of strife. It doesn't on this occasion. And get through for a single. It's the usual first day set up mischief. Indeed it was today, Helix. The wind didn't help. And it really has been gusting up. The locals telling us that it was unusual. They weren't expecting it. Tents have been were hastily put up this morning when we got here, and they were taken down even faster with the wind absolutely tearing the ground to shreds. And I was having a chat with Vinny offline during the break, and even he was saying, yep, this place, it reminds you of Vinod. And of course it does. I mean, that's my home ground. So yes, it does. Very windy, very open, very exposed to the elements here. Edged and flies away through the vacant slip area for 4 runs. The player at third was on the rope, but he was a lot wider. Needed someone to try to stop that one getting through. Can't do it. Up-and-coming events coming your way. Remember, there is ECS for women here in Estonia on Sunday. After ECS challenger and straight into the Premier Division straight up. The Battleborn in Portugal follows that. Myself and Tina at G-Force will reunite there in Portugal. It seems that Portugal is the place where myself and Tina tend to do a lot of our commentary together. It's a wonderful part of the world. Great facilities there at Santarém as well. And we're both looking forward to that one. Maybe we can find a golden ball, which has eluded us for a little while now. You never know. So a lot coming up on the network soon. Obviously the Belgian Premier and Challenger Division, something to look forward to. Really look forward to that one. 2 overs gone, 37 on the board. That over was worth 12. And these two batters seem to have everything pretty much in control at the moment. Stallions need to get a breakthrough here, need to find something from their bowling attack. They were savagely torn apart by Mahela Daub and Stuart Hook in the previous match against the Hippos, where the Stallions lost to the Hippos with a hole over to spare. The Hippos were able to chase the score down, and they did very, very well. Great partnership there. Lost 2 wickets in the first over for 1 run. Did really, really well. I can see in the background one of the signs has gone for a run. That's the win for you. It's torn up one of the signs on the far part of the ground. Shot the stumps. Well, I'm pretty sure the batter was home. I think the fielder's making a bit more of that than he could have. Yeah, I need to let the Fed know we've lost the sign on the far part of the ground, and it's gone for a run towards the hayfield in the background. We'll have to grab that at some stage in the next. I don't know if anyone could see that on the camera from the angle there, but yeah, that one, there was a sign in between the 2 white signs on your screen just behind the keeper, and we've lost one. Yep, and I think the word's gone out, and one of the Hippos is going to run around the corner to get the sign, as that's gone a little bit too far away. I think it must be in the neighbouring farmyard by now. That has gone a long way back. Anyway, we continue back with the action live. Shot. Bang, crash, wallop, out of the ground, square on the leg side. Normal carnage continues. Someone just opened a door and it sounded like the gates of hell opening up. That was so loud. I think not only the truck went past and the wind was howling, but while the door was open, I couldn't even hear myself. So apologies for that noise, people. It's very, very, very challenging conditions here, I guess is the best way to say. We're still waiting for that ball to come back. It's gone a long, long way. Absolutely middled on the leg side, and it's there's a little sort of shelter and a couple of more storage containers over there on the leg side square of the wicket, and it went well over that and well past that. This one's punched this one into extra cover. Good fielding, good clean fielding. Could have almost affected the run out as well. The throw wasn't as good as the actual fielding and pickup. And another single, so 45 for no loss. 2 balls to come in the third. Good power play this so far. Strikers love to get up to 50. Power plays. Now, deep mid-wicket comes up to regulation mid-wicket and long off back. Good to know in this part of the world there's also weird people who own fast. As you heard one in the background there. Obviously, compensating for something. 45 for no loss, jumps up to 49. 1 more to come to complete the over. And the sign has been retrieved. You see at the top of the screen there. Sign has been retrieved. That is gone a long way back. And lands probably about 5 meters just to the right-hand side of where we're commentating. Big 6, 55 for no loss after 3. It's good power play, very good power play. And the Strikers are in complete control of this at the moment, going along at 18 runs and over. And that last over also worth 18 runs. So a picture of consistency is what they are. Hello to Ash, who joins us as well. All right, where was I? 55 for no loss after 3. And power play done and dusted. Phil can relax a little bit out there. Going along 18s at the moment, which is a pretty good score. Strikers in complete control, as I mentioned a moment ago. We continue. It tries to put this one on the ground, miss hit, and should be taken, is taken, and finally a breakthrough. A wicket is taken there. Chowdhury, the bowler. Sorry, excuse me. Chowdhury is actually the catcher. He's run in the big number 6 on his back, holds a good catch. Very much happy with that. Fist pumping and really happy to finally get a breakthrough. And the Stallions can start to claw their way back into the game. It's been all one-way traffic so far, but this is good work. Hello to Kev, who joins us as well. Hello to you in the chat, Kev. Good to see you. And you can join us at a right time with Captain Habib Khan coming to the crease. Let's see if he can maybe channel some of his earlier success where he belted a 126 not out in the first innings this morning and got the first century on the board in this ECS too, which is very, very good too. So Nidin gets the breakthrough in the first ball of the fourth over. Let's see if they can capitalise. Bowling to the captain. I'd love to get Habib Khan out cheap. Pushed into the covers. Shy. There was a shout of easy. The fielder didn't take it easy. He went to shy the stumps down, and they're going to get through for a buzzer, just the one. So 57 for one now. Just a couple of balls into the over. Here we go. Walks down to meet him. Habib loves to do that, loves to walk down and meet the bowler and change that line and the length of the ball, and he's carved that away to the boundary for another boundary. That is a lovely shot from him. He's looking in good touch, really sending a message to everyone else in the tournament saying, this is my tournament. I'm the one going to make runs here. And so far, he's been so impressive. So 4 runs. He's up to 6 off just a couple of deliveries faced. He's asking umpire how many is left. Umpire saying 3, I think. And the umpire would be correct to say that. As a bit of cardboard comes onto the field. I think that's one of the boxes from some new piece of equipment that's just found its way on the field. Thank you. Good fielding. And we're set to go. Tries to get under this one and has got it. I'll tell you what, that was a finger tipper. That almost has gone into the hands of deep mid-wicket. It doesn't. It goes over and just flicks the fingertips and goes for another 6 runs. So the score picking up again, up to 67 now for 1. 12 off the over so far. There was a wicket at the very start of the over. It seems like a long time ago now with Habib Khan coming out. And anyone who's interested about the sign, it was rescued, but it's not going to be put back in its original position simply because it won't stick there. And one of those Hippos players is taking it away at the moment. Swing and a miss. Going to get through for, just watch the umpire. I think it's just buys. It is buys. Nothing on that. Nice one from John Gray. We did have a mini eclipse there. That's due to Wednesday, isn't it? The eclipse that all of Europe's talking about. Something to look forward to. Depends if the clouds clear here, whether we can see it from Tallinn. Absolutely monstered out of the ground, that shot. That is a huge blow right over the top of the covers and over the boundaries as well. A long way back. Big Maximo there. This over is getting, well, it has gotten expensive. It's 4 overs gone, 74 on the board for loss of 1 wicket with that 6, bringing that score around. And Habib Khan marches up to 18 already. Looking in damaging touch he is today. Sahil Chawan's been out there for 7 delivery. He's on 22. His captain's almost caught up to him as well. Terry Richmond with us now. Thank God it wasn't a full moon. Love your work then coming. Didn't we have that in Finland last year? I seem to remember something happening in Finland with Vinny and Rhino absolutely losing it on the comms. Does that ring bells to anybody? I'm sure it does. I'm sure it will. So yeah, Wednesday here in Europe, there's going to be a partial eclipse, but also a total eclipse in certain parts of Europe as well, I believe. Lovely shot. cut away perfectly. A bit of finesse there shown by Sahil as he just rocks back and pinpoints that one, threads the needle. Well done. Kishley Raj in the chat saying he watched Sahil's game for the last 3 years and he's a monster. I tell you what, that was a bit of finesse from the monster, wasn't it? Lovely shot that. And then he swings hard at this one, and that is going to only clears the boundary line by about 1.5 meters. It was very, very close, but just obviously had enough on it as well. So it's a maximo for him. So he's starting to pick up the runs as well. And this time goes leg side, and that is proof of what the monster can do, as he's really helped himself there to a big 6 leg side out of the park, and score up now to 91 for the loss of 1. And we've still got 2 balls to go in this over. 17 off the over so far as well. This is really good striking from the strikers. A name like that, you'd expect it to be, wouldn't you? So 2 to come off the over. Should go magical with another big hit. And there's another boundary there. Again, just pure timing and placement. Lovely shot. Driven through the covers. 95 for 1 now. This over goes magical up to 21. Still got 1 more to come. Projected score is climbing steadily. And in case you missed it, thanks to Rado for the toss news. Stalin's won the toss. Wanted to bat first. Sorry, wanted to bowl first. And that is going to be yet another boundary all the way along the deck. 4 runs. So have a look at those last 5 deliveries. 4, 6, 6, 4, 4. It ends up going for 25 off the over in total. 99 for 1 after 5. And if I remember correctly, strikers were 99 for 1 after 6 overs in the previous match. Sorry, match number 1 this morning. I'm pretty sure that's where they got to. They were indeed. They were 99 for 1 after 6 overs. So here we are in match number 3, and the 99 for 1 after 5 overs. So they're getting better, which means this score should probably pick up quite nicely. Current run rate just a tad under 20. 25 off the last over. 50 up for Chauhan off 13 deliveries. It's an excellent half century from him with 5 sixes and 5 fours. Now, Habib Khan, captain who's watched all the carnage from the non-strikers end in that over. He gets to get amongst it himself. Chases a wide one over the top of the fielder who's in short, almost in a slip position there, interesting enough. I would call him even shorter than a short third. It's almost a silly third, which would technically become a slip fielder. And that's gone a long way out towards the car park. So starts the over with 4 runs. 100 up, 103 for 1. Yeah, Uzzy 2917, our new mod, asking Supersonic over. Nope, Supersonic over when it's 30 plus. And Terry Richmond quite rightly jumping in and helping you with that one. We've already had a Supersonic over in this game. That was in the first match as well. And it's probably thanks to this man here, because he could do things like that. He steps into that shot so quickly and balances himself so well. And he's connected with that one and absolutely punished that one over the leg side boundary for another maximo. 109 for 1 now. And he gets feeling this score is properly on the way towards 200 plus at the moment. Kishley Raj is saying if he's in the mood, even 240 looks quite easy from here. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 240. We saw a 243 in Switzerland last week, and it was 243 runs in a T10 match. No wickets fell. That was when Maliar Staniksai belted a 175 not out of 39 deliveries, the 3rd highest ECS score ever, with 26 sixes. It was quite an innings, an absolute pleasure to watch. It's just everything that was bowled to him was put out of the ground. It was crazy. But from what I've seen so far from both of these two, well, we'll definitely see another 200 score. We've already seen one today. We'll probably see another one. Goes the offside and finds the other side of the rope as well. Stallions, well, a lot of head scratching out there for the Stallions. And I'll tell you why. They won the toss, elected to bowl first. Obviously wanted to keep the strikers away from chasing a score. worried they weren't going to make enough runs. I'd be worried now for the Stallions that they're going to have trouble chasing whatever's going to be finished here. The projected score's now 209. It is picking up. It is getting dire. Partnership's worth 60. Well, this has gone straight up in the air. Keeper is camped under it. Watch out for the wind. Takes it well. Eyes on the ball all the way into the gloves. So against the run of play, Habib Khan tries to keep going and just gets the top edge. It's spent an eternity in the air. Prior to that, those last 8 deliveries, it was either 4 or a 6. So that partnership ends up on 60. And it took 2.3 overs to get to 60 runs. 2.3 overs. I think any team in the T10 will probably take that quite happily. Chandra takes a good catch. Chowdhury gets the wicket. And that is now 115 for 2. Yeah, they can, you're right, Kishley, they can just breathe a sigh of relief now. But that's the catch, though, is that they still have Sahil out there. Shakil comes out to join him. So it's basically the Chauhans going head-to-head against the Stallion bowlers. Off the mark straight away. The shot, the stumps was on. If they had a hit, there could have been trouble there. Shakil just, he's not the quickest between the wickets, and he almost got caught stuttering there. And Sahil, who was running to the non-strikers end, he's asking the question about the ground and saying that looked a little bit slippery for me. What do you reckon? So Chower now, 52 on the board for him from 13 deliveries. Shakil pushes this one out just in front of square on the leg side. Going to be just one. Keeps the scoreboard ticking, the vital thing, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. So projected score is still 200. And that is the end of the 6th. Oh, it just drops down to 197. Well, it proved me a liar. There you go. Projected score still 197, 118 for 2 after 6. 4 overs to come and 2 informed batters out there in the middle. Looking to push things along. It's gotten a lot cloudy here in the last few minutes as well. Quite cloudy out there. Just looking around the ground to see if I can see any sort of precipitation in the background. There's some very dark clouds on the horizon, but I think that's all past us. Otherwise, it's still pretty bright out there. Still looking good. I'll check my weather app and see if it's giving me any bad news. Oh, John Gray thinks it was about no bowls at the non-striker's end. Well, it'd be a strange question for him to ask because he's out there experiencing the wind like the rest of us. I'd be a bit disappointed if he asked the question. I'd say, well, what do you think? Windy? You know, physics and all that sort of thing? I think sometimes you get cricket players who just like to have everything delivered on a plate. It happens, I guess. Lovely strike too. That was delivered on a plate right in the slot and it was smacked out of the ground. So the weather report here in Tallinn is that there could be some rain starting at about 2.5 hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. Goes inside out, goes flying back off an edge through a vacant third area. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs. So the boundaries keep becoming. Let me just quickly check my satellite map for everybody. I'm sure you've got your own little apps that you can use as well. There's a band of rain coming in from the west. And that looks like it's going to touch down in Tallinn. Go on, Phil. In Tallinn. Try that one again. At around about 4:30 today. So we're going to keep our eye on that one. That's what the weather app is telling me. We continue. Pushed into the covers. Good fielding. And a quick throw. Can't stop the single, though. 128 now for 2. Jumps up to 129 for 2 halfway through the 7th. Down the ground towards our roving cameraman, who's not roving too much at the moment. But he's getting some good vision, though, as well. Sort of start and stop approach from the bowler there as he gets a short ball past the blade. It was definitely not so short that was going to confuse the umpires, but it was well done. Paul asking how far away is 4:30 in Estonia. Sorry, Paul, I should give you a little bit of gravity on that one. Probably about 2.5 hours, maybe a little bit more. Sort of that kind of time frame. And it gets back for 2. One of the problems with obviously the weather apps is you never know if that rain front coming in is going to slow down or speed up with the wind. So I just had a brief look at it, and that's what it told me, that we might have something. And it could also break up as well. That's the other catch too. So I'm not going to put my meteorology hat on. I'm just going to keep the comms hat on. Just let you know what I see. But also, we'll let you know if it does happen like that one. They're asking me to talk about the surroundings. Well, you can see on the camera there how lush and green in this part of the world it is. The ground's looking an absolute picture. There's a fair bit of trees in the background. I can hear I think it's a helicopter going overhead as well now. They're obviously watching the game for free up high. There's a ball that's being hit out really high in the air on the offside, and that is a lovely uppercut for 6 runs. And that's gone out into the wilderness as well. So as you look through the camera lens there on that view, you can see there's some nets in the background. Behind the nets, there is a rugby field. Actually, you might just see the rugby posts, and that rugby field is used for cricket in the off season. Otherwise, well, when it gets a little bit cooler, they probably play a little bit of rugby there, but obviously not during winter, because winter sport here is probably just ice building, I'm thinking. Carved again. Waits on that one for a split second. Just a split second. Just waited on that before he brought the bat along and went crash. And that has gone a long way out of the ground as well. So these two are really putting on a bit of a show here. Sahil and Shakil Chauhan are really starting to put the foot down. Their run rate is going along still at 19. So 7 overs gone, 132 for 2 on the board. Julian Dawson's forgot what green grass looks like. I can understand that, being the heat wave that a lot of Europe has suffered. Hasn't really been felt up here to that extent, not at all. So we resume now with the start of the 8th over. Pranay is taken around the corner, and that's gone a long way back as well. That's heading out towards the rugby field. So yeah, a lot of forest, a very heavily forested country is Estonia. Very picturesque as well. Got a lovely but rugged, rough coastline. We're not that far from the coastline here. If you look on Google Maps to where we are, you'll notice that the coastline is probably, well, in the direction the camera's facing, go that way. Maybe, I don't know, 5 kilometers, maybe a little bit further, maybe probably 7 or 8 kilometers, but it's not very far away at all. Again, waits on this shot. This is really, really clever bit of batting here. It's been put short outside the off, and you can see there the batters, they just adjust at the last minute, and they wait for the ball rather than try and rush into the shot. They don't want to hit it in front of extra cover. They're looking to hit it behind point. So just wait a split second and then carve away at the ball, and they're playing it beautifully at the moment. 150 up with that strike as well, 154 for 2. Going along at 20s at the moment. This over gone magical as well, 22 from it. So that's not going to find a boundary. Well, that disrupts the play there by not getting to the boundary. Sahil Chauhan helped himself to a bunch of runs there. He's muscled his way up to 75 now, or up to 76 with that single. Shakil gets a chance to face a few deliveries now as well. Shouts to catch it. Catch it. They do. Holds on to a good sharp chance there. Good catch. And it's Himanshu Chowdhury who hangs on to another catch. So he's been involved in all the wickets so far. He caught Aslan for 30. He was the bowler when they got Habib Khan caught as well. So he's been amongst the wickets, and he gets a welcome little fist bump from deep mid-wicket. He gets across and says, well done. And the wicket falls. So Shakil goes for 16 from 8 deliveries faced, 1 6 and 1 4 in that total, 155 for 3. And that's a nice way to finish the over for the bowler. However, 23 runs from it. Ouch. That's a lot of runs. So first ball just mishit into the covers. Could have probably taken a single, but elects to turn it down. Mohamed Edisham is the new batter to the crease. Sahil Chawan continues. He's on 76 from 20. That's right, 76 from 20, striking the ball beautifully. Gets that one on the full, and he's literally got anywhere on the leg side he wants to hit that one. He decides to go very square, and he finds the boundary very easily. Good shot. So 161 on the board. Projected scores just dropped down slightly to 193. We're just at the startish with 2 deliveries into the 9th. All happens in the 9th, as they say. Well, that's what we say. Cuts and uppercuts beautifully in the gap there. Threads the needle between backward point and short third, and easily finds the boundary rope. If you're going to bowl it short outside the off, the question for me is why? And then the statement comes after that is stop it from the captain, because that's just too easy. Too easy to get runs there. You need to get that line much more onto the stumps and make that length a lot more full. Mukthi in again. Better. That was a better one. It was exactly that. It was fuller and it was at the stumps and had to dig out that length and just punch it down the ground for one. So that was a lot better. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Sometimes I make a comment. I swear they can hear me. Let's see. Let's try this one. I want you to bowl this one. Aim for the top of off. Just like every bowling coach has ever said to me in my entire life. Aim for the top of off stump. Well, it's been picked up and hit down the ground. It's going to bounce just in front of the player they're running across. He's got good backup, though. And Chowdhury does well to back up the player who was running across in front of him. And that was a little bit scary there for a moment. I thought it was going to get past everybody. It doesn't. It's well fielded in the end. Swings hard at this one. Fielder's not going to get that one. Nobody was getting anywhere near that one. And struck beautifully for 4 runs. So it's going to be, Sahil charges into the 90s now. I think that puts him on to 91. Wait for that score to tick over. Does indeed. He's on 91 from 24 deliveries. 9 overs are gone. Just 1 more over to go. Will he be able to get himself back on strike? That's the conversation he's having with his other opposition batter there, Mohamed Edisham, having a chat right now. And I bet that chat is going to be, let's take a single off the first ball. And let's see what happens after that one. Hello to Chris Smith, who's joined us as well. Lovely to see you there, Chris. So 171 for 3, 9 overs gone. As I said before, Sahil Chawan 91 from 24. He's not on strike, though. He's at the non-striker's end. Interested to see how Edisham deals with the first delivery of the final over from Nidin. Ray asking the question, is there a ton currently uploading? I'll let you know in just a moment. 6 deliveries to go in the game. Let's see if he can get on strike. That's the first thing. Bang. Puts the first one out of the ground. So Edisham, maybe they're not aware of Sahil's score. I'm looking around the ground to find if there's a manual scoreboard that's being updated. I don't think there is one. It's just information relayed from the scorer, so maybe he doesn't know he's on the cusp of 100. Yeah, if there is a scoreboard here, I can't see it. There may be one behind the building away on the leg side. That's possible. So maybe they don't know how close he is. Anyway, second ball. Shapes to hit that one. Quick single taken. Can't pick it up. It's like a bar of soap, that ball. And in the end, the player disgustedly underarms it back to the bowler and says, I don't know why I couldn't pick that up. I'm not sure. Well, Edisham's at the non-striker's end. I think he's asking the question of Sahil and saying, why do we run that? I wanted to stay there and hit more. And clearly they're not, I'm pretty sure they're not aware of the scores that are currently on the board right now because there's no board being shown to them. Anyway, third ball the over. Hit down the ground. Going to be probably just one here. Should be clean fielded. It is clean fielded. So just the single. Takes Sahil up to 92 now with 3 balls to go and he's off strike. So it's a bit of a shame that maybe the scorers and the dugout weren't really onto the fact that he was almost on the verge of getting a ton there. And the play on the banjo rope at extra cover cannot get anything on that to knock it back into play. Should have done better. And that is a bit disappointing as well, because that also means that barring any no balls or wides, I think Sahil Chauhan's going to get stranded in the nervous 90s. He's not going to get on strike to get the runs he's needed. Unless there's any wides or no balls, Adesham is probably going to face these last two anyway. He puts this one up in the air. He could be caught. It's coming down with ice on it. And it's nicely caught as well. So wicket falls on 183. It becomes 183 for 4. And of course, that also means that that fifth ball of the over eats up a wicket, eats up a dot. It keeps Sahil Chauhan on the non-striker's end, with a new batter coming to the crease to face one more ball. As I said, barring any crazy wides, no balls or anything like that, Sahil's going to be stuck in the 90s. 92 from 25 he's got. Chris Smith saying that there is a scoreboard. I think it's to the right. Well, I'm hanging out the window looking to the right. If there is, I can't see it from my vantage point here, unfortunately. There is a structure away to the right where they've got a few tables and chairs, and they've got a container, big green container, 2 green containers there. I'm not seeing a scoreboard. Anyway, it's academic because he's not going to get the ton. Last ball in is coming up, 183 for 4 plus this. Tries to hit it back over the bowler, succeeds. He's saying go for 2, go for 2. You might as well go for 2. And in the end, I'm not sure the bowler really took it cleanly, so I think they're getting a couple of runs. So that's a really good innings there from Sahil Chauhan. He was running to the danger end, and he's just continued on his way. So 10 overs gone, 185 for 4 is the final score for the Tallinn Strikers. A very good score for them. Massive shout out to Sahil Chauhan, who ended up on 92 from 25. Great support from Habib Khan, who had a cameo 29 off 9 deliveries and 30 off 12 for Arslan Amjad at the top there. A couple of handy scores there from the other batters, but no one really else standing out apart from that solid 90 from 25. In the bowling department, 2 for 31 from Nidin. He bowled pretty well. 1 for 30 for Himanshu. And Pranay, he got 1 for 48, a little bit expensive, and that was it for the bowlers. So 186 required in 10 overs for the Stallions to get over the line against the Strikers. It's going to be very, very tough indeed, really tough. We're going to find out how that run chase goes when we're back in about 10 minutes' time for that run chase. Join me and let's see if the Stallions can get that score to get over the Strikers and knock the Strikers back into a situation where each team would have won one game in this first day of ECS Estonia. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and I will see you back here shortly. Don't go too far. welcome back to everybody here to the Estonian cricket and rugby ground. We are resuming this run chase. And a run chase it's going to be an interesting one, but I've got to tell you, I think that the Stallions could be a little bit of trouble then, and just letting the Strikers get to 185 for 4 after their 10, and 186 is required in the chase. 92 not out to Sahil Chauhan, did a very, very well there. The Stallions need someone else to get on top here in this innings as we start the run chase with a big hoik down the ground, and that is going to clear the boundary rope for a 6 to start things off with. Well, you couldn't ask for a better start, and of course it's Rafiq Khan who puts the first ball out of the park from Shakil. Shakil, who opens the bowling and opened the batting in the first match this morning, but not in the second game. He was a bit, he came down the order in the second match. But Rafiq Khan, he did open the batting. He's out there with Himanshu Chowdhury, looking to move briskly here. This time goes slightly to the leg side. And long on deck, no problem at all, just the one run. So Rafiq Khan, 6 and then a single, turns it over to Himanshu. Says, all right, come on, let's go. We've got to get a lot of runs here. Power play, super important if the Stallions want to try to join the Strikers and the Hippos on 1 win each. And then we'd look to the last game of the day. Match number 4 coming up after this one. And that's the Hippos return. And they're going to take on the Strikers in that return match. Swing and a miss there. So welcome back to everybody too as well. PK saying there's still some picture and sound interference. Apologies for that. That's something that the technical boffins are working on. I can tell you that right now because I'm standing right next to one of them. Kenneth is doing a great job here today. And Marzi, of course, our PM, is doing a great job as well, trying to get those things going. We got absolutely smacked on the backside with a bit of a windstorm that hit us during the second match. It was already bombarding us throughout the whole of the first match, and the second match it just really picked up. This match, not too bad, but still been a little bit of a few issues we have to work out. We're still trying to work out some camera issues. A couple of cables have been absolutely ripped to pieces from the wind, pulling it out of their lodgings in the gear. So we are trying to batten down all the hatches now. And there is a bit of rain coming in towards us. Should be here in a couple of hours. So we're keeping a very close eye on the skies, looking out towards the west and watching when that one approaches. I've actually got a pretty good view out this window. Sorry, just headbutted the microphone. Shakil in again. Swings hard. Doesn't go where it was intended. Goes just behind leg side on the 45. And just a single. Doesn't matter. There's Chowdhury's runs off the bat. That's what's most important. And that's the end of the over. 8 off the over. A loss of no wickets. 1 over gone. 178 required off 54. Like I said at the top, a lot of work to do in this game. Need to be going at under 20, just under 20 and over, 19.8. Let's just call it 20 for argument's sake. There's a long way to go, but they need to start picking up the runs. Need to get ahead of that run rate. And tell you something about the Strikers. They got a pretty strong bowling attack. So, second over about to start. It's going to be Chowdhury taking strike, the left-hander. Rafiq Khan has started well, 7 from just 2 deliveries, but he's at the non-strikers end. Need him to get on strike now with Chowdhury chewing up a couple of dot balls as we start the second. That's a better attempt from him. Hits it down the ground, splits 2 deep fielders. The deep cover and the long off come together, but they both watch the ball sail over their heads. So they're the 2 deep fielders currently with the setup out there. So the plan was kind of right from the bowler and captain, is to get the 2 deep fielders where he wants to hit the ball, but managed to get it past them and away across the boundary rope. Devala in again. Oh, this time he hits towards deep mid-wicket, and that has gone a long way back. It's gone a lot more square, actually. It's gone very squarish. I thought he was aimed for deep mid-wicket, and he's just swiveled at the last minute and got a lot more square. And Devala is having a conversation with a couple of players coming over and giving some encouragement. One's his captain. Another one is It's one of his bowlers getting across and having a little chat and saying, look, come on, we can do this. Yeah, Aslan Amjad running across, a few people running across and having some words. Deval took a couple of wickets in the previous match against the Hippos. It was looking pretty good when he came on. He bowled late, but picked up 2 wickets. As Habib Khan runs back to long on, and he pushes deep mid wicket around a little bit. So they're the 2 deep fielders. Looks to go again, gets a fine edge. Oh, now, I'm not sure why the keeper does things like that. Help me out, chat. Why does the keeper do that? The throw back to the stumps, and the keeper chooses to stand in front of the stumps and then let the ball pass him without trying to take it as though it's going to hit the stumps. I don't think that's his job. I'm a little bit sore when I see keepers do that. You got the gloves, you got the pads, you got the job to take the ball and break the stumps, so do it. That's what you're there for. Tees off, and that is a wonderful strike. That's off the third, the par 3 third. It's only 185 yards, and he's put that right on top of the green with that lovely tee shot. That's a great strike out towards deep mid wicket. Rafiq Khan, need to keep him on strike. He's looking really powerful. Liked his innings he played earlier, and I'm liking this one so far as well. 19 off the over so far. Still 2 to come. Vala getting a little bit of treatment here. He's nodding towards the captain, though. I think he's yelling out a few encouraging words, maybe some instructions as well. He's saying, all right, Skip, I know. Let's see if they were encouraging enough for him to change his line and length. A bit better. He's getting the batter stretching. No footwork whatsoever. I guess that helps. 25 for no loss with just 1 more to come in the second. Wow. That's gone a long way in the air, and it's going to fall not as far as the other one, but again, that's a good tee shot on a par 3. It's the kind of shot that will, when it lands, it might get a bit of backspin and set you up for an easy birdie. Anyway, wrong sport. 33 for no loss, 2 overs gone. Still need 103. That's a long way. Another big over coming up, like maybe a magical over kind of big over is what they need, just to try to get their noses back in front and maybe get back in the game. But Chowdhury and Khan striking the ball nicely. Chowdhury not going the same pace as Khan, but left-handed Chowdhury still causing a few problems though. I think the field placings are maybe not quite getting it right. And this time it's Chowdhury who pulls away at the last minute. He's not settled. He has to fix the hair. Has to fix the helmet. Now he's okay. Was he 29-17 made a good comment. They're bowling on his spot. This is what the problem is. The bowling's been today for a lot of what we've seen already. There's a couple of the bowlers have just been putting the ball right in the spot that the batter needs. Not really thinking about the next delivery. Pushed out on the offside. Yeah, just a single, turning the strike over. Good work. Brings Khan into play now, and he'll face his first delivery of the over at 34 for no loss. 2.1 overs gone. Remember, there is one more game after this one. It'll be the return of the Hippos. The Tallinn Hippos are going to take on the Tallinn Strikers in the final match today. And of course, we'll talk about tomorrow's games during the next match. There's a whole new set of games will take place tomorrow. Remember, it's 4 games every day this week, and the group stage will take place Monday through to Friday. Finals will be 4 games on final Saturday. And then we finish our tour of Estonia with a 3-game ECS for women. Just 2 teams competing in that ECS as well. So it's a best of 3 European Cricket Series on Sunday. Dug out nicely and well placed. That's a little bit of finesse. Doesn't try to overhit it. Doesn't try to get under it. Just digs out the Yorker length delivery and punched that backward of a square for 4. Nice shot. So Chowdhury left-hander causing a few problems here. Rafiq Khan's causing problems himself because he's absolute carnage when he gets going. But just Chowdhury playing a very clever innings here. 39 for no loss. Good power play currently loading. It's better. Oh, it's not better. It's wide. Oh, felt that was a bit harsh, Mr. Umpire. But you're in a better position than I am because I'm about 50 metres away from you. Actually, I'm more than 50 metres away from you. I'm probably more like 70 metres away from you. So you've got that extra distance on me. I'll defer to your call every time. Have that ball again, please. Shaquille in again. Defended the throw to the non-striker's end where nobody's up at the stumps. It was just a random throw at the stumps, it seemed to me. Not really. Yeah, there it is. I'm going to throw it back to the stumps. There's no one standing there. It's not going to hit the stumps. Hopefully someone's going to back it up. Swing and miss. Good ball. Good ball to Rafat Khan. Gets it straight past the swinging blade. Ash asking, did we solve the no bails mystery? Well, there's no bails because I keep blowing off. I mean, it wasn't, to be honest, I didn't think it was a mystery. We've had such an issue with the wind here today that not having the bails just makes perfect sense from the umpires. They keep falling off, we keep stopping, keep having to put it back on again. Good throw. Hits the stumps, but the batter was well and truly home. So yeah, there was. I don't think there was a problem with the bails. Anyway, 3 overs gone, 42 on the board, no loss of a wicket. Currently going at 14s. Last over worth 9. Good over from the bowling side there. Shaquille Chauhan has bowled himself out. He goes for 17 from his 2 overs. Pretty handy stuff from him. You get the feeling the strikers are just right on top of this game. The current run rate required is 20.6. 42 in the power play was good, but it wasn't the best at all. Needed many, many more than that. We've still got a problem with the wind here as well. It's caused all sorts of havoc here today, just without labouring it too much. It really has been a problem here today. Locals saying it's unusual. It's never been like this before. Something we haven't seen. We've already had the tents not just taken down, but even taken away for storage. They've all been taken away because we're not expected to put them back up again today. Maybe we'll have another go tomorrow. What I would suggest to the locals, and I'll say this to them as well because I don't think they're listening to me, check the weather forecast tomorrow morning when you get up, and if there's moderate wind or anything less than, say, 10 kilometres an hour coming from the west or the northwest, put the tents up. Anything more than that, and keep him hidden away in the bunker. Habib Khan is going to bowl himself now. He's just organising his field. Bowled pretty well this morning without success. He got none for 12. I'm not sure what the story is with the bails at one end, but I figured, well, if you take them off at one end, you take them off at the other, right? Isn't that right, John? I'm not sure. I can't get in the umpire's head. That's why I do this and I don't try and umpire. Get the zinger bails. Yeah, this is what I want to see on ECN. Where are the bails with the lights? Let's get those. Surely they're heavier, right? Swing and a miss again. Aranga Rick Graham Singer jumping in the chat and saying, yep, same problems over the weekend with the bails. Yep, interesting. Thanks for the contribution there. Aranga, good to hear from you. Yeah, Terry, I'm with you. Let's get those. Popped up in the air, and that's going to be, is it going to go for a Maximo? It's a Baximo. I haven't seen one of those today. There you go. If you've got that on your ECN card, the bingo card, give that a big tick. It's a genuine Baximo. Top edge, flies away all the way for 6 runs behind the keeper's head and all the way to the signs. Smacks into the ST sign at the back there. There you go. John's asking about the grooves on the top of the wickets at the bowlers. They might be too shallow. I'll have a look at that at the end of play. The wickets that we've got, and also the bases as well, are brand spanking new. We actually unwrapped them on Saturday, like as in unwrapped them from the plastic. So I'll have another double check on that one. Oh, that sounded really good. It holds up slightly in the breeze, but it does fall down on the right side of the line if you are a Strikers fan. If you're a Stallions fan, well, look away now. Oh, Stewmaker jumps in and says Estonia does have a set of Zinger stumps with lights. Yeah, I'm not sure ECM would agree with that. I'll check with Marzi, but thank you for that one. And another 6. Despite close attention, it's another 6. Yeah, so cheers for that, Stu. Well, I'll double check with Marzi, and then I'll double check with Dave and see what he says. Just in certain conditions, I wonder if ECM will maybe just bend our sort of rules a little bit. I don't want to speak for him because I'm not the operations, of course. I am just providing the description. But yeah, thanks for all that information there, guys. Really much appreciated. So, get towards the end of the over now. It's been a couple of big hits in this over. And Habib Khan, it's almost gone magical. And that's going to be mishit. Should be just the one. It's about halfway towards the boundary line. So it will be one. So it will be a magical over from Habib Khan, who ends up coughing up 20 runs, including 3 6s in that over. Started nicely with a couple of dots, then it all just got away from 62 without loss. 4 overs gone. Still need to be going at 20.7 from here on in. That's 20 runs right there. But it's hard to maintain. But they haven't lost a wicket. That's the key thing. Rifat Khan, he's up to 40 from 14. And Himanshu Chowdhury, he's 19 from 10. Good partnership forming here, but they need a lot more. Thank you, Robot. I was kind of hoping you'd be loitering in the chat, which is why I was making those comments. So no issue. Good stuff. All right, we'll have a conversation with Dave, and we'll see what we can do. Yeah, everyone give Robot a bit of a wave, like what Ash has done there. Ever helpful, always on, or recharging, one or the other. Punch down the ground, just the one, as it's going to be. It's Aslan Amjad coming onto bowl now. Need a tight over here. Strikers, just to try to sort of put the Stallions back on their back heels and just remind them that they're not in the lead in this game. Another 20 run over. It's going to make it very interesting if they keep doing that. Two off 2 is a good start for the bowler. And then it comes undone a bit then as that one gets knocked away towards leg side. Backward a square for 6 runs. Good shot. And that is going to be 50 up, I think, for Rifat Khan. No, not yet. My apologies. Jumped the gun there. Oh, I hope I'm done him a mischief there with a comms curse. He moves to 47 from 16. 7 6s in that 47. So he obviously loves dealing with the Maximos. So a couple of runs to go. He'll give himself a very good ECS half century. 70 for no loss halfway through the 5th. Oh, that sounded good. Looked good, sounded good. And the umpire will put his hands in the air like that and says it was very good. 50 up then for Rifat Khan off 17 deliveries with his 8th Maximo. Nice strike out of the ground. 76 for no loss. 2 to come, still in the over. Terry Richmond, it's your bedtime. Good night. Don't forget, Terry, there's going to be some lovely eclipses happening in a couple of days' time. I know you're on the wrong side of the world, but keep your eyes open for that one. I know a few people were pretty keen to talking about that before. Be interesting I'll try and find out where it's going to be happening. We can have a talk about who's going to be in the best place. Who's the best situated chatter for Wednesday's eclipse? Who is it going to be? I'm wondering which part of Europe is going to get the best view. I know Danny Hudacek was in Iceland last week and he was talking about that was the best view. And unfortunately, he didn't get to stay there for the eclipse. I think he's already gone back to Prague. So, yeah, he was a bit down about the fact that the people who were staying with were also not going to be in Iceland. So he was unable to stay and view the total eclipse. I think it was Iceland where it's going to be. The best view, that is. 5 overs gone, 77 on the board, finishes with a bye and a dot. So it's a good finish to that over. 15 off it in total. Judd gets hit for a couple of sixes, but the rest of the over was pretty good. Pretty good indeed. A couple of singles, just a regular bye and a dot. Right, so 109 required off 30. Need a big magical over here to stay in touch. I think another over of around about between 10 and 15, and it starts to get very, very steep, very difficult. Currently need to go at 22 and over to get the win here. Gut feeling says that the strikers have got those runs on the board, and the Tallinn Stallions are really going to struggle. So Habib Khan's going to continue. He's got none for 20 off his first over, and he starts us off with, looks like it's going to be a bye. The throw... Well, the throw to the non-striker's end actually clipped the stumps on the way past, but because there's no bails dislodged, and the batter was already home anyway. There you go. Hello to Lakhan Rathod. He says, I'm from India. I love T10 cricket. Well, good. You're in the right place now. This is definitely in the right place. John Gray saying magical or bust. I agree. This is kind of it, really. These next 2 overs have to be 20 plus. They've got to be. Trying their best. And, well, manages to protect the ball from getting towards the boundary. Doesn't take the catch. And the throw is good. Is very good. The recovery and throw from Shaquille was excellent. And that is a run out. And that's the first wicket that falls. Desperate for the extra run there. But square leg in good position says, nope, you haven't managed to get home in time. And that is a good run out attempting the second. So things are starting to happen now. Chris Smith has already opened up the garage. I can see that, Chris. And I kind of think you're about right now. That's a massive wicket. So we started with the 2 byes. And then we've had a wicket. And this is trouble. Shaquille has had a really good throw into the stumps. And keeper has no problem breaking the stumps as well. So Ankur Patel has to come out. He needs to fire up immediately and just keep that momentum going. They need to get back. Try to find a way to get back to 23 runs and over from now on. And that's going to be tough. Really, really tough. It's been a good over so far from Habib. It was just the 2 byes to start with and the wicket off a ball that was a little bit hard to get away. Probably just could have just settled for the 1 and then attempting the second one. They just spin it away. Well, thank you to Lakhan in the chat. I appreciate your comments. Keep those coming. You're going to find yourself a good friend here on the European Cricket Network, and it's wonderful to have you on the European Cricket Network as well, Lakhan. So thank you for jumping in the chat and spending a bit of time with us this afternoon. Or you're in India, so evening your time. Hope you're well. Hope you're had a good Monday. Hope everyone's had a good Monday. 80 for loss of 1 wicket. Still a ways to go. Oh, well, interesting. It's always tough when a batter is saying, no, don't run, but then starts running while he's still got his hand in the air saying, no, don't run. That's always difficult. And that's exactly what happened there. Just a bit of confusion there between Ankur and Himanshu. Himanshu wanted to get him down on the strike, and Ankur Patel, he said no, and then he started taking steps forward, which sends a few mixed signals to your opposition number there. End up being a dot. Slams into the pads. No appeal. I could see that was going well down. So, yep, good luck with that, John. John Gray in the chat heading off now. Good luck with that. Hope to hear some good news from you soon. And wide ball there. Tempted bouncer, but it was always swinging away and never caught any part of that line. So, Chris, almost time to go to work. It's a busy Monday for a lot of people watching around the world. Also, it's busy Monday here in Estonia. And maybe some of these teams don't have all the strong players they'd like to have simply because it is a work day. It is indeed a work day. And there's a lot to be done here at the ground. And not everyone's available, unfortunately. Still been entertaining today, not just with the weather. This should be taken, is taken. Nice, comfortable catch held just in front of me here. And that is another wicket that falls. So the pressure of needing to accelerate here becomes a bit much. And Sahil Chauhan, who's pretty much got his hand up already for play of the match, holds on to a good catch at the long off position. And that is going to be a wicket falling. Ankur Patel, he's gone for a third ball duck. Sends in Milind Sid, comes in. Big number 7 on his back. I still think he should do 2 zeros on his back. Make it a 007. Why not? Why not? Just make it a bit entertaining. Was he saying that one match after this? Indeed, you're absolutely correct, sir. There is one game after this. And that is going to be the Strikers taking on the Hippos in their second match of the series. And they will not face each other again until potentially the finals on Friday. So Hippos get to have a go at the, did I say Stallions? I hope it's Strikers. Yeah, Strikers and Hippos. Habib Khan. Clipped nicely. Just a bit of a swipe towards point. One player overruns it and very nonchalantly just walks away and says to his other player, well, I guess it's yours to get. I'm out of here. And that's done. $82 for 2 after 6, and this game is fizzing away from the Stallions pretty quickly now. Still need 104 of 4 overs, and you just get the feeling with that 5 runs only from the over. Habib Khan bowled a beautiful over too, by the way. Shout out to him for that. You just get the feeling now that this game is pretty much fallen away from the Stallions, needing too many now off too few. And only a miracle can save now. A couple of supersonic overs, we could start to have that discussion again. You just get the feeling that's not going to happen. Himanshu is still out there. He's got 20 from 12. Just been joined by Sid, and he's got 1 from 1. I kind of feel that the striker bowlers are probably a bit better than that and won't give any room or any shape. Let's see how we go. 7th over starts with a dot, just to punctuate what I was saying there. So it's now 104 required of 23. And I reckon this game is almost completely shut up shop. And it will be the Stallions who will leave today winless. Good delivery. Just shaping the ball away from the right-hander who's not really stepping out to it. He's just expecting it to come on with the arm, and he's swinging and missing in the end by quite a way. Let's even go for 3 out of 3 here. 2 dots in a row. And we can. That's an absolute Matrix moment there. Just the repeat of the black cat walking past in the background. That's 3 deliveries, almost in exactly the same spot. Same result happening as well. Need to get bat on ball here. As a plane is somewhere overhead in the clouds. Oh, gets bat on ball. And it's going to fall safely in the hands of cover, who's not there, but it is a deep cover who comes off the boundary rope to field that one. And gets off the mark as well. So that's important for Sid to get off the mark with the single. Chowdhury on strike now. 20 from 12. He's got 2 balls to come in the over. And this game has now been blown out of proportions in terms of the run required. Now 31 required. 30.9. Call it 31 for argument's sake. Struck well. Sahil Chowdhury runs across and prevents the boundary. Bit of a spoiler, that one. Johnny Hisham's back in the chat as well with some news. Okay, you're saying they were looking for that. Does that mean it wasn't found? I hope so. And that one this time goes to the deep cover. Chowdhury doesn't have a chance to spoil the party. Doesn't have to because his teammate's got that one. It's another single. So it's all dots and singles. Haven't seen a boundary now for a little while. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen one for 2 and a bit overs since halfway through the 5th over. And this game has been ripped away from the Stallions, the Strikers, all over this game now. And they're going to march to a pretty good win here. It's 104 on the board. Excuse me, it's not 104. I was on the wrong match then. Sorry, it's 85 for 2 after 7. 101 required from 18. Good afternoon to Christopher Ward, who joins us. Good to see you, Wardy, as always. He's saying start the car. I 100% agree with that. He'd be going at 33.7. 100 required off 3 overs. Not going to happen. Sadly, for the Stallions, not going to happen. They're going to be winless today, but they'll get another chance. That's a nice shot. That's gone behind the player who's just encroaching there at deep backward square, just coming up inside the circle. It goes way over his head and all the way to the boundary line for 6 runs. So it's a nice strike in the end, wasn't it? So Stallions will be back tomorrow, back in action. They're back for 3 matches tomorrow. They've got the first game tomorrow morning against the Tartu Wolves. The Hippos are back in action tomorrow, also against the Tartu Wolves. And the Stallions will play the 2 games in the afternoon. So Stallions got a bit of a day tomorrow. They've got 3 games here. We'll see how they go. Well, that's another good strike. Is the wind going to pull it back into play? Not quite. Not. $97 for 2 now with that big 6. 2 big 6s in a row and then a miss hit just back to the bowler. Good recovery from the bowler there. But I don't think the bowler's worried about those 2 big hits off the first 2 balls of the over because they're going to need, well, they need pretty much 6s from here on in and they're not going to get it. Just don't think that. 35.2 required per over. This game is gone. It was pretty much always going to be gone. It was a massive score on the board. And yeah, Stallions are going to fall short. They will get chances tomorrow. Hit up in the air. Would have almost slammed into our volunteer cameraman down there. But good shout out to Sahil Chauhan, who saved the camera and the camera boy. So well done. Thank you. The youngster will definitely appreciate that. Wicketkeeper's having a bit of a nightmare today. I've noticed a couple of the keepers just snatching at the ball and not taking it cleanly. And there's a bit of confusion there with the run out. And this time the keeper has the final laugh and just does one of the easiest runs out of all time off a wide. So that ball had everything. It was a wide ball. I think they ran 1 and there was a run out off the second where it was a decision made late to not go for the second. And unfortunately for Million Sid, he's come undone. Wait for the score to catch up. Maybe they're going to run a third. Maybe that's what it was. Sorry, I was looking the other way as the throw came back in. But it's definitely a wicket. And the Strikers are going to notch up another win. Their second win of the day. 2 from 2 for them. Hippos have got 1 win and 1 loss today. And unfortunately for the Stallions, they're going to have 2 games played today and 2 losses. They will not get a win here. Manan's gone for a few runs, but he won't mind that. Good Yorker. And 1 more to come to complete the... One more to come to complete the over, and that's going to be done. So 7.4 overs goes to 7.5. The 100 up as well with that previous run, which happened just before the run out. A run out that was pretty calamitous, but the game was pretty much gone and done at that point. John Gray pointing out it is indeed heading towards another 4-point win for the Strikers. They've been dominant today. Been very, very good with both bat and ball. And they've got the last game against the Hippos. What do you think? They'll go 3 and zip? Hippos got a bit to prove. They showed a good bit of grit and determination in that second match against the Stallions. So that was encouraging signs. This has been hit high. It's going to land in the hands of the player who runs around, and Aslan, he takes a juggling catch, but it was never in doubt. I mean, he actually took the catch, then he juggled it just as a bit of a show-offy sort of moment. So catch taken in the deep, comes off the boundary. And as he says, mission impossible for the batters. Indeed, mission impossible. Mission failed. 8 overs gone, 102 for 4 on the board. Still needing 84 off the last 2 overs, which, well, if your maths is any good as mine, you'll know that that's an impossibility. Not going to happen. But the Strikers are going to march on their way to a very good win here. they'll have a short break, and then they have to come and take on the Hippos, a rejuvenated Hippos, considering they had a win against the Stallions in their game. That was match number 2 today. So they might not go all their own way. We shall find out shortly. A quick look and see if the toss news has been posted. Always good to give you a little bit of a head start of information there. All right, so he's we have an expression in Czech Republic. He's grovered that. That's an absolute grover of a shot. Sahil Grover did this in Czech Republic in 2021, where he went outside the off. He turned around to play the ball behind him, and he's actually smacked it straight into his stumps. And I haven't seen that shot played for 5 years. Here we are in Tallinn in Estonia, and he's Sahil Grovered himself. If Danny Hudacek was in the chat, he'd be falling on the floor laughing because he was commentating at the time with me. And we remember this one fondly. And I know Vinny remembers it as well. I sent that to him actually about a year ago just to remind him of Sahil Grover, who's captain of the Czech national team at the moment. Some of Sahil's less than memorable shots. That was a less than memorable shot as well. Made a bit of room outside the off and turned around and smacked the ball straight into middle stump. Couldn't have done it any better if he tried. And that's a little bit disappointing. Well, PK says in the chat, castled. Well, he has been castled, but what a way to do it. And a couple of the fielders were in absolute stitches too, which is not the best. Anyway, the teams here are quite friendly and affectionate. I mean, I can see there that I think Shakil Chawan is helping the incoming batter with the helmet, making sure it's all strapped up tight. So that's really good to see as well. Okay, that is 2 in 2 from Ria. Let's see if we can make it. Let's see if we make it 3 in 2 with a hat trick ball coming. Well, batter has taken an eternity to get there. He's not dressed. He's taken so long to get there. And maybe there's a problem with the helmet because Shakil Chawan is indicating to the dugout something wrong with the helmet. Yeah, I think he's saying the helmet's not right. It's there's something faulty with it, and he's given the old, that symbol that people do to say change the gear over. Anyway, hat trick ball coming. It's not a good ball. It was outside leg, and it really caused no problems whatsoever. But I could tell you now that the batter out there, the new batter out there, who is, let me see who it is. It is Thamia. He's going to need a new helmet because he's running, and he has to run by holding onto his helmet. And so someone needs to get a new lid out there. There's one thing to have the equipment on, but have the right equipment on. Maybe something that's not faulty. That's way down leg side. That's a filthy wide. And I don't claim ownership to it being a filthy wide. It's just a filthy wide. 107 for 5 now, halfway through the 9th. 9 balls left. Goes cross bat. Run hard. Looking for 2. Nope, just happy to take the 1. And that helmet is causing all sorts of trouble for the batter out there. Really feel for him. It's not pleasant to have a helmet bouncing around on top of your head like that. Siri Miwan, who's got the problem with the helmet as left-hander, is back on strike. That's Himanshu, who's carried his bat all the way through, but 22 for 15. Needed to be going a lot better than that one. Yeah, his strike rate is not the best. And opening the batting at the top there, putting all the pressure on the middle order with Ankar Patel going for a duck, Nidin going for 1, Vimukathi, he goes for a first baller. And now the batters are swapping helmets over. So whoever's on strike gets to wear the good helmet. And, well, that's one way of doing it. He just explained to the chat that the bowler name is Ria. That's true. Lakan Rathod, it's, his name is Ria. Nand Ria. R-I-A-R. Should be hopefully on the screen there for you. And he's got 3 for 6. As Chawan hangs on to a catch, and Himanshu, just as I said, he needs to do better with the strike rate there. He's trying to accelerate when he gets an opportunity, but it's too little too late, and he has holed out. Chawan hangs on to a good catch. He's had a busy match as that man. And they slump further than the strikers. Right on top here, the Stallions stumbling here, 108 for 6 after 9. Last over coming up. The game is a foregone conclusion from this point onwards, but 3 wickets in the over. It's a shame. It's a pity he came on so late to bowl. He couldn't get another over. Probably could have got himself a fifer. We've had a century today. We haven't had a fifer. We haven't had a hat trick either, of course. So it would have been nice to get maybe 2 out of 3 today, but we're not going to get it from the bowling of Nand. Might get a chance a bit later. You never know. So final over coming up now. And we start with a big swing and a big miss as well. So Ashraful is going to bowl the final over. Connects with that one. Oh, a little bit of love coming from the dugout. They were happy with that. I think that was almost done by accident rather than design, but it was a good strike. Just waiting for the ball to come back from a relayed throw. Here it comes. And 2 more balls to go to complete this match. And Striker's going to notch up a big win. And it's shaping up to be a big 4-point win as well. Swing and a miss. Not much footwork there. But I'm not going to be critical with only 3 balls to go to complete the game. And they are a long way off the target. The target required was 185, wasn't it? It was quite a score. It was a good score. 185 is what they were scored. So 186 was the target. And just dotting up here in this final over. Only 4 runs from this over so far. Sorry, 5 runs with that single. So 185 was what the score was. They're currently, 72 runs astray of the Strikers total. Swings hard at this one. Going to get a run here. Maybe a buzzer. Yeah, they'll take a buzzer. In the end, pretty straightforward one. Yep. Keeper takes the ball in front of the stumps, but the batter was always home. So scamper through for 2. 1 more to come to complete the match. Match 3 going the way of the Strikers here today. So here we go. Final ball of the match coming up. It's going to be a good win to the Strikers. Cuts in the air over the head of point and across the rope right in front of the boundary rider on the leg side. So they finished with a boundary. There was 2 boundaries in there. So it's 11 off the final over. 119 for 6 is the final score from the Stallions in response to the Strikers 185. So they're going to fall short indeed, fall quite short in the end. It's a good win by the Strikers. They've really set up this tournament quite nicely with 2 big wins. They've still got 1 more game to come, but that is a 66-run win to the Strikers over the Stallions. The Stallions finished today. They can then go home a little bit earlier. They're going to be back tomorrow for 3 games. Remember that, 3 games for Stallions tomorrow. For the Strikers, they're going to have about a 10-15 minute break, and then they're going to be back on the field, take on the Hippos in the last match of the day. Tallinn Strikers and Tallinn Hippos. I could tell you the news from the toss in that match as well is the Strikers have won the toss and elected to bat first. So that's going to be interesting to see them put another score on the board. They obviously enjoy batting first, and the Hippos will be chasing. So we will confirm the start of next time. I'm expecting it to start at maybe 14:35, which is, what's that? That's 16 minutes from now, 17 minutes from now. Watch your screens for the time there, but it should be kicking off very, very shortly. We've caught up with a bit of time that we lost earlier today. Let's talk about that innings really quickly. Rifat Khan, 53 from 20, pick of the batters, of course. In the bowling department, Nand at the end there, 3 for 6. How good was that? Really good. But in the first innings for the Strikers, it really was Sahil Chauhan with that 92 from 25, set his team up beautifully with 9 sixes and 7 fours. So Strikers get a good win. And we look ahead to the next match, which is going to be the Strikers and the Hippos in action. So you can join me in about 12 minutes' time as we get stuck into that match. I'll be here, Phil G, for the European Cricket Network, and I'll see you then. Hopefully, don't go too far. You're watching ECS Estonia 2026 edition. I'll see you soon. So warm welcome back to everybody to Estonian, what is this? The Tallinn Estonian Cricket and Rugby Ground. That's what it is. And it's a lovely venue, picturesque venue, lovely lush field. It's a nice field to not too many Tortugas. Haven't seen any Tortuga bounces whatsoever. It's pretty flat. And match 4 is unfolding before your eyes. The Tallinn Strikers taking on the Tallinn Hippos in the final match of day number 1 of ECS Estonia. And in case you missed it, the news of the toss, thanks to Rado for the toss news, that Tallinn Strikers won the toss and elected to bat first. And how much have they enjoyed batting first, putting big scores on the board so far in the previous 2 matches, looking to go again with a big score on the board here against the Hippos. This is the return match of the game we had this morning, where the Hippos got absolutely destroyed by the Strikers in a very one-sided affair. Let's see if this is going to be a bit different. The Hippos had a good win over the Stallions, who have now left the ground. Unfortunately for them, they are winless, but they're going to be back tomorrow for 3 matches, see if they can change their fortunes up tomorrow. But this match 3 of the day, looking to get this one started and get it off and running. We're keeping our eye on the skies as well. I've got my one set of binoculars looking up towards the heavens, the other one looking out towards the centre, as I'm a bit fearful that we may encounter a little bit of moisture in the air sometime, maybe in the second innings. Hoping we can get through it all. Hoping if we do have to do it, maybe revert to a DLS later. But anyway, it's not raining right now. That's the most important thing as we start proceedings. Henry Paddington to get things going. And they get things going with a lovely guided strike. It's not going to make it all the way to the boundary rope. They're going to run for 2, though. And they get back nicely for a deuce to start things off. Amjad opening with his Captain Khan. That's right, it's Captain Khan. And everyone knows that I don't mind a little bit of Star Trek, so I may be yelling out Khan just indiscriminately every now and then. See if you can spot it. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Great to have your company. Thanks for all your subscriptions and all your likes. It's wonderful that we've got so much support around the world trying to do what we do on a bit of a limited budget, limited string, but never mind on that one. We're putting together a lovely, good show for you, and so are the players too. They're really digging deep here. Everyone seems to love it when ECS comes to town. And hopefully you enjoy it as well. So 2 with no loss after that dot. Carved away beautifully. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Great strike. Just a matter of moments until someone from the Strikers is going to hit a boundary. Just get the feeling that's kind of the way they operate. If there's a couple of non-hits for not 4, how can you say that properly, Phil? If there's a couple of shots that don't go to the boundary or over the boundary, you know one's about to come. It's just one of those things. It's inevitable. 6 without loss. 3 deliveries gone. Henry Paddington has tried his heart out all day. Just bowled a few deliveries in the slot, either in the slot or short. And the short deliveries have been punished, absolutely punished all day. So just something for him to work on. But I like the way he's operating at the moment. He's got a good delivery stride, good foot to his bowling. The ball so just collects the batter on the shoulder, gets away from the keeper. So good back to the field. They're very true in the field. Hippos. It's definitely a highlight for them. Enjoy. Sahil Chauhan. So it's just go back in the feed and check that out. I think it was. It could have been Shaquille. I need to double check. I can't go back in the feed because I need to contact the live, which is a catch taken. And an important catch taken by the keeper who holds his ground, holds his nerve, and it's a big wicket that goes. Really, really big wicket. And that is against the run of play and against the sort of vibes of the whole day. And can you believe it? Habib Khan, the Centurion from the first match this morning, goes for a golden duck. A first baller to Habib Khan. I don't think we have the golden duck graphic. It's a shame because he does have to be escorted off the ground. Never mind. We'll make sure we get that for him another time. I'm sure he won't mind not seeing it. So, wicket falls. So, well done to Henry Paddington. Gets a bit of revenge from this morning's carnage. picking up the scalp of the skipper. And that means Arslan stays out there, and he's going to be joined. Looks like it's Sahil Chauhan who's gone out to join him. So not Shakil. I know Kusum Devai in the chat is asking about the who actually was the catcher of in that game, that previous game. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find it for you, simply because I sort of need to keep my eye on this one as well. But I'm trying to locate that for you and see if I can help with that one. Anyone else in the chat can possibly help? Good question there posed. Virat, you're a champion. Thank you very much, Virat. Confirms last catch was taken by Sahil Chauhan. So thank you, Virat. Murray, you're a good person. Thank you so much for your assistance there. Back to the action here. $11 off the first over. Have a look. It's all the ones. Oh, where's Dave B when you want him? It's number one. It's 11 for one after one over. The current run rate is 11. The last over was 11 runs. Oh, it's more ones than you can point a stick at. Fantastic stuff. So there you go. If only all those runs were scored by one person, that would make so much more sense. But as it is, it's not. And we're looking to start the next over now. So Harry Agarwal is going to bowl the second, as he normally does. Important second over this one. Need to get on top here. They've done well so far. The Hippos getting a very vital wicket, getting Habib Khan, the captain, out for a first bowler. Sky to catch. And now it's just been pushed down the ground for just a single. And the score moves off. Moves off the score of 11. So it's such a shame. It was all the ones before. It was 11 for one, first one over. It would just be fitting if the projected score was 111 as well, but I think it was actually a bit different to that, which is such a shame. In again. And doesn't release the ball. Has a bit of a misstep there on the delivery stride, so we'll have that one again. All right, try that one more time now. Harry in again. Goes leg side, goes big leg side, behind square for 6 runs, easy pickings. Just the wrong delivery. You've got a boundary rider who's square on the leg side, probably more of a deep mid wicket. And the other boundary rider is all by their lonesome self at third on the boundary. And nowhere near that one. That's gone a long way. That's gone all the way to the rugby field and then some. And it's going to take probably a couple of relayed throws to get back to the bowler. Gone a long way back, though. So strikers lose their captain in the first over for a golden duck. Getting back on top, though, not stopping him from striking the ball. Lovely. And feeling they need at least 2 or 3 more wickets here, the Hippos, just to feel like they've got them on the ropes. Never know. It can happen. Strikes the pad outside the line. Shite the stumps at the keeper's end. Keeper's nowhere near the stumps. No one else got to the stumps, so it was all reliant on the fielder to throw down the stumps. He doesn't, and they get home. No problem. Hello to Virat. Just checking your message there. Please to update website about the catch taken by Sahil Chauhan. Hit down the ground towards us. And coming down towards scorers. Nice bit of friendly fielding there. Virat, I'll pass your message on. I personally can't update it, but I will pass your message on to make sure that everything is updated and the correct people are acknowledged in the book, because that's the most important thing, I think, as well. So thank you for letting me know. But I will pass that message on about that correction. We'll have a look at it as well, just to make sure it's all good. But yeah, thank you. Anyway, while I'm talking about that, it's a good catch. It's another wicket falling, and this is really good from the Hippos. They're going to feel very good about this. It's yet another wicket to fall. So it's starting to come to pieces a bit. Maybe the third match for the Strikers and the second match in close succession to them as well is causing a few little headaches as they lose another wicket now, as it's now 23 for 2. And it's Arslan who goes. They would have loved if it was Sahil. It's not. Sahil's still out there on 11. But Arslan goes. The openers are back in the shed inside of 2 overs. So the Hippos getting on top here. They'd love to have another wicket before the end of the power play and try to keep that power play to a score less than 40. And I think they would have to say noses slightly in front if that can happen. So Maya Ahmed with the good catch. Agrawal with the wicket. And Hippos just a little bit more on their toes now as they're all sort of encroaching in towards the batter. Oh, bowls a wild one though. That was a little bit disappointing to take the pressure off and bowl something wide. Just watch out to all caps in the chat there. All caps is the same as shouting, which we don't like on the chat, please. Let's maintain the rules. Bit of a fumble there in the covers, but always going to be a single for the Strikers there. So it's going to end the second over on 27 for 2 after those 2 overs. So 2 wickets gone, both openers back in the shed. And now it's Sahil Chauhan with a bit of work to do there. So a couple of the chat were asking about making a correction to the website. Now, the ECN website is correct, but it doesn't say the first name clearly, but that's how it's done. We do the initial of the first name. Now, all apologies if we have 2 S. Chauhans in a side, but I can see it says very clearly S. Chauhan as a catcher on the ECN website. So there's not a lot more we can do about that. And personally, I can't do anything about it, but I have sent a message to our team so they know, and it's up to them if they want to change it, and we'll see. But you know who it was who caught it. You can see it in the replay. And obviously it will go in his statistics as a catch as well, most importantly. 27 for 2. 2 overs gone. Still a ways to go here. Obviously still hoping we'll be able to get through this this game as well. Yeah, if you have a look at the stats, don't forget you look at the under on ECN.cricket, go to events and have a look at statistics. And the fielding statistics, you can see Sahil Chauhan with 4 catches so far already, which seems about right to me. Match start times are wrong, says Nilesh. Which match start times are wrong, please? Could you be specific? Because the match start times, let me have a look. Again, I'm a little bit limited on what I can see here. 14:30. Yeah, so the start time, yeah, it's 1 hour out of the Estonia times. I will also mention that Sahil did take the last catch, but we're not disputing that, Kusum. We're not disputing that. Absolutely, he did. And it's on the ECN website as S. Chauhan with the catch. And Nilesh, to your comment though about the match start times are wrong, that's something we're going to try to fix that one up. Yeah, there are two people whose name is S. Chauhan. Yes, that is so true. The opening bowler and Sahil. So Sahil and Shakil. But if you go to the stats of fielding stats, you can see Sahil is given the catch at the end of that third. So he is acknowledged as the catcher. Hello, Sonic5243. Thank you for your comment. Sheikh Kadar Bashar 2987 says, mention my name. Sheikh Kadar Bashar. Good to have you in the chat as well. Loving the comments coming in. Trying to help you guys as much as possible with the information, of course, and make sure we get everything correct and everyone's happy. Of course, we're trying to do that. So, yeah, I really do appreciate a lot of people have been very patient today as well. Obviously, Sanuk, I'm looking at you saying, yep, keep it going, bro. Thank you so much for that. Match is just pausing for a moment. Need to make sure we've got the right players with the right numbers on their back as well. I think maybe there may have been a number incorrectly given to the people here, possibly. Hello to Manoj 6838. He says, please call my name. There you go, Manoj. I'd given you a shout out as well. Thank you for joining us. Awesome to have your company. Tell me which team you're supporting as well. How about that? People tell me which team you're supporting. Comment there about the batting order change. Well, it's up to the captain. If he wants to change the batting order and he has a reason to, then I don't think we can stop him. But we have the right lineups. It's just a technical problem's been ironed out. It's away from where I'm standing, so apologies. I can't sort of find out exactly what the holdup is, but just a little technical issue. We're just ironing that out. Ashamina is asking about tomorrow's schedule. Yeah, sure, I can tell you about tomorrow's schedule. No problem at all. And there is absolutely no match abandoned. I'm not sure why someone is saying match abandoned. That's definitely not what we want to see because that's rubbish. I'm going to remove that. So, as an Anzan, need to be careful about putting comments in the chat which are untruthful, because that sort of stuff gets removed and it can put you out of the chat completely. This match is not abandoned. This match is still well and truly going. Just a little bit of technical glitch as we're now resuming with Henry Pattenden continuing to bowl the third over. Struck out of the ground. That's gone a long way back as well. It's another 6. So the strikers get back onto that bike and keep pedaling. They're making their way towards a big score here. It goes up to 33 for 2. So Pattenden, once again, he puts the ball in a really good position to be hit out of the ground. Just needs to work on that length. His line isn't the worst, but his length is not working for him at all. Needs to do a little bit better than that. Farhad Fernandez giving me a shout out as well. Oh, I love your comment. How about that? And wide ball to follow up. Mukesh Pant, very old viewer, talked to you before. Mukesh, have we had conversations before? Yes, indeed, we have, haven't we? Well, it's wonderful to see you back. DK Pala Campini, always good to see you. And I love your garbage man hat being worn as you're putting that comment in the chat. 100%. PK, that's exactly what you're there for. You're doing a cracking job. This one's put up in the air. It's going to get slightly held, but there's no one back there. Square leg does the slide and save on the boundary rope. And throwback can't stop a couple of runs. Score continues to mount, 36 for 2. Henry Pattenden, after that 6 and wide, just goes for the 1. Thought they'd gone for 2 there. Hello to Ray 2L Mondal, tuning in from India. Good afternoon to you, or good evening to you tuning in from India. I'm assuming we've got a few people tuning in from India. If so, give us a wave, say hello, and tell us how much you enjoyed that strike. That's a lovely shot over the covers. Real aggression shown there from the batter. Just sets himself, and Chauhan goes bang and puts that one out of the park, goes downtown. Big hit. Strikers continue to mount this score up. They're loving the bowling of Henry Pattenden. They love to get after him. And now that is already 14 off the over, the couple of big sixes. It's 26 for 1 that he's got off his 1.3 overs, and they're not done yet. Just get the feeling it's going to be a really big score coming on your way. Henry charging it again. Hit down the ground, not with any conviction. It barely bounces on the other side of the pitch. And that's disappointing. Yeah, I can say, though, that the third ball, the second ball is over after the wide and before the second 6. I think that was 2. I don't think that was 1. I think that was 2, because I can see Sahil has just gotten to the striker's end, so I'll try and get the scorers to change that up. That's a miss by the scorers. That was 2 runs scored after the wide. So I can see people saying that in the chat. I agree with you. I'll try and get that changed with our scorers immediately, as that is another massive 6 powered out of the ground. That's definitely Chauhan who's hit that. I know him when I see him, and I know him hitting the ball for 6. That's what it looks like. And that's a massive shot. That is huge. So Ashumina 76333. I agree. Thank you for that comment. We'll try and get that fixed ASAP. In fact, I might pop out and maybe just say something right now with one more ball to come to complete the power play. 48 for 2. After this delivery, I might just go out and just have a word to the scorers, make sure they change that 1 to a 2. Leg side wide. Good bit of work by the keeper there to make sure it doesn't get past him. Almost snuck past. Addy top 1266. Good comment. If you say I'm doing good commentary, then that to me is a good comment. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for choosing ECN and of course the cricket here in Estonia. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from. Struck nicely. That is going to carry the line. It does indeed. By a metre in the end. It got caught again in the wind, which has been causing issues all day. So we finished with a Maximo for the last shot of the innings, 55 for 2 after 3. All right, so back in the chat now, and it is 55 for 2 after 3. And I know a few people in the chat were saying, hang on a minute, the score was not right. It's going to be fixed. So Ashomina, thank you for your comment. It's going to be fixed. It's going to elevate then to 56 for 2. And those Maximos will be given to the right players in just a moment. So it is being corrected as I speak. So thank you very much for everyone's comment. We're onto that as well, myself and Kenneth, who is pushing all the buttons, doing a great job here in the production area with me on comms. We saw it, we spotted it, we let the scorers know. And that has been seen, spotted, and absolutely monstered out of the ground, that hit there. That's a huge shot. What a big shot that was. Welcome to the bowling, Mr. Sedgwick, captain of the Hippos, has put out of the ground. Bang. What a great shot. So people asking, is it Sahil playing or Shakil? Well, they're both listed in the squad, but batting right now is Sahil Chauhan. He's at the non-striker's end. He's the man with the big number 12 on his back, as opposed to the man with the big number 11 on his back. So number 12, there he is in your picture. That is Sahil Chauhan. And that is some good hitting there by Mohammed Adisham. He's getting things moving as well. Looks like the score has now been changed up. So hopefully everyone's okay now. The score has now been changed. So thank you very much to the scorers for jumping onto that. That's Malcolm Sedgwick looking to try to tie things down by taking pace off here. Still getting after him though. Cuts in front of point. And good stop on the boundary rope. Going to be just the one. Sedgwick in again. Oh, shapes to hit the wide ball, then pulls out of the shot at the last minute. Edisham says, nah, don't want to chase after that one. Don't want to cough up my wicket. Adi Top tuning in from India. Kerala, you like ECN matches? Big fan. My name is Abhilash. Thank you, Marzi. Good stuff. So, Abhilash, thank you for joining us. It's been wonderful. And thank you for introducing yourself to us as well. Hope you're having a wonderful time there in India. And anyone else tuning in from India as well, it's so good to have you with us. Last few years, we haven't had really good chance to have people tuning in from India because of the way that Dream 11 was structured and unable to get you onto our YouTube channel. But now we're here and you're there, so we can all connect and enjoy the cricket. Actually, Mina, you're being a bit harsh there. The score is not too slow. The score is doing a great job. I think that's a little bit harsh. Doing a great job. Just catching up on a few problems which we've had here at the ground. Hit down the ground and doesn't find the boundary rope. Campini keeping a close, watchful eye on the chat and also myself as well. So thank you, PK, for all your hard work. Thank you for everyone who's tuning in. Those who are enjoying the cricket, wonderful to have you with us. Those who aren't enjoying it, I'm sorry we haven't been able to give you exactly what you're looking for, but we appreciate your choices. We appreciate you joining us for this afternoon. If it's not your taste, we understand that, but we hope you stick around anyway. 72 for 2 after 4. Adesham's going well, 30 from 10. Sahil Chauhan's going really well too. 24 from 6 deliveries with 3 powerful sixes in his score. Harmer's got 4 in his, so they're both hitting the ball nicely. Nice clean hits. 8 Maximos off the innings already. Pumped down the ground this time. The chase is on. Henry gets to it, and just the single right in front of us here. Gets through the bowler, but good backup nonetheless. So 73 for 2 now. Strikers, what score can they get themselves up to? They've already had a 200 score here this morning. Shot, it's hanging in the air, but it's going to land on the right side of the rope if you're a Strikers fan for a big Maximo. Score goes to 79 for 2. 2 deliveries into the 5th. The score is starting to get away from them now. The partnership as well. Have a look at the partnership. That's really picking up nicely. Taken from 25 to 59. So it's a, 54-run partnership with that Maximo between these two. They came together only 2 overs ago. So this has been really good power hitting from these two. And also making sure not too many dots, getting the singles, a few extras as well. So really good power hitting from these two. Nilesh suggesting in the chat that Sahil going to hit the ball for miles now. Well, I'll tell you what, he can hit it for miles. You're absolutely right. We've seen him do some amazing things here today with that cricket bat of his. Doesn't quite get that one. Picks out the fielder at deep mid-wicket. It can only manage one. It's all about intent, though. Good work from the keeper. Takes the ball cleanly and just knocks the bails off and turns his head to the umpire. Doesn't really appeal. Just turned his head to the umpire with maybe a raised eyebrow, as though to say, what do you think? And Monty Game in the chat, committing a bit of a cardinal sin there, aren't you? Hit down the ground. Going to be just the one. So turning dots into ones, trying to find ones into twos, and also hitting boundaries as well. It's good batting, this. Current run rate is at 17.1, and so far there's 9 runs off the over. So slightly under in this over. Sajith has bowled a pretty good over. See if he can finish well. Should be just the one. It is just the one, barring any crazy overthrow. There's some good fielding out there too, under a bit of pressure. 10 off the over, 82 for 2 after 5. And that's a pretty good comeback from the Hippos, but also the Strikers, after losing those 2 quick wickets with this partnership really building nicely. They've gotten themselves to a good point at the halfway point of this T10 match, 82 for 2 after 5. Priyan Shusing is telling us to remember his name. Tell me, why, Priyan? Oh, because you've made a prediction of 180. Okay, interesting. Okay, we'll see. We'll talk later. Make sure you stick around and let's see if you're close with your prediction. And if you are, I want you to send me just a couple of emojis so I can see it in the chat. I've got the live chat in front of me here, so I can see everyone getting very interested and keen. Always good. Yeah, Chandra Moli saying they are tired. Well, look, this is the Strikers' 3rd game, and another boundary's hit, but make no mistake, they look like they've slowed a little bit. They really have. But still looking like full of energy. For the Hippos, this is also their 3rd game. So I guess you could say it's kind of evens, really, in terms of how much they've all played. It does make it tougher when you've got to play 3 T10 matches in one day. It does make it very, very tough. A couple of times last year when we were playing 5 matches a day, we had a few teams that had to play 4 games in one day, which is really, really tough. Big 6 hit down the ground. So the pressure's still mounting on the Hippos here with the strikers striking the ball beautifully. They're living up to their name. They have been absolutely relentless with their run scoring today. Malcolm Sedgwick is copping a bit of a hiding here at the start of this over. 4 and 6 at the first 2 balls. I get a feeling a big score is uploading. Need a breakthrough. Need something. Chases a wide one and is indicated as a wide ball as well. Have that one again, please. So 11 off the over. Only 2 legal balls bowled. Leg side and walloped. I haven't used that word for a long time. That's a proper wallop. Gets across the boundary rope, backward a square, and goes crash. I can tell you that the cloud around the ground is getting thicker, folks. I'm not sure if we get a chance to maybe show you some of the wide shots, but it is getting quite dark around the ground, especially towards the west and northwest. And I fear that there's a little bit of weather coming in. Oh, brilliant stuff! Thank you very much for that, Kenneth. Just organising our camera crew just to try to give you a look and see what we can see. And that is actually getting quite dark out there. So fingers crossed it's going to pass us to the north. Fingers crossed. Yep, excellent work there from our roving camera guy who's doing a great job this morning and this afternoon under pretty trying conditions. 100 up as well for the strikers, 100 for 2. Julian Dawson, cracking me up. I thought you might appeal, that word wallop might appeal to you. Well, there's another wallop. That's a big wallop for a big 6. That is a nether wallop or middle wallop. That's a backward square leg wallop. Lovely, lovely bit of work there. Just absolutely punishes it. Yeah, we're hoping the clouds will do blow over, PK. You're absolutely right. We're fingers crossed, but I could just see what I can see coming from my vantage point is looking a little bit scary. Anyway, 106 for 2. 5.4 overs gone, still 2 to come. This over worth 24 runs. Those 2 wides just seem to have made this go for a bit longer here. If it's not a wide in this over, it's gone to the boundary. 24 off the over. Still 2 balls to come. Malcolm looking to finish his over. Tries to get under this one and, oh no. Well, that was a bit of desperation there from the fielder who ran past the ball and almost skidded and comically stuck the hand out, but he couldn't stop the ball getting across the boundary. Goes across the boundary, and it is gone for another 4 runs. Disappointing. Cuts well, finds the boundary again, 4 runs. So this over goes supersonic. It's 32 off the over. It does go supersonic, 114 for 2, 6 overs gone. That projected score is pushing upwards higher and higher every time you look down it. Now up to 190. There's every chance they'll get to the 190 as well. It's a whacking wallop. Big time. So Sedgwick goes for 32 in the over. It goes supersonic. He then has taken his cap back and he's run down to the position at long on. He knows that is not the guy he wanted. Hippos are right in this game up until a couple of overs ago, but just these last couple of overs has completely ripped the game out of their hands. Very disappointing. Really, really disappointing for them, unfortunately. I can hear a very large plane going overhead. We're on the approach path to the airport here. Oh, just bobbles out of the hands. Sets himself, should have caught it. Disappointing. Ah, dear. What could have been? Doesn't matter what could have been. Let's talk about what happened. Just in and straight back out again. Neelesh, having a bit of fun there with the words there, aren't you? Thanks, Neelesh. Paddington feeling relieved after Sedgwick's wallop. I reckon he probably is, actually. Oh, dear. Nice one. And that is going to be a dot, a rare dot ball. When's the last time we had a dot ball? Let me tell you, folks, the last way that leg side smash that he plays, he gets the swivel on nice and early, and he absolutely clobbers it, and it's gone out of the ground. He's moved up now to 68 off 16. No, 17 deliveries with another big Maximo out of the ground. What a great strike. Big hit. That ball's gone a long way back. 121 for 2. Projected score still the high ones, 180s. Hello to Uzi2917 saying hello to everyone. Good on you, Uzi. Just recently made a moderator because of his good contributions in the chat. And, that is another big swipe out of the ground. It's another Maximo. It's you'd be forgiven for thinking you've seen the same shot played again and again and again. And Hartridge has just not got the right length here. Gets hit a couple of times the same part of the ground for another 6. Ganesh wants more Maximos. You just got it. There you go. Don't be too greedy. It's a good shot. Really big hit. So, he is on 74, Sahil Chauhan. He made a 92 in the previous match and missed out on his 100, probably because there was a slight bit of unawareness. This time he lifts this one and it's out of the ground. It's another boundary. He moves up into the 80s and he's got plenty of time this time to maybe, just maybe, he might get himself to triple digits. But hopefully this time, maybe his team will let him know how far he is because he wasn't too concerned about getting on strike in the last over. I think he was completely, just had no idea how close he was in that previous game to getting himself a century. This time, I think it might be a bit different. 133 for 2, 1 to come in the 7th. Sahil, he's on 80. It's slow. It's full. Has he got enough of this one? He does have enough of this one. It only clears the line by about 1.5 meters. But the fielder, he's out there. He's on the wrong side of the field to try to effect a spoil. But it was coming down at such an angle, he was never going to get that. Julian Dawson. Oh, no. Don't put that song in my head. Oh, dear. I'm going to have to go home and put some Anthrax or Iron Maiden on just to try to dispel that from my mind. Thank you very much, Julian. You owe me a beer next time we meet. 139 for 2, 7 overs gone. Projected score is a 199. At this rate, you'd expect them to put the hippos to the sword to the tune of a 200 score again. Just expect that to happen. Sadith is going to come back on to bowl his second over. He went for 10 off his first. You can try to replicate something like that, then that will help the hippos. But right now, 3 overs to go, and the score is 139 for 2. Sahil Chauhan, he's on 86 from 20. Mohammed Edisham, haven't called his name very much. He's on 33 from 14. He's playing a good innings as well. As we start the next over, start the 8th. And that has made it to the boundary up as well. So nice cut shot there. I wonder if Chauhan has been told by the dugout he's on 86. I think if he gets in the 90s, I'll turn the mic off and I'll yell out to the dugout the score is on, because I think they're slightly unawares as to what score is on. And I reckon it'd be nice for them to know so that he will then know. Dot ball. Good delivery. Bowl it in again. Gets under this one, down the ground. Should be just one. Should be cleanly fielded by Cedric. Is cleanly fielded. And did they even get back for one? They did. They crossed for one. Right. Here we go. So Sahil Chauhan, he's on 86 from 20. He's got 3 deliveries in this over. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, he's hit it down the ground for just a single. Unless it's going to spill off Henry. It doesn't. It's just the one. And he's off strike on 87 now. 87, a number that's not very popular for some batters in some parts of the world. Oh, this has gone straight up in the air. I think it's going to be another Baximo. Can you believe it? It's another Baximo. It's gone all the way back yet again. Seen those a few times today, the old Baximo. Pulls it out, top edge, over the top of the keeper, top of the rope, and lands on the other side of that boundary line for a Baximo. 150 up for the strikers, 151 for 2. One more ball to come in this over. And Mohammed Adesham has marched up to 44. Let's see if he can get his ton with the last ball of the 8th. Ton? Half ton, sorry. Of course not a ton. Not going to get it with that one. That's going to just go down the ground to long off for just the single. Oh, can you believe it? Once again, Sahil Chauhan, he's off strike again for the start of the 9th. He's on 87. He couldn't possibly get stuck in the 90s again, would he? It couldn't happen twice in a row. 100, I think the 200 might almost be that's now. I feel bad for some of our chatters. Farouk Shavo, the only person destroying cricket, unfortunately, is you with some comments which just a little bit unnecessary, and it's a shame that you can't enjoy yourself. Anyway, runs off the bat again, and I believe it does. It's gone for 5. Ouch. I was watching the umpire. He was kind of not looking to where the scorers are to indicate the runs, unless they've moved, which is quite possible. Maybe they've moved. How's that? I didn't even know they'd moved. Shouts to catch it. It comes down with a bit of ice on it and bounces right in front of the fielder. The timing was just all wrong with that one. Not just the timing of the hit, but also the running and attempted catch as well. So unfortunately, has missed that one. Thank you, PK. You're a champ. I think you know what I'm referring to as well. So well done. So just getting towards the end of the over now. Let me tell you, no, it's 8.2 overs. And where's this one gone? Chowan has bashed this one out and towards the mid-wicket. Just a single. Oh, I tell you what, if he gets stranded to the 90s again, I'll be really upset. He's currently 88 from 23, and there is 1 overs left. Is that cool? All right, no worries. One of the strikers came over and was asking me what's the story with Chowan, so I was very, very keen to let him know exactly what was going on there. That was Ashrafal Shuvo, who just came over and just inquired. I think he wants to pass the information out there. Alrighty. 8.4 overs gone, 161 for 2. So, end of the over. Let's see if Sahil can retain the strike for the start. Over, almost got a stumping. No, it's going to be a wide. We'll have to have it one more time. This will be interesting to see what happens off the last ball of this over, whether Sahil would turn down a single or he'll try and get Mohammed. Well, if they take a single, Mohammed goes to 49. He retains the strike at the start of the 10th. And Sahil stays on 88 and goes to the non-striker's end. Pulls out the reverse, pops this one up in the air. They're going to get runs here. They're going to take one. And can you believe it? They've just taken one. Sahil Chauhan, he's going to be stuck at the non-striker's end at the start of the 10th on 88. Oh, I just get the feeling he's missed the strike in the last couple of overs, and I get the feeling he's going to get stranded again, just short of 100, which would be really, really disappointing for him. He deserves it. He's played so well. Having said that, though, Mohammed Adesham has played beautifully for that 49 off 23, but Sahil's got 88 off 23, so he's the one that I'd be thinking should get the runs. The boundaries have dried up as well, which is a bit of a concern. It's 11 runs off the over with the 5 wides, actually 6 wides in total. Last over is going to be bowled. Agarwal hands his cap over to the umpire. And it's Edisham on strike. Hope Sahil knows he's 88 from 23. Edisham is 49. He just needs a single for his half century. Ideally, he gets a single and gets Sahil on strike for the next 5 balls. Let's see what happens here. We start the 10th. He puts everything behind that. Could be caught. Is not caught. Explodes through the hands and 1 bounce, 4 runs. So the 50 is up for Mohammad Edisham. 53 of 24. So well done to Mohammad. I was going to try yell 50 up, but I think the ton is more important. I don't think he's going to get it, though. That's the problem. It's a dot. Yep, Sahil's going to get stranded in the 80s now. I'm not sure he's going to get back on strike. Deserves a ton for his efforts today. He's at a 92 not out, and now he's currently 88 not out. He's definitely leading the run scorers here today. And I think he's going to miss out on another century here. Edisham goes to work this one around the corner on the leg side. Well, it gets Sahil on strike. Well, here we go. This is what it's all about now. It's only 3 deliveries left in the innings. The score is 168 for 2, but it's more important that Sahil Chauhan's on strike. He's on 88. He's got 3 balls to try to find 12 runs to bring up 100. 3 balls to bring up 100. Let's see if he can get under this first one. Wow, smoked. That's gone a long way back. He's marched into the 90s now. All right, they know now. The dugout knows. He's got 2 balls left to get 6 runs. Can he get it? The score is 174 for 2. Chauhan, 94 from 24. How much would he love to put this one out of the park and hear the roar from his dugout? Here we go. Second last ball. It's wide. It's going to be called wide. We'll have to have that one again. Oh, tension mounting here at the ground. Tension mounting. A few of the strikers are out of their seats. They're anticipating a big hit. He may do it with the last ball. He may do it with the second last ball. 175 for 4. Hippos staring down. A big total to chase here. So, 2 to come. Shot. That is out of the ground. A century for Chauhan. Well batted indeed. A century. It's 100 and well deserved as well. He gets it off 25 deliveries with 12 maximos and 4 boundaries. Very well done. That's a great effort there from Chauhan. So reward for effort for him. He was stuck on 92 in the previous match, and I don't think he was aware how close he was to the 100, but he's gone one better this time. He gets a well-deserved ton. Congratulations to him. And a good shout-out from the strikers as well. His teammates got right behind him there. 100 from 25, 4 fours and 12 maximos. Congratulations to him. Second century of the day. How excellent. Julian Dawson, indeed. Another one for the book. How's that? 2 for the day. Well deserved. And this one doesn't make it to the boundary. Going to trot through for just the single. Almost with some sort of irony there. It was quite interesting the way he just did that. So congratulations, Chauhan gets the 100. Everyone should celebrate the 100. That is awesome stuff. That is so good. 182 for 2 after the 10 overs. That's a massive score, setting a target for the Hippos of 183. Let's have a quick recap of the innings. I can tell you right now that we lost the 2 first openers very quickly. Habib Khan, the captain, went for a first ball duck, skied a catch from Pattenden, and keeper took the very comfortable catch. Aslan Amjad didn't hang around too long, 13 from 7 with a 4 and a 6 before he was caught off Agarwal. But then it was all downhill pretty much. So from 25 for 2 to 182 for 2, quite incredible stuff there. 157 run partnership between those two. And that has taken 8 overs and 1 delivery. That's the partnership between Mohamed Edesham and Sahil Chauhan. Sahil Chauhan, 101 not out from 26 deliveries, 4 fours and 12 massive sixes. Mohamed Edesham, no slouch, 54 from 26 with 2 fours. End up being a winning knock. It could be because the Hippos come out 183 in 10 overs. Let's see if they can do it. Like I see a lot of people in the chat are celebrating that century as well for Chauhan. So thanks to everybody for getting behind Chauhan then and really enjoying his knock. It was a very good innings. And do you want to hear some good news? That we've just passed, what's that, 489,000 subscribers. Getting closer to the 500,000, which is fantastic. And remember, when the 500,000 comes around, someone who's on comms has to have some hot sauce, 500,000 Scoville units worth of hot sauce as a celebration. It's probably going to be me. Alrighty, we're going to take a short break here in match number 4. Back for the run chase shortly in this ECS Estonia match 4. Tallinn Hippos and the Tallinn Strikers sorting out who is going to get their second win of the day. Someone's going to be happy, someone's not going to be happy. Phil G's happy though, and I'm going to be back here with that run chase. I'll see you shortly. And we are back for the run chase. We are good to go. Giving the shout out to the umpires. Might as well get it started whenever you're ready. Great knock by Sahil Chauhan then. Deservedly got the ton. Even his captain, Habib Khan, had a big smile on his face, very happy with one of his players getting into the hundreds. We're also happy that he didn't quite eclipse his own score from earlier today. He got 126, did Habib, and Chauhan ended up on 101. Both not out, both done very well for the strikers, and the strikers living up to their name of the strikers, of course. So 182 for 2 on the board. Great score. 183 required from the Tallinn Hippos. It's got it all to do as the clouds are just slightly coming into us from the leftist screen. We're going to see if they're going to bring any rubbish. It does look like there's a bit of a wall of a rain, but it is pushing a bit more to the north. So we may be okay here. The locals still think we're going to be okay. We're going to test out the local knowledge. And if they haven't got it right, they're going to owe us a beer. Anyway, we begin. And it's going to be Chauveau who's starting proceedings. Bowling to Hartridge, who hasn't really had the best of days here with the bat. Went very cheaply in the first game this morning, and they went for a duck in the second game, a second ball duck in the second game he played against the Stallions. So he'll be looking to fix that up. He's out there with Agrawal. Down the ground. Definitely off the mark with that one. Nice strike. Doesn't get to the boundary, but they still pick up a single. Scoreboard starts ticking. Just pushes this one to backward point. No problem there. With all the activity of the weather that's hit us and all that's been going here at the ground, I lost track of the scorers because they're no longer sitting at the table, which is completely exposed now that the tents were taken away. They're currently sitting in the ECN car, doing the scoring in the car, where it's nice and cozy. Protected from the wind, of course, protected from the ball hitting him as well. And using the headlights to indicate a acknowledgement of signals from the umpires. As long as I don't drain the battery, I'm perfectly okay with that. Hello to Nikki Wheels. Good morning to you. Tuning in from Winnipeg. Wonderful to have your company. Dot ball there to continue. Thanks for dropping in, Nikki. Good for you to just drop in and say hello. And yeah, glad you're enjoying the European Cricket Network just while you're getting ready for work. Have a great day and have an awesome Monday. Maybe drop back in tomorrow morning and give us a wave as well. That would be really cool. But thanks for dropping in. Awesome to see you. Good over so far. There's been plenty of dots. Hit down the ground, going to find the gap, and this time it's going to get to the boundary rope for 4 runs. So finally, a boundary comes from the blade of the batters. So they both had singles. A few dots chewed up there as well by Hartridge, but now he's found the boundary rope with a good 4. Nice shot. 6 off the first over, still needing 177 off 54. Need to be going at 20 runs and over. I feel like I've said that a lot today. Anyone playing the strikers need to be going at 20 runs and over. If not doing that, you are way behind. I can see some of the crew just looking to bring some of our gear together, as it looks like some of the weather's starting to come in now. It may skip past us. Again, I'll say it again, the locals think it's going to skip past us. We'll see. Obviously good if it does. It also means that the ECN crew's dinner plans are going to be completely in tatters. Unless, of course, they've all got coats, which I don't. It's the one article of clothing I didn't bring. Flying over to Switzerland in 35-degree heat, the last thing you think is about bringing a raincoat. Completely forgot about possibly Estonia might have some rain. And, well, haven't got any yet. That's the good thing. Hasn't had any yet. We had some when we arrived on, what was it, Thursday? Yeah, Friday morning I got up and there was a lot of rain. But haven't had any since then. But that was Friday morning last week as a wide ball is bowled. It was quite funny. So I was about to go for a walk on Friday morning. We had the day off and it was sideways rain. It was heavy downpour. Then the sun came out and dried up the ground. And then there was another sideways rain moment. The wind from the west and then it finally cleared. And then I went for my big wander through the town, the lovely town of Tallinn. And straight into cover, takes that one on the leg, tries not to show any discomfort. I'd probably be crying and rolling on the ground like a footballer if that hit me that hard. Tough run chase coming up here. Really tough run chase. Now that's going to go through the gap. That's a nice shot along the deck. 4 runs as soon as it left the bat. And even skipper Habib Khan couldn't get to that one fielding in that mid-off area. Swing and a miss. Goes for an almighty swing at a wide ball. Doesn't use his feet, so maybe it was only a half-hearted swing. Swing nonetheless. Johnny He, I like what you're thinking. I think I will do that tonight. It could be one of those quiet Monday nights. Depends on how hard that storm hits us. I don't know how hard it's going to hit. It may skitter around us to the north. Exactly what might happen. So we're keeping a close eye on the skies. But we're getting through the overs. That's important. I want to make sure we get through to the conclusion of this match without any DLS or anything like that. Let's just finish the game off. Nice bit of running there. Gets through on a buzzer. So halfway through the second, 15 on the board. Usman Gujar with the ball, the chance to try to get himself into the book with a couple of wickets maybe. Picked up and put over the infield for another boundary. So this is some good hitting here. Andrew Hartridge getting some runs on the board, which will make him feel good, give him a bit of confidence going into day 2 tomorrow. And that is a nice shot from him. Speaking of day 2 tomorrow, why don't we very quickly have a chat about day 2 tomorrow. So coming up on the European Cricket Network, we have got the first match tomorrow morning, which is, of course, is the Stallions against the Tartu Wolves. Dot ball. Oh, shy at the stump. Almost takes out the bowler. I tell you what, Habib, the captain, needs to get over and make it a very heartfelt apology to his bowler there. That was dangerous. And he does get over to him and just gives him a little pat on the shoulder and says, "Sorry about that, mate. That was not intended for you." It hit the edge of the pitch and flew up in the air, but he's okay. Just indicating to the bench he's okay as well. Thank goodness for that. That looked a bit worse than it was. Picked up, head towards the Starlink. That's going to be right at my... Can't get it. Someone else is going to have to get that because I can't. They want me to dive out of the box and get the ball. You believe that, Malcolm? They want me to jump out of the box and get the ball. I don't know. Oh, that's come about as close to me as the ball is ever going to come this week, I reckon. It landed in front, rolled to the box, and stopped about 3 meters in front of the comms production box here, which is housing myself and Kenneth. I couldn't reach it, though, because it's about a 1.5 meter drop down to the ground, and I don't think the cable for the headset goes that long. So we'll go through tomorrow's games in just a second. As 2 overs are gone, 25 for no loss on the board. Ashraf is going to continue. Just hit to win mid-wicket for 1, the shy, and good backup as well. So tomorrow's games, we're going to start tomorrow, firstly with the Stallions taking on the Tartu Wolves, our first look at the Tartu Wolves this year. And the Wolves are back to play against the Hippos in the second match. In the lunchtime match, Stallions will come back to play against the Hippos. And in the final match tomorrow, Stallions will have the rematch against the Wolves. Oh, tries to work this one off the pads and almost succeeds in just popping this one up to mid-on. Lucky to get away with that one. It's good delivery. Took pace off and really almost caused the upset there. So the Tartu will be here for 3 matches. The Stallions are here for 3 matches. And the Hippos will be here for 2 matches. So we'll have a day off on Wednesday. And the way the Sharks played, I think they deserve a day off. They have played out of their skins. They've been really, really good. I think I might have just felt the first drops of a little bit of moisture in the air. So Dave might have got that one wrong. We're going to find out shortly, though. It's picked up. It's not going to get to the rope. It will be a tease. It doesn't get to the rope. Habib Khan runs back. His throw was pretty good, actually. If it had been a bit racket, it could have really caused trouble for Hartridge, who was struggling to get to the non-striker's end. And the Hippos, well, they're not going at 20. They're going at 10, so they're only getting half the runs they need in the power play, and they need to make the power play work for them. Just struggling a bit here. Almost cut in half. That's a cracking delivery. Also feel it's just dropped a couple of degrees as well around here. I feel there's a bit of the weather coming in, but anyway, it's not so far. That's the most important thing. PK just waving goodbye to Ray Star, saying bye-bye. See you later. Yep. Bye-bye. We continue. Good ball. I tell you what, that is a really good ball. And that is the end of a pretty good over as well. 5 runs from it. And that is Shuvo's 2 over 1. He's got none for 10 from his 2. Economic as you like. His captain should be very happy with that effort from him. He has bowled very, very well. And it's made it very tough at the very top of this as well. So it's 30 on the board, 3 overs gone. And already you get the feeling the strikers are going to notch up another win here. They're going to go 2 wins up here today on 3 wins up on day number 1. They're not back tomorrow. They're back on Wednesday. So they'll take a day off. They deserve it, having amassed a big score in every match they played today, because they batted the first in every game they played. As we look to start the 4th, Phil drops back. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. Probably more of an extra cover, actually. And where's the other deep fielder hiding? Oh, at 3rd. And an easy single into the covers there, but that's all. Excellent from the strikers. Very, very well. And 1 bounce and straight to Shuvo, who's fielding it there. The deep extra cover. The throw back to the bowler bounces right over his head. Nothing to do with anyone. It just landed on the pitch and just went straight over his head because he's about as tall as I am. These sorts of things happen. So 32 for no loss. Only 2 runs off the over so far. That run rate now dropped below 10. And it's going to drop even further with another good dot ball. Well bowled. Batters struggling here big time. Swings hard at this one. They seem to be strong in certain places. They're not really 360-degree players, unfortunately. That what we've seen on display so far. I shouldn't say that's a bit generalist to say it like that. But just some of the batting that we've seen from some of the Hippos seems to be very focused on certain deliveries to hit the certain parts of the ground. And maybe just need to find a little bit more in their repertoire here. Good boundary nonetheless, though. Good strike all the way along the deck. Okay, well, trying to get some runs on the board here. Needs to get plenty. And just pushes down for a single to Khan, who fields it nicely. His throw, again, he goes for a pretty aggressive throw in towards the bowler. He's already hit the bowler in the head with the ball, throwing back into the stump. So I think his bowler's now ready for it. But the good news for the Hippos is turns the strike over, and that's important. Keep that strike turning over. Andrew Hartridge now facing up. He's got 23 from 14. Good tight bowling again. Just a good line and length, asking a few questions. Hippos are just struggling a bit here. Well, they're not struggling a bit. They're struggling a lot with some good bowling. And that's an excellent over. Bowled quickly as well. 8 runs from it. Just that 1 boundary. And it's now 38 for no loss. There's still 145 runs astray of where they need to be. And 6 overs to get it. Can't see they're going to get it. It's going to be tough. Paul asking, what's the weather like for tomorrow? Let me quickly check my little weather board here. I'll tell you what's happening tomorrow. I think tomorrow is looking pretty good, Paul. Thank you for your question. Yeah, so cooler tomorrow, 18 degrees tomorrow, possibly some early morning rain, possibly. But that's what we're thinking tomorrow. All right, here we go. We start the next over now. It's going to be called a wide. It pitched okay, but then it did move away quite appreciably, so it's fair enough that the umpire calls it thus. So, Paul, thanks for that question in the chat. That's the weather for tomorrow. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit cooler, possibly some overnight rain, but the forecast currently says we should get through a dry day tomorrow, but there might be some overnight rain. So hopefully the sun will come out and dry things up. We continue with another wide. Connects with this one. It's not a wide ball. Punch down the ground. Just a single. Not enough, though. Hippo's just not looking to get aggressive here at the moment. But it is on the back of very good bowling from the strikers. So credit where it's due. Oh, Julian. It's going to be 36. Really? On Thursday? Yeah, come over to Estonia. It's going to be hot in Prague as well. I know Mrs. G is struck there. Been struck out nicely. Straight to extra cover, deep extra cover, and just the single. Yeah, not going to go for a buzzer there. So, yeah, it's, I know it's pretty tough. People doing it tough around Europe under very hot conditions at the moment. I know around England, and I've just come from Switzerland where it was 35, 36. Very unusual for that part of Europe to be that sort of temperature. Home for me, Prague. That's also baking in 34, 35 degrees for the rest of this week. And that's why I don't mind being in Estonia where it's 18 and cool conditions tomorrow. Sort of just give a chance for a little bit of respite. Maybe that should have some local Estonians. Is that maybe summer? Because there you go. Paul saying thank you. A bit more of a bitty sleep before first match. Nice one. Well, that's the first match tomorrow. It starts at 9:30 local time tomorrow, 9:30 local time, and that's 7:30 UK time or 8:30 in the morning Central European summertime. So 9:30 local time here is the first match tomorrow morning, or 8:30 Central European summertime, or 7:30 UK time. Popped up in the air. Habib Khan wants it. And Habib takes it. He ran a long way to his right to take the catch. He was always going to take the catch. And he has shown his team that's how you do it. And that's the first wicket that falls. Trying to accelerate, hit down the ground, and does not get enough of that one. It wasn't even the wind that held it up. It was simply just not enough powerful shot. And it's going to be Harry Agarwal who has to say goodbye. 12 from 10 deliveries. And he has to depart. Interested to see who they send in next. Who's going to come in next? Maybe to try to power hit a few things on. I pretty much feel the game's gone. Need to go at 26 runs and over. The game's really it's gone, which is unfortunate because I was kind of hoping the Hippos in the power play might try to push up towards 50s and 60s, but the bowling was very, very good, and they didn't want to lose early wickets. Mahela Dalb comes out. That's a good move. I think it's a pretty good move. Unfortunately, there's no Stuart Hook in the side because he has commitments elsewhere. And I feel that a little bit of moisture in the air now is coming down. It's definitely dropped a few degrees since about an hour ago as well. Players are still out there. I can't see any visible rain falling here at the ground, but I can see it all around the ground, especially all the way to the north. Out of the ground. Oh, no, it bounces just inside the rope, 4 runs. I thought that might be able to carry. It doesn't quite carry all the way. So I think a couple of the ground crew here are just starting to put some things away into some shelter, and that's the right thing to do. So 48 for 1. 1 more to come to complete the 5th. Hartridge is on 26 from 17. Now looking to hit out here. And it's gone way behind. Not exactly where he wants to go, but he'll take the runs. Of course he will, because it's going to be 6 of them towards very fine third. All runs, all good. 50 up after 5 overs. 54 for 1 after 5. Watch out for Mahela Dalb. He's been pretty handy with the bat today. Got a unbeaten half century in the earlier game. And he's looking to power on where he left off. So halfway through the innings, 5 more to come, 129 runs required. If you feel they've only got 54 in the first 5, they're not going to pick up 129 in the next 4. There's very, very light, almost impossible to see rain falling at the moment, but it's very, very light. I think most of the heavy stuff has actually gone a bit to the north and even broken off and gone a bit to the south. So maybe this little plateau here is working its wonders. Exactly the same way as the weather does in Vinoj, funny enough, in the Czech Republic, where when we get the big heavy clouds hitting us, because it's sitting on a plateau, the low pressure systems tend to break, which is just a meteorological phenomenon when that happens. And it's also very welcome too when it happens. So we're going to start the 6th now. Pulls out the reverse and misses. Lucky not to lose the stumps too. It was a good ball. Goes for a big swing to leg side. Misses that one. Umpires start to indicate wide. This is Nand Ria. As we know, Nand picked up 3 for 6 in the previous game. And he'd love to add to his total if he could with a good over here. And a good over here. Well, the ball has taken the umpire out. No, whoever threw that, umpire's given him the absolute stare, as that could have really rearranged some of the furniture downstairs, that one. Cut and almost into the hands of the player who's there at the short third, waiting for that opportunity. It was edged, cut away, and just bounced in front of the players for a dot ball. Goes leg side this time and going to find the boundary rope, I think, does indeed. All the way along the deck for 4 runs. Real this time just puts it too far outside the leg stump and easy to see. Julian says he can spot a distant dog. Oh, I did see that before too. Kenneth, did you see a dog in the distance in the background? He's gone, has he? Yeah, okay. We're worried about him coming after the grizzly. It's happened before. Just ask Danny Hudacek with his dogs. They love chasing after the ball, which is why they're currently banned from coming to the ground at Vinoj. Carved away. This is going to find the boundary rope. This time square of the wicket on the offside. So nice bit of 360-degree hitting here, pushing it to all parts of the ground. And this is really good for Andrew Hartridge. Really, really good for him. Good confidence-building innings, this. The game's gone. Hippos, no chance for them to get the runs here because they need a lot of runs in quick time. Still need 116 off 26. And you could say, well, mathematically, they can get it. Well, I would agree with that. Of course they can. But the probability, as that is a leave. You don't often see leaves in T10, but there you go. There's a leave. Maybe thought it was going to go wide. Wind's picking up a little bit too, by the way. And well, there's, again, just small little drips of rain, but it's more coming in with the wind rather than raining down. It's just coming in from the side a little bit. Nothing to worry about. No danger whatsoever to players right now, but it's gotten a lot darker here now. 6 overs gone, 115 needed off 24. So, Julian, we're keeping an eye on that dog. So thank you for that. Keeping a very close eye on the dog. Obviously, I mentioned Danny before with his dogs, Oki and Talia. Love them to pieces. And they spend a fair bit of time at my place as well, so I know them quite well. Very friendly animals, awesome dogs. But Talia will go after the ball. Oki's a lot better, as we used to call her. Oki, the commentary dog. We still call her that, actually. Hit down the ground. Going to find the boundary rope with some close attention. The kick is actually timed to perfection. Well, Shaquille has done really well there. Uses the foot to full advantage. Not a fan of foot fielding. I know a lot of people aren't, but it's worked. Saves the boundary. Habib Khan coming off the very, very short run up here. Deep mid-wicket cleans up. Just the single. So, yeah, Talia had a reputation for not just chasing the ball at Vinoj at the cricket ground. I'm talking about like ECS or ECS Czechia or the CE Cup in Prague. If Talia came to the ground, she wouldn't just chase the ball. She'd get really angry at players who would get the ball before her. Out of the ground, over deep mid-wicket for a big 6. So the runs are still coming here. Hartridge is helping himself to a good score. It's taken him a little while to get it too, but you can say pretty much the game, well, the game is gone. Partridge has muscled his score up to the 40s now. So 42 from 26. Sounded good. Unbelievable. Puts it down. Red hot opportunity from Habib to hang on to a screamer. Red-blooded shot too. Well, that may put Andrew into a bit of a mood now, having a catch dropped off him, off his strike back at the bowler, and he puts the next one out of the park. So he's muscled his way up to 48 now of 28 deliveries. Was dropped by the bowler of a sharp chance. And now that's 7 overs gone, and it's 82 for 1 on the board. Hippos well short of where they need to be. Still 14 runs off the over. It's a good over. Good over nonetheless. But only 18 balls to come in the match. Looks like we should get through it. We won't be stopped short early because of the rain, which is great news. That was obviously the one thing we were fearful of. Looks like we'll get through the whole game in its completeness. It gives all the players out there to earn a few statistics as well, if that's the case. And now we start the 8th in just a moment. Just bringing what looks to be switching a couple of players up. So, Haladalb, who's gotten to the runs pretty quickly. He's up to 11 from only a handful of deliveries bowled. Let's see if he can make a bit of a cameo here for the Hippos. Nicely square driven. That's going to find the boundary rope. Goes backward of point all the way to the boundary rope. Nice shot. 4 runs all the way along the deck. No risk whatsoever. It's a wide ball. Could have uppercut it almost anywhere behind the wicket there on the offside. Nice shot. Goes leg side, and that is also a bad ball. Gets the treatment, and that has been knocked away out of the park towards the rugby ground. It's a long way for the fielders to go to get that one. Running after it, though, because we're only moments away from the finish here. I make it 7.2 overs and 92 for 1 on the board. Haladalb has helped himself to 21, so he's got 10 off the over so far. Nice striking. Question in the chat, any match after this? Sadly, no. This is the last game of the day. After this, it's time to pack up and head back to the apartment. And also, we can talk about the matches tomorrow if you like. Let's go through that as the players get back onto the field. So I'll tell you about the Tuesday matches in just a moment. Oh, absolutely pumped out of the ground. That's an amazing shot. Dalb help himself to a big 6 there. So the games tomorrow for Tuesday, you've got the Tallinn Stallions taking on the Tartu Wolves. The Hippos are back in action against the Wolves in the second match. Match number 3, the lunchtime game tomorrow, will be the Tallinn Stallions again back against the Hippos this time. And then the final match tomorrow afternoon will be the return match of the Stallions taking on the Wolves, the same match as the first game tomorrow. So 4 games tomorrow. First game starting 9:30 local time, and that is 8:30 Central European Summer Time, and that is 7:30 in the morning UK time. They are your start times. Check your local guides. Also check the website as well. So thank you for the question in the chat. 4 games tomorrow. And 4 games Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and finals on Saturday. With 5 teams becoming 4 teams on Saturday. On the back foot, punches high in the air. Keeper wants it. And keeper has taken it with a very loud yelp of yes. So the rain that was forecast hasn't actually struck us really that hard. There's just a little bit of misty sort of like sideways rain coming in there, but it's barely discernible. It's actually more discernible in the background than here. It's like we've been well protected here, and that's important. But wicket falls. Nice little cameo there from Mahala. He has to go, though. He gets a 27 off just 7 balls. So a nice little bit of momentum for him to sort of pick up the run rate. Just a round of applause from his Hippo friends as he gets out of the weather and over towards the dugout. Oh, yeah, everyone's sitting out exposed at the moment because all the tents got absolutely blown to pieces with that stormish that happened. So 2 balls to come and then 2 overs after that. So bowler set. Here we go. 2 to come in the over. Swing and a miss to a wide ball. We'll have to have that one again. Now the bowler's having trouble picking up. It's like a bar of soap. It's getting just a little bit slippery out there with the ball going across the grass. There is a little bit of moisture in the air, but it's just a little bit at the moment. I think we've been lucky. We've ducked away from all the big hard stuff, so it's all good. A few people in the chat asking the same question over again. Is this the last match? It is indeed the last match of the day. And it's petering out to a conclusion, which we all knew was going to happen from a few moments ago. And that is the Strikers are going to win against the Hippos in this game. So this is the last game. I just announced the games all for tomorrow. I'll announce them again before we go off air tonight. And that's going to be the end of the over. So 8 overs gone, 99 for 2 on the board, 84 required from 12. Don't feel that's going to happen, unfortunately. The Strikers' bowling has been pretty good. The catching's been very good. The groundwork's been excellent, and their throws at the stumps have been excellent as well. Just been a bit too good for the Hippos on this occasion. But the Hippos had a good win today. They're going to finish today with 1 win and 2 losses. The Stallions have already left the ground. They've gone away with no wins and 2 losses. And the Strikers pick of the teams today with 3 wins and no losses once this game concludes. And you do expect them to snatch the win here. I don't think that can end up any other way. Mohammed Chip on the Sharker is asking, is this the last match? Are you sure? I'm sure because I'm here at the ground and I'm calling the game. So I'm pretty sure it's definitely last game. Wickets have been knocked over. Stumps akimbo, any way you want to call it. And Henry Patterson has to go for a 3rd ball duck. Clean bowled, clean as a whistle. Oh, my apologies. That's not Henry. That was actually Andrew on strike. So I was surprised because Andrew's hitting the ball so well and he's been clean bowled. So well bowled by Habib Khan. He's just got one straight through him. And the top scorer for the innings with the 48 off 30 deliveries, Andrew Hartridge has to go. And go he does. So it's a good bit of scoring from him. Hopefully they'll give him a bit of confidence going into the next matches the Hippos play. He's amassed there 48 runs. So well done to him for that score of 48. Just a couple more, earn himself an ECS half century would have been nice for him, but as it is, doesn't happen. 99 for 3, still 4 balls to come, plus 1 more over after this. Julian Dawson, you crack me up. Nah. I tell you what, if they do another game, well, I've headed back to the apartment. I'd be a little bit sore about that, and I'd wonder who's doing comms. Are they just using like sound bites from my previous efforts or something like that? You know, where it sounds a little bit sort of stilted. Oh dear, that's a howler. Well, nobody wants to make eye contact with the fielder out there as he lets it get through his legs and across the rope for 4 runs. Shruvo, he himself is yep, he's looking down at the ground. He's starting to make excuses. Then he just doesn't say anything. It's been a long day for the Strikers. So to be fair, it's been a long day for a lot of people actually here at the ground too, including us. And the first day of an ECS is always fraught with interesting moments. And this one had interesting moments aplenty, not just for the crew, but also everybody here at the ground. We've seen centuries they scored. That's pretty good. Good run scoring. That just keeps the blood pumping. Some very good bowling. No hat-tricks and no fifers yet. A couple of, I think just the 1 3-fer. Habib Khan bowls a bouncer. Hooked straight up in the air. Camped under it for an eternity and takes a very good catch. Well caught. That was hung in the air for quite a while. Came down with a little bit of ice on it. And is that, just let's see, is that Shaquille out there who's taken the catch? I'll know in just a moment who it is. Julian asking how far back to the apartment. It's if we had bikes, I probably would ride a bike, to be honest. By car, it's probably about 8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes by car back to the apartment. If the weather was good, you could walk it, although it's a boring walk. It sort of goes through sort of almost like an industrial area, a couple of like these warehouse kind of not supermarkets, like like a Bauhaus, it's sort of home goods and stuff like that. But it's also, I don't think it's even a footpath. But yeah, definitely could like to bike ride it back, but don't have a bike unfortunately. Definitely wouldn't take the glider. It's definitely way too windy for that. Yeah, pity the Hippos couldn't put more of a fight in this match, unfortunately. Every chance to throw down the stumps there from point blank range, missed. And, well, the Hippos won't mind that one way or the other because the 100's up for them, 104 for 4, plus a little bit extra there, the extra run there, 105 for 4. 9 overs gone. Last over of the day coming up. 78 runs required, so the striker's going to notch up a good win against the Hippos. A few good signs there for the Hippos. Got a few extra scores. Top scorer was 48. That was Andrew Hartridge, so he got into the runs. Mihaela Dahl had a very good cameo, 27 off 7 as well. So a couple of good signs for them. But unfortunately, it's going to be the strikers who are going to get the win here, going to get their third win as Shaquille takes the ball and he will bowl the final over here today. Under skies which are threatening to drop a massive, massive load of rain. I think through the camera lens, it's probably looking a slightly sort of misty at the moment, and that's just a little bit of the sideways rain in the distance. It's not too bad here. I mean, there's a lot of moisture in the air. I can tell you that for nothing. It really is. We're starting to cover up the gear and get it ready to be taken inside the hut here. So as soon as we're off the air, we're going to be scrambling to get everything out of the elements. That's a big strike. That's a massive strike. That is out of the park and out of the screws. Wow. Really put everything into that one. That's a really big hit. So wicketkeeper Marco Vake just comes in and just goes bang. See you later. And that ball has got a long way to come back. Here it goes. It's just come back now. So 4 balls to come. 8 runs off the over so far. Goes again. Has he got enough? Oh, player sets himself, takes a catch right into the breadbasket. Tried to do it one more time. Unfortunately, doesn't get enough underneath that one. So he goes for just a couple of big hits. And Shaquille jumps in and puts his name into the wicket-taking book as well. Amjad holds a very good catch there on the rope. 3 balls to come. 113 for 5 with just 3 balls to come. Thank you, Ray Tipping. I can see you're about to head off now. Kev's asking for me to send some of the rain. Absolutely. I tell you what, a lot of places in Europe need this rain, as it's going to be. I get the funny feeling it's going to rain a fair bit here tonight. Just get that feeling overnight. We might see a bit of a deluge. Hopefully the ground will be okay tomorrow. I don't have any information on how well it drains. I'll have a chat to the locals afterwards. Fingers crossed it drains well. And we're almost to the end of the day here. Just 3 more deliveries to finish things up. So thanks to everyone for joining us today. It's only just ticked past 5 o'clock here as we're looking to finish in the next few moments' time. Keeper has a shot at the stumps. Nothing doing there. And going to be just the 1 run, I think. 2 balls to come. 114 for 5 on the board. 2 more balls to come. Here's the one of them. It's the slow looping delivery, and that's been popped up for the easiest catch you'll see here today. Oh, it's shown as a no ball. Well, there you go. It's shown as a no-y. So this is going to be a run out. Are they going to run him out, or are they going to not run him out? Oh, they're going to run him out. Okay. I thought maybe they may withdraw the appeal. I just wondered, just because, it's the last ball. It's the second last ball of the innings, and maybe you don't want to run him out. You want to withdraw the appeal and just say to the batter, look, come back and let's just finish the game. But no, the appeal stands and they're going to keep that going. Or are they? No, I think they're going to change their mind. I think, no. Okay, there was a few change of minds there. And, of course, I'm not sure why, but I would have thought that, maybe clever. I thought cooler heads would prevail. And they would have said, look, you know what, let's withdraw the appeal simply because it's 1 ball to come. what's the point? We're sending the player off, and it was the opposition captain, so maybe there was something in that. I don't know. I just think that if that would have been me, wicket king with the gloves, I would have called him back and said, look, come back, let's just finish the game. Then we can all get off together and we can all go and sit around and have a beer or something like that. Anyway, wicket stands. It'll go on the book. And we've got one more to come. So the inevitability has been prolonged a little bit longer. Johnny here, I'm just going to echo Julian's words there. Thank you for the good news and hope you have a great rest of the day. Hope you all have a great rest of the day as well. Ray, Johnny, Ash, Paolo, Julian, Kev, all the usual suspects in the chat there. So it was no ball wide. Sorry, no ball wicket. And now it's a wide. So now we've still got 2 to come. Gives the charge. This is going to go away. Is that going to find the boundary? I think it's going to pull up as the grass is getting a little bit damper. So just for a single. And so one more to come to finish today's proceedings. It's 117 for 6. Here's that last ball of the day coming up, barring any wide or no ball. Hit down the ground. Going to be just 1. They're going to turn for 2 on the arm. Probably not. And that will be innings, game, day for me. Yes, it is. The ball gets handed back to the umpire, and that is the end of the game. 118 for 6 in response to the score of 183. 183 was the target in response to 182. So that's a pretty big win there to the Strikers. Once again, the Hippos going down here emphatically for the second time today against the Strikers. For the Strikers, like their third win of the day as well. Shout out to Andrew Hartridge in the Hippos camp for that 48 from 30. I thought he played really, really well for that score. Mahela Dalb for that 27 off 7, the cameo that he played in the bowling. 2 for 20 to Habib Khan. And he was pretty much a live wire in the field as well. Took a couple of catches today, and it was pretty impressive, to be honest. But the shout out for this match, of course, you have to go back to the Centurion in the first innings. That, of course, is Sahil Chauhan. 101 from 26 balls with that partnership of what ended up being 157 runs with Mohammad Edasham, who got 54 from 26, set things up for the Strikers, and they get their third win in 3 matches today. That's the end of day 1 here in ECS Estonia. The players are shaking hands with officials and, of course, with the opposition players as they're all coming to meet in the centre and going on their way. I can see the chat's all saying goodbye. So thank you, everyone in the chat who's kept me company today. You guys have been brilliant as always. It's been an entertaining day, and you guys have been entertaining as well. So there we go. Oh, the Funk on the Fet saying hello. Thank you to you, Funk on the Fet. You come and join us tomorrow, please. That'd be good to see you again. And you too, Paula Campini, Ash as well, Kev, Johnny He, Julian Dawson as always, and everyone else who's joined us today. You've been amazing. It's been fun. My big thanks to Marzi and to Kenneth here who persevered through tough conditions today. Very, very tough conditions. And of course, everyone here at the ground, the volunteers, the scorers who's done a great job, and of course the players who have done well, as I can feel the rain starting to come down. It's not quite rain. It's still just spitting slightly. But a proper shout out to the scorers as well, who've done a great job. So well done. I'm talking about you. Great work with the scoring. Well done. As we say goodbye from the Estonian ECS, and we're going to say goodbye from this Tallinn cricket and rugby ground facility. Wonderful facility. And I'm going to sign off and give my throat a rest. I'll catch you all tomorrow for 4 big games tomorrow. Stay safe, stay happy, and I'll see you tomorrow in the AM. Catch you later.